Under the moonlit sky, a grand estate gleams with untold secrets. Steps echo through opulent halls, a man's presence demanding attention. Lady Relisha Roward, an imperial princess maid, unveils her elegant grace. She encounters a man, wondering if he is who she thought. He, the eldest son Lockhart Cadell, asks her to dance, an unexpected request. Murmurs spread as the crowd questions his interest in a mere maid. Rollicka subtly taps her fan, a prelude to a cutting remark. With a dazzling fake smile, she dismisses him, asking him to leave. Lockhart, undeterred, bows and apologizes, seeking to clarify misunderstandings. Rollicka, amused, asks what he could possibly say when he clearly didn't hear. Relisha confronts him, demanding he stop playing games with her. Lockhart calmly insists their different masters shouldn't prevent friendship. He leans in, asking if kneeling would warm her to him. Relisha frantically whispers for him to stop. Everyone is staring. Lockhart proposes lunch, promising to leave if she accepts. He presses for a response, suggesting a specific restaurant. Relisha rejects the lunch, fearing rumors of betrayal. Lockhart smirks, threatening to expose her fraud if she refuses. He boldly announces his name, declaring love for her dramatic voice. Relisha, stunned by his audacity, calls him a pervert. Lockhart, undeterred, threatens to expose her if she resists. He vows to destroy her, no matter the cost. Relisha is stunned, demanding to know what he means. She opens her fan, gathering her composure. With a defiant smirk, she challenges him to try. Her mind flashes back to a humble hut in Mount Tunbar. Young Relisha, a freak, was pelted with stones by villagers. Tears stream as she endures the taunts of being fatherless. Her mother's embrace was her only solace in a cruel world. But that night, she saw her mother weeping quietly. Her mother wept for her, burdened by the cruel world's judgment. Relisha was shocked, realizing she had broken her mother's heart. That night, sleep would not come to the young girl. Her mother, basket in hand, silently crept out the door. Relisha grabbed her mother's cloak, a silent plea. Her mother noticed her, surprised by her early rising. She stared back, a mix of concern and determination. "Are you worried about me?" her mother gently asked. She promised to return, no matter how rough the mountain trails. With a reassuring smile, she asked Relisha to wait for her. She decided that she would never hurt her mother again. A beaming smile promised to never make her cry again. Relisha stepped into the bustling town, basket in hand. Suddenly, a child shrieked, calling her a freak. The townspeople mocked her, calling her a fatherless freak. Her resolve shattered. Tears streamed down her face. She clenched her fist, humiliation burning within her. A boy swung a stick, targeting the defenseless girl. He froze, his eyes wide, as she prepared herself. Relisha gripped her basket, ready to defend herself against the mob. Her frustration boiled over as the insults continued. A powerful glare erupted from her, silencing the crowd. She unleashed a torrent of rage, threatening everyone in sight. The townspeople, terrified, scattered and fled from her fury. Relisha watched them run, surprised by her own overwhelming power. A triumphant smile lit her face. She had won this fight. She dashed home, eager to share the victory with her mother. However, a sudden, ominous rumble echoed from the distant mountains. Rain began to fall, drenching the small, isolated house. 3 days passed, and her mother still hadn't returned, sparking fear. Relisha's hopes shattered. Her mother had promised to return. She turned, a forced smile masking her growing terror. An unexpected visitor stood at her door, the village chief. Her heart pounded, questioning his sudden, ominous presence. The chief's grim expression held a terrible, unspoken truth. He urged her to the village, ignoring her mother's absence. His hesitation spoke volumes, dread filling the silent air. Then, the crushing words, "Your mother is not coming back." A chilling revelation. Her mother had fallen, never to return. Now orphaned, Relisha gripped the urn, her future uncertain. Relisha clutched the urn, lost in the crushing weight of her new reality. The village chief's words echoed. Her mother was truly gone. She bolted, desperate to escape the suffocating truth of her loss. A helping hand reached out, trying to stop her panicked flight. But nothing could halt her desperate, tear-filled dash for answers. She screamed for her mother, a cry ripped from her very soul. The empty fireplace symbolized the cold, desolate future awaiting her. Her mother's smiling promise haunted her, a cruel deception. Relisha wept, her trust shattered by the broken vow. At just 10 years old, she swore to never trust anyone again. Relisha jolted awake, her heart pounding with an unknown dread. Disoriented, she rubbed her eyes, questioning her strange surroundings. Suddenly, a mysterious man appeared, watching her intently. Panicked, She recoiled, demanding to know his identity. The man smirked, his gaze unsettling, his presence dominant. He spoke her name, Relisha Roward, a chilling declaration. She corrected him, insisting her name was Relisha Roba, but he firmly stated she was Relisha Roward, leaving her bewildered. He then introduced himself as Count Helladin Roward. Finally, the shocking truth dropped. "I'm your father." Her supposed father flinches, denying her insistence that he is not her father. He then asks if she has a father, his gaze unsettling. She replies coldly, stating she has no father, nor did her mother a husband. He recoils, realizing the harsh truth of her isolated life. The man struggles with her words, his expression full of regret. He declares he will take care of her, a shocking promise. Her hands clench, questioning his sudden appearance after a lifetime of absence. Tears drip from her hand as she finally reveals the devastating truth. Relisha bursts into heartbreaking sobs, confirming her mother is dead. He gently pats her head, a silent acknowledgement of her profound grief. He holds her close as she weeps, a father's embrace. Her eyes are puffy, but she glares up at him. He gently pats her head, revealing her name's true origin. Relisha confronts him, demanding to know why he abandoned her mother. He recoils in shock at her harsh, unbridled accusations. She shows him a delicate ribbon, questioning if he recognizes it. He denies abandoning her mother, a secret history unfolding. He searched for her for years, unaware of her pregnancy. A bouquet with a familiar ribbon led him to her. The next day, a grand villa awaits, a new beginning. A luxurious room is presented, her new home, everything now hers. But a tutor arrives tomorrow, leaving Relisha utterly bewildered. The next day, a kind woman, Julia, introduces herself as the tutor. Relisha, already a lady, questions what a tutor even is. Her confusion deepens. The concept of a tutor is alien to her. Julia leans in close, a playful intensity in her eyes. She asks what Relisha wants from her new teacher. Relisha, indignant, demands answers, calling Julia a twerp. Julia ponders the meaning, completely unaware of the insult. The tutor turns away, a tense silence filling the grand room. The door creaks open, a silent promise of a new challenge. Relisha celebrates a hollow victory, her words holding no power. She believes her scary act intimidated her new tutor. Suddenly, heavy tomes crash onto the desk, making her flinch. Relisha questions the purpose of these unfamiliar, ancient books. Julia reveals they are imperial dictionaries, published by Tager. Relisha is shocked, realizing the tutor plans to find twerp. Julia asks if Relisha knows how to read, receiving a confident affirmation. Together, they discover twerp is a derogatory term, wishing imprisonment. Relisha, startled and anxious, denies agreeing with the definition. The tutor revealed the emperor's power structure and the influential third lion. Then, a solemn figure, the third lion himself, was dramatically revealed. Relisha, a young princess, learned about the first and second lions. She listened intently, a naive child at only 10 years old. Julia, with a hidden agenda, carefully taught her everything. Those few months at the villa were the most peaceful she had ever known. Suddenly, a rattling carriage shattered the tranquility, announcing a new arrival. A woman with fiery red hair dramatically emerged, demanding attention. Relisha turned, startled, as the woman's presence dominated the scene. Julia flinched, her composure breaking, a silent C escaping her lips. A terrifying presence, the Countess Roward, now stood before Relisha. The woman's fiery gaze pierced through everything, demanding answers. She questioned if Relisha was the flower, a chilling accusation. Happiness was fleeting for an illegitimate child. The silence was deafening. 7 years later, the grand Roward estate shimmered, a gilded cage. Books lay open, silent witnesses to a life of quiet study. Relisha Roward, now 17, bore a pensive expression, trapped by fate. Her eyes revealed a past defined by the Countess's harsh control. The Count paraded Relisha, her resemblance undeniable, sparking rumors. The Countess, unable to neglect her, introduced a new, menacing tutor. The new tutor's frustration exploded, questioning Relisha's mother. Relisha reeled, the accusation striking a raw nerve within her. She dared to challenge him, her voice trembling with defiance. The tutor stormed out, leaving Relisha bruised by his cruel lesson. He hit her hands with a stick, his smirk a chilling memory. Relisha, a child, watched the tutor, knowing his dark secrets. He was entangled with another, a hidden affair unfolding. She learned his wicked methods, a dangerous game of observation. Relisha manipulated the Count, orchestrating the tutor's swift dismissal. But freedom was fleeting as the Countess's rage erupted once more. Relisha refuses to yield the book, claiming possession by right. Misha erupts in anger, questioning Relicia's sudden interest in books. Misha shouts, calling Relicia a damned little wench. Relicia snaps back, exposing Misha's vulgarity as a lady. Misha snatches the book, dismissing Relicia as a waste of time. Relicia reflects on enduring the Countess and Misha's cruel abuse. She secretly plans her escape, grabbing an examination notice. The Imperial Academy offers a path to freedom and a new life. Relicia dreams of becoming a tutor, protecting her family's name. Teria checks on a tired Relicia, who smiles despite her exhaustion. Relicia prepares for the academy exam, her only escape from a cruel life. A girl who once picked herbs now faces a miracle of an exam. Teria asks if Misha took Relicia's book again, a common occurrence. Relicia, bitter, knows Misha won't even remember the theft. She vows not to waste time on hatred, focusing solely on herself. With the exam a week away, Relicia's future hangs in the balance. Teria praises Relicia's progress, urging her to master law and music. Relicia, modest, hopes her music won't be her downfall. Julia then asks about a reward from the Count, a sudden offer. Relicia flinches, demanding to know why Julia still calls him the Count. Relicia questions why Julia still calls her father the Count. She remembers a tender moment, a memory of a distant father. Shaking off distractions, Relicia focuses on her academy acceptance. Then, a chilling realization. Her vital notebook is missing. Frantically, she searches everywhere, a growing dread seizing her. Suddenly, Misha appears, triumphantly holding the stolen notebook. The tension hangs heavy in the air of the grand estate. Relicia confronts Julia, who now waits with a knowing smirk. Julia calmly sips her tea, a silent challenge in her gaze. Relicia braces herself, wondering what fresh trouble awaits her. Julia's sinister smile hints at a deeper game, questioning Relicia's efforts. A chilling clack of porcelain, her calm masking a dangerous intent. Julia reveals Misha's distress, manipulating Relicia's empathy. The truth shatters Relicia. Misha stole her crucial notebook. Shock and disbelief contort Relicia's face as Julia reveals the betrayal. Julia's sinister smirk confirms her hand in Misha's treacherous scheme. Relicia hesitates, grappling with the tutor's unsettling pronouncements. A shocking command. Relicia is forbidden from taking the academy exam. Julia rises, her words twisting the situation into a family crisis. The revelation. Relicia's success could ruin their entire noble house. Relicia's world crumbles as Julia twists the knife of false accusations. Her hands clench, a silent scream against the tutor's insidious plot. Julia warns against involving others, preferring to handle Relicia quietly. Yet, she feigns generosity, offering Relicia a false sense of choice. But the facade shatters. Julia promises Relicia's expulsion from the academy. Relicia's eyes widen in horror as Julia attacks her mother's reputation. She fiercely defends her mother, but Julia dismisses her desperate pleas. Julia coldly states rumors will become truth, regardless of the facts. Relicia confronts her, demanding how she can lie about Count Roward. Julia's gaze turns icy, revealing her willingness to sacrifice everything for Misha. Julia vows to destroy Relicia's reputation, ensuring no noble family ever hires her. She schemes, declaring if she can't have love, she'll seize everything else. Meanwhile, Relicia, cloaked in secrecy, walks through the city, burdened by worries. She approaches a mysterious apothecary, seeking answers or perhaps solace. Inside, an old man looks up, surprised by her sudden appearance. It's Tallman, the apothecary owner, recognizing Relicia despite her disguise. He questions her absence, wondering if she's finally ready to work for him. Relicia dismisses his offer, quickly departing, her mind elsewhere. Tallman desperately calls out, offering good pay, but Relicia remains lost. Alone on the street, the scent of herbs brings no comfort to her troubled mind. Relicia's efforts felt utterly meaningless against an unseen force. All her desperate struggles, in the end, were for nothing. How long had the Countess been plotting this cruel betrayal? The weight of her failure crushed her, a suffocating despair. Suddenly, a distant scream pierced through her troubled thoughts. A young noble seized a terrified woman, demanding answers. The helpless woman pleaded, tears streaming, begging to be released. Relicia's fury ignited, enraged by the noble's despicable actions. She confronted him, demanding he release the struggling victim. The arrogant noble dismissed her, unaware of the storm he awakened. Relicia threatened the noble, demanding he respect women. Suddenly, Julia dashed past, attempting to flee the scene. Relicia moved like lightning, preventing Julia's escape. She grabbed the noble, using him as a shield to block Julia. Julia sprinted away, desperate to escape. A menacing smile spread across Julia's face as she turned. A mysterious figure loomed, watching Julia with cold eyes. Relicia was startled, caught off guard by the new arrival. The stranger seized Julia, who desperately struggled against his grip. A hidden, expensive wallet was revealed in Julia's possession. The nobleman's stolen wallet reveals a shocking truth about the pickpocket's escape. Rolisha realizes her grave error, mistaking an innocent for a perverse criminal. She peeks around the corner, confirming the group was not robbing Julia. The nobleman grimaces, acknowledging Julia's innocence. He turns, demanding Rolisha acknowledge her mistake. Rolisha dashes away, unwilling to accept his accusation. The nobleman and his guards corner Julia, refusing to let her escape. A new hooded figure steps forward, demanding Julia's release. The figure vanishes with Julia, leaving the nobleman stunned. The mysterious man, Grayan Tagar, smiles, his true identity revealed. Grayan Tagar, the mysterious prince, exchanged words with his silent companion. He asks his companion what he is looking at. The mysterious companion looks on, his gaze intense. Suddenly, they vanish, leaving the city lights behind. The elegant palace awaited under the starry night sky. Rolisha collapses onto her bed, laughing in relief. She believes her identity is safe, and her future secured. But then, panic strikes as the weight of her actions crashes down. She ponders her fate, worrying about the Count's reaction. A knock at the door jolts her back to reality. Lockhart asks about Rolisha's well-being, sensing her unease. He encourages her to smile, promising support for her exam. Rolisha is told about a debutante ball before the academy. A sly smile plays on her lips, masking her true intentions. Lockhart expresses confidence, questioning his own abilities. He gently pats her head, urging her to rest for the big day. Rolisha clenches her fist, devising a desperate plan. She schemes to avoid the exam, faking stress for next year. The next day, at the Imperial Academy, Misha boasts her confidence. Rolisha looks on. A wave of murmurs surrounding her. Rolisha spots the Cadel crest, a powerful family arriving for the exam. Duke Cadell, the Empire's first lion, steps out with his son. Misha mocks Rolisha, knowing her plan to skip the exam. Misha's smug smile radiates confidence, bathed in a floral glow. Rolisha scoffs, unaware of the Countess's demands. Misha boasts about her mother's protection, a familiar story. A sudden touch startles Rolisha, her eyes wide with surprise. Lockhart Cadell smiles, offering a kind gesture. Rolisha nods, a new, cunning plan forming in her mind. She resolves to sneak out, setting her grand scheme in motion. Rolisha's reputation hangs by a thread, her future uncertain. The day of the academy exam arrived, but Rolisha was nowhere near. Under a cloak, Rolisha helps customers, hiding her true identity. She skillfully recommends medicine, surprising everyone with her knowledge. Rolisha dreams of becoming a tutor, finding unexpected joy in her work. The shopkeeper, charmed by her, hopes she'll stay. But a sudden realization strikes. The exam must be over. She rushes out, leaving the bewildered shopkeeper behind. 1 week later, Misha celebrates her exam success. Rolisha, observing, can't believe the Countess's ungraceful behavior. Rolisha ponders her fate, knowing her exam results are already sealed. She watches Misha's celebration, unwilling to ruin their happy moment. Lockhart's intense gaze falls upon Rolisha, a silent question in his eyes. Later, Rolisha sits alone, her door creaking open to an unseen visitor. Lockhart gently pats her hair, offering comfort in her despair. He promises a quieter year, focusing on her studies and future. He suggests Misha's tutor, Julia, teach Rolisha next. Rolisha protests, knowing Julia did nothing wrong. Lockhart pulls her close, his embrace a mix of comfort and control. He pats her head again, leaving Rolisha stunned and deeply conflicted. Lockhart subtly reminds Rolisha that everything has its own timing. He assures her that a temporary setback doesn't define failure. Rolisha, flustered, blurts out a question about inheritance. Lockhart is stunned, as Rolisha hastily tries to retract her words. He simply tells her to rest, then the door shuts with a decisive clack. Rolisha chastises herself for such a tactless remark to the Count. Suddenly, Misha bursts in, startling Rolisha with her appearance. Misha joyfully congratulates Rolisha on passing her exam. Misha confidently claims her family's intellect saved them from crisis. Rolisha is left speechless as Misha leans in, full of pride. Misha reveals Rolisha's exam score was 0, leaving her speechless. Rolisha's tutors were shocked by her blank notebook, a complete failure. The truth hits Rolisha. She turned in a completely blank exam sheet. Misha smugly assumes Rolisha's stepmother sabotaged her academic future. Rolisha's inner rage erupts, betrayed by Misha's feigned concern. Misha denies involvement, claiming innocence regarding her mother's schemes. Yet, Misha offers a gift with a strangely pained expression. Rolisha discovers her mother's letters were burned years ago. Misha's mother secretly manipulated events, severing all connections. The true mystery. How did her father still manage to find her? Misha cruelly celebrates their separation, revealing a hidden, confidential truth. Yet, a flicker of regret crosses her face, a hint of something more. Relisha is overwhelmed by a memory, a vision of her mother's despair. Her mother, trying to contact the Count, was met with endless silence. A final, desperate act, a bouquet of Relisha's flowers, sent without a sender. The Count recognized the ribbon, but it was already far too late. Relisha's mother, abandoned, faded away, never knowing the truth. Alone, Relisha finally breaks down, weeping for her lost past. Meanwhile, at the Kydell estate, a new challenge emerges for Grayan. He furiously demands his exam results, but the truth is shocking. Grayan demands to know who outscored him, a mysterious student named Robbery Siha. Lord Lockhart reveals Siha is a commoner, with no records. They dismissed Siha's score, making Lockhart the highest scorer by default. Lockhart calmly accepts, bidding his father good night. But Grayan is furious. He believed his exam was easy, a perfect score. Another student beat him, even missing part of the exam. His father reassures him. The academy handled it. No need to worry. Grayan questions attending the academy, finding it a pointless social gathering. His father insists. The academy wants a war hero like him. He must succeed his father as the first Lion of Tagar. Lockhart's father confronts him, questioning his recent arrogance. Lockhart, with a smug grin, states he's already handled the situation. His father, enraged, lunges forward, demanding respect from his son. Lockhart's father sighs, wishing his son would just be careful. The family's destiny hinges on the emperor's chosen heir. One day, Lockhart will place the second prince on the throne. Meanwhile, at the opulent Roward estate, Misha demands new dresses. She insists on having every dress, despite having too many already. Relisha, observing Misha's endless shopping, feels a strange unease. Despite her easy life, a creeping anxiety gnaws at her soul. Knocks echo as Grayan requests entry. Relisha nervously grants permission. He enters, catching her off guard, asking if he interrupted her. Grayan reveals their shared destiny, a trip, his smile hiding intentions. A carriage speeds through the countryside, carrying them away. Inside, an uneasy silence fills the air between Relisha and Grayan. Relisha asks their destination, a beautiful beach in the southern region. Grayan describes the tranquil, clear waters of Gabron Beach. Relisha questions the quiet hotel during peak vacation season. Grayan dismisses her concerns, a subtle tension building between them. Relisha grapples with Misha's words, her mind racing with past revelations. Grayan is stunned by a revelation about his mother. Relisha confronts him, demanding to know what he's talking about. She reflects on the devastating truth she carries about his mother's letters. He recognizes her pain, realizing she too was hurt by his mother. Relisha questions if he's disappointed in her for not entering the academy. He tries to reassure her, but she cuts him off with a shocking formality. Grayan wishes she would call him father, if only once a year. Relisha surprises him by calling him father, a birthday gift. He's deeply moved, a tear almost escaping his eye. He turns away, hiding his emotions, leaving Relisha surprised. Relisha smiles, savoring the moment after her heartfelt confession. Grayan, deeply moved, clasps her hand in a tender embrace. Later, Relisha stands on a balcony, gazing at the beautiful sky. She gasps, mesmerized by the stunning vista and soaring butterflies. Her life isn't over just because of the academy, she decides. The setting sun paints the ocean in vibrant, hopeful colors. Relisha steps down, leaving the palace behind for the outside world. She discovers a mysterious cloaked figure, already waiting by the sea. The stranger's hand moves, rummaging beneath his cloak. Is he reaching for a weapon? Relisha's expression turns wary. A small stone clinks against her shoe, catching her attention. The cloaked figure turns, revealing a face of weary resignation. He asks what she wants, his voice tinged with surprise. Relisha, undeterred, demands an explanation for his rudeness. He glares, sweat beading on his brow as she challenges him. She wonders if her commoner appearance invites such disrespect. Relisha then turns, ready to leave, but he calls for her to wait. He asks if she is staying at the same hotel, a strange question. She retorts, questioning his audacity to ask such personal questions. He confirms he is indeed a knight, his movements betraying his status. Relisha is told to enjoy Gabron while she still can. She turns to a mysterious man, demanding to know what he means. He evades her question, wishing her a good time instead. Relisha's frustration mounts as his cryptic words linger. He reveals the war started over iron ore, luring the Amada people. He explains the empire subjugated the Amada, denying Agael iron ore. The man reveals Agel's search for a new supplier. Smilin, Gabron, Relisha realizes, is crucial to Smilin's trade routes. Military ships are coming, turning their vacation spot into a war zone. Relisha turns, smiling, as her master arrives, leaving the man stunned. Grayan, wounded, is urged inside as Lockhart appears, demanding answers. Lockhart questions Grayan about unexpected guests at the Imperial Hotel. Grayan reveals Count Roward and his daughter arrived, stunning Lockhart. Lockhart presses, asking if it's the newly enrolled academy student. Grayan dismisses Lockhart's comments, demanding war reward updates. Lockhart explains reward negotiations are stalled, angering the Empress. The Empress resents Grayan interfering, stripping his army's influence. Grayan fumes, realizing he's being used and denied his achievements. He recalls Prince Grayan, a war hero, whose reputation is now threatened. Relisha staggers from the encounter, then hears a voice calling her name. Count Roward presents his daughter Relisha, who bows gracefully. But a shadowy figure smirks, remembering another, illegitimate child. Suddenly, Grayan, the second prince of Tagar, appears, greeting Count Roward. He grins, claiming Roward hasn't changed. Relisha is stunned, recognizing his face from a terrifying past encounter. She remembers him terrorizing women, whispering she will die now. The grand ballroom sparkles, a stark contrast to her inner turmoil. Grayan, now calm, asks Relisha if she enjoys walks. She frantically denies it, claiming fear keeps her indoors. He mutters about her nighttime wanderings, confirming his unsettling memory. Lockhart's aide whispers urgently, revealing a shocking summons for the young noble. Suddenly, Lockhart rises from the table, excusing himself to attend the mysterious call. Relisha breathes a sigh of relief, escaping the intense gaze of the second prince. Yet, the tension remains, now caught between two powerful, unsettling figures. Her discomfort is noticed, and she is advised to rest, a chance to escape. Lockhart follows her, cornering her in the hallway, his presence suffocating. She jolts, startled by his sudden appearance and unnerving proximity. He turns, a knowing smirk playing on his lips, his gaze intense. Relisha questions his intent, wondering if he expects her to follow. He invites himself into her room, leaving her trapped and vulnerable. Her heart pounds as he invites himself in, leaving her trapped. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes, sending a shiver down her spine. A chilling realization dawns. The man before her is the second prince. Her world collapses. She's face to face with the man she just fled. In a frantic rush, Relisha bows deeply, begging for forgiveness. Lockhart scoffs, mocking her inability to recognize royalty, enraging her. The prince, amused, questions her reasoning for not recognizing him. She retorts, explaining his disguise, accusing him of creating the situation. Lockhart, a sly grin spreading, reveals he brought the prince here deliberately. The prince laughs, a sinister sound, as Relisha bows again, utterly defeated. The prince, now seated, allows her to rise, a chilling politeness. He questions her audacity, wondering why she shows no fear. Relisha hesitates, unable to comprehend the surreal situation before her. She confesses her disbelief, seeing royalty as otherworldly beings. The prince smirks, taking offense at her ordinary perception of him. Lockhart cuts in, mocking Relisha's boldness in confronting a pervert. The prince then poses another question, his gaze unwavering. A terrifying query. What is the best way to silence someone? She asks if he means permanently, her heart pounding with dread. His grip tightens, a sinister implication of his immense power. Relisha's heart pounded, trapped in a terrifying conversation with the prince. The prince's dark question left her breathless, a sinister game unfolding. She flinched as he suggested a beach invitation, her dread growing. He seemed to mock her fear, his gaze chilling her to the bone. Relisha frantically wished for context, then immediately regretted it, paralyzed by terror. His chilling agreement only deepened her fear, a shared dark secret. He then mentioned the academy, pushing her further into desperation. She blurted out her true identity, an illegitimate child, hoping to escape. With a forced smile, she asked for dismissal, the tension unbearable. Lockhart laughed, finding her predicament amusing, as the prince remained indifferent. The prince, slumped on the couch, questioned the announcement of reparations. He wonders if Prince Aurel will even show up, given their past. Grayan notes Aurel never publicly praised him despite his war injuries. This public slight clearly signals a deep conflict within the imperial family. Lockhart smirks, calling him a devil, enjoying the unfolding drama. He then questions Relisha's future, an academy or the imperial palace. The prince pauses, then dismisses Relisha as an illegitimate child and a liability. He seeks only useful people with talent, not those who fall first. Days later, the conflict erupted, fueling dramatic headlines. 3 weeks later, Relisha finds solace, embracing her new life and a calming scent. Relisha embraced a new path, meticulously preparing rare plants for a mysterious purpose. Her thoughts turned to Grayan, the second prince, and his unsettling proposition. Suddenly, Grayan appeared, demanding rare ingredients from a startled shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, confused, couldn't provide the obscure plants Grayan sought. Relisha, hidden, realized Grayan was pursuing alchemy, a dangerous, rare art. Grayan, frustrated, was offered tea, unaware of the princess' hidden presence. The shopkeeper lamented the lack of profit from such rare, esoteric plants. Relisha, bursting forth, revealed the immense profit in alchemy ingredients. The shopkeeper, convinced, agreed to procure the elusive plants for her. Days later, the shop contacted Grayan, confirming the plants would be delivered. Relisha smirked, examining the payment, a dangerous game now in motion. A sudden realization struck her, a cold dread washing over her face. The delivery was to the Third Imperial Palace, a death trap. The Imperial Academy stood grand, a new stage for unfolding drama. Lady Misha arrived, radiating joy, ready for the Academy's challenge. She greeted her peer, bowing politely, trying to maintain composure. But Misha was quickly overshadowed, whispers filling the grand hall. Her beauty drew envy, but her academic performance would soon define her. The test results were shocking. Misha's score was abysmal. She barely surpassed Lockhart, who hadn't even taken the test. Other students showed no interest, seeing Misha as a future academic failure. Misha furiously studied, believing hard work would redeem her reputation. Despite her efforts, the lectures remained incomprehensible, leaving her reeling. Just as despair set in, a new hope appeared. Lockhart Cadell introduced himself, a charming smile on his face. Misha's heart pounded. A noble was speaking to her. She stammered, complimenting his uniform, overwhelmed by the attention. He asked for help, seeking to catch up on missed lessons. Misha froze, unable to answer his complex questions about trade routes. Humiliated, she watched him leave, her academic struggles exposed. He observed her, judging her intelligence against advanced academic hurdles. If the illegitimate child could impress, what about the legitimate daughter? Misha stood clueless, unable to answer even basic entrance exam questions. Frustration exploded as his fist slammed down. How could half-sisters be so incredibly different in intellect? A knock echoed, and Lockhart entered, seeking answers. He asked to review his own entrance exam scores. But then, a shocking request to see another student's exam. His intense gaze demanded compliance despite the rules. Meanwhile, in the Grand Palace, a new scene unfolds. A mysterious hooded figure delivers to the medicine lab, revealing her name as Relisha. But wait, she abruptly halts, realizing her true name could cause immense trouble. Panicked, she quickly invents a new identity, Relisha Roba, barely escaping suspicion. The lab assistant, unaware of her royal deception, directs her to follow. She enters the Grand Medicine Lab, a place of secrets and powerful alchemists. Director Royman, a formidable figure, is surprised by her early arrival. Relisha, feigning cheerfulness, secretly observes his unique ingredient sourcing. She proudly presents her high-quality ingredients, impressing the shrewd director. Alchemists are tenacious individuals, striving for what others can't achieve in millennia. Relisha secures her payment, leaving a strong first impression, her mission accomplished. 30 minutes pass, and Relisha is still lost, trapped in a grand estate. Panic sets in as she realizes she's going in circles, completely disoriented. Suddenly, a familiar voice makes her heart pound with dread. It's Grayan Tagar, the prince who knows her secret. He questions her presence, hinting at her true identity. Grayan teases her, comparing her to a noblewoman he previously saw. He steps closer, demanding to know her real purpose here. Relisha blurts out a delivery excuse, her face flushed with anxiety. She explains she works at an apothecary, maintaining her cover. He leans in, declaring she's truly a jack of all trades, making her flinch. Grayan questions her knowledge of medicine, making Relisha stammer. He smirks, finding her doggone expert claim amusingly crude. Her frustration boils over as he bursts into laughter. Grayan apologizes, but his eyes hold a mischievous glint. He confesses her rough language gets him worked up, shocking her. Relisha dismisses his curiosity, clutching her delivery basket tightly. Suddenly, a new figure, Lockhart, demands an apology from Grayan. Grayan insists their meeting is fate, recalling a past suspicion. Relisha nervously fidgets, denying any wrongdoing. She bows deeply, apologizing frantically to Lord Lockhart. Grayan accepts the frantic apology, a smirk playing on his lips. Relisha, flustered, avoids his piercing gaze as he questions her. He playfully offers his knights, subtly mocking her secret. Her internal fury explodes as she curses his arrogance. Grayan, ever the provocateur, demands her secret, knowing the stakes. She hides her true thoughts, maintaining a facade of innocence. Suddenly, a mischievous glint appears in her eyes as she reveals a truth. She shares the apothecary's location, adding a harsh insult. She turns, wishing they never cross paths again, leaving him behind. But Grayan calls out, his curiosity piqued by her defiance. Relisha, flustered, requests to be taken to the reception room. Grayan smirks, his game far from over. He claims she owes him, the air thick with unspoken tension. That evening, the Roward estate buzzes with activity. Misha bursts in, loudly announcing her return home. Her family greets her warmly, relief evident in their smiles. Her sister notes Misha's coarse skin from academy life. Misha, tired from studying, asks for a private tutor. Relisha is startled, questioning Misha's sudden academic interest. Later, Relisha lies awake, pondering Misha's strange request. Relisha dreams of owning her own apothecary, a symbol of true independence. She wakes, her mind racing, questioning her own audacious thoughts. A knock shatters the morning peace, followed by an unwelcome intrusion. Misha bursts in, demanding to know why Relisha is just lounging around. Relisha, caught off guard, tries to deflect Misha's strange interrogation. Misha offers a gift, an elaborate box, saying she won't wear it. Relisha is confused, as Misha insists it's a birthday present for her. Misha immediately takes it back, claiming she'll store it herself. Relisha, exasperated, realizes Misha is clearly manipulating her. She feigns illness, desperate to escape Misha's suffocating presence. Suddenly, Misha grabs Relisha's arm, refusing to let her escape. She desperately demands to speak, hurting Relisha in the process. Misha then shifts, asking for a favor with surprising gentleness. Relisha, frustrated, yells for Misha to just state her request. Tears well in Misha's eyes, begging Relisha for an unheard-of promise. Relisha realizes this is a red flag, refusing to get involved. Misha drops the bombshell. She wants to confess to Lord Lockhart. Relisha is stunned, realizing the magnitude of this scandalous request. Misha, with a mischievous smile, compliments Relisha's writing skills. Relisha sighs, seeing Misha's clueless declaration of love for Lockhart. Relisha is horrified, realizing the humiliation if this scandal became public. Misha demands Relisha write the love letter or face dire consequences. She threatens to expose Relisha's secret outings to her mother. Relisha is cornered, realizing Misha holds all the power in this moment. Her internal monologue reveals a deep resentment for the mother-daughter duo. With a terrifying smirk, Relisha agrees to write the letter. Her true intent surfaces, to ensure Misha's life also descends into chaos. Misha is ecstatic, praising the beautiful, self-aggrandizing love letter. Relisha instructs Misha to copy every word precisely, setting a trap. The letter is finished, and Misha dashes off, oblivious to her impending doom. Relisha's sinister smirk confirms her true, terrifying intentions. The next day, Lockhart Cadell studies ancient legends in the Academy Library. He remains engrossed, unaware of the approaching storm. Lady Colin Incante appears, questioning his obsession with the past. She speaks of ancient curses and the mysterious monsters within them. Lockhart is shocked, sensing a hidden depth to her words. A gruesome war unfolds in her memory, a stark contrast to his perspective. He remains silent, challenged by her intensity. He explains his softened tales protect others from the war's horrors. Colleen bows, a dramatic flourish ending their intense exchange. He declares his unwavering dedication to academic excellence. She slyly hints at her ambition, observing his position. He smirks, seeing through her thinly veiled intentions. A sudden shift in the air, eyes now fall upon him. He finds himself isolated, the Academy's focus sharpening. A mysterious pink letter appears, shimmering with unknown intent. He reads the heartfelt words, a confession of admiration. His hands tremble, the sender's name a shocking revelation. The elegant script holds a hidden, cutting insult. The true sender, Relisha, emerges, a winter flower blooming. Lockhart smirks, accepting Relisha's challenge. A dangerous game now begins. Meanwhile, Prince Grayan ascends the palace steps, an ominous journey. He enters his chambers, a creak of fate echoing through the hall. Teria tends to Grayan, oblivious to the hidden schemes unfolding. Footsteps echo, a silent approach in the grand, empty halls. Lockhart arrives, revealing Relisha's hand in the delivered herbs. Grayan dismisses Lockhart's gaze, lost in his own troubled thoughts. Teria reassures Lockhart, confirming her thorough inspection of the herbs. Lockhart plots his revenge, a sinister glint in his eyes. Grayan discusses academy prospects, unaware of the lurking dangers. Whispers of a new contender, Viscount Incart's daughter, reach Grahan's ears. Lockhart scoffs, revealing she already tried to size him up. Grahan, however, declares his disinterest in assertive women. Yet, a sinister glare hints at his true, demanding nature. Grahan's doubts intensify, fueled by the endemic and unknown forces. He questions Lockhart's loyalty, remembering past allegiances and wars. Lockhart defends the daughter, separating her from her father's past. Misha's mother, a powerful noble, built an empire of influence. Lockhart smiles, revealing his own family's immense wealth and power. Grahan flinches, as Misha Roward's name unexpectedly enters the conversation. Grahan receives treatment, as Lockhart reveals a surprising secret. Relisha, his sister, is performing the treatment, shocking Grahan. She gathers rare herbs, secretly building her own power and influence. Lockhart's words hint at Relisha's ambition to escape her family's shadow. The treatment continues, as Grahan's condition slowly stabilizes. Suddenly, a door clacks open with an ominous sound. A new figure steps in, her presence radiating undeniable authority. It is Miliora Tagar, the formidable princess, demanding answers. She questions Grahan's hex, her smirk hinting at hidden motives. Miliora dismisses the treatment as alchemy, igniting a tense confrontation. Princess Miliora enters, praising Lockhart's unwavering handsomeness, while Grahan observes. Lockhart is swarmed by ladies, captivated by his charm and power. Miliora laughs, embracing her unchanging, immature nature with a smirk. She demands Lockhart leave, declaring him her toy in a power play. Miliora dismisses the hex, revealing her mother betrayed Grahan's condition. Grahan notes her soldier-like talk, as Miliora shrugs off palace neglect. He criticizes her fixation on His Majesty's thoughts, his grip tightening. Grahan glares, mentioning oral, causing Miliora to flinch from his words. Miliora invites Lockhart to her tea party, but he politely refuses. She fumes, calling him annoying for not attending her exclusive event. Miliora demands Grahan recover, but only to stop oral, not for him. Grahan observes Lockhart's smirk, acknowledging Miliora's vibrant spirit. Lockhart bows, leaving Grahan alone, plotting his next move. Later, Lockhart reviews the visitor list at the third palace. He discovers a familiar name, Relisha Roward, hidden in plain sight. The revelation shatters his composure. She used a fake name. Meanwhile, at the Roward estate, a fierce ambition ignites. Misha studies intensely, shocking her tutors with her newfound dedication. Relisha observes, wondering at Misha's sudden, extreme transformation. Could this relentless pursuit of knowledge truly be the power of love? Count Roward appeared, his presence commanding, seeking Relisha. He inquired about her 18th birthday plans, watching her hesitate. She suggested visiting her mother's grave, now an adult. Count Roward smiled, agreeing to her heartfelt request. Relisha then bravely asked him to join her, a vulnerable plea. He readily accepted, patting her hand, confirming their departure. The door clacked shut, leaving Relisha to her swirling thoughts. She sighed, realizing the difficulty of her seemingly simple request. Visiting her mother's grave with him felt like asking for a father. Yet, a new boldness surged within her, a fleeting moment of joy. Misha announces a party, inviting everyone to her grand celebration. Relisha silently notes how Misha's guest list is all about status. Misha glares, resentful that Relisha's birthday falls on her party day. Relisha sighs, her birthday always overshadowed by Misha's desires. She closes her eyes, lamenting how nothing ever goes her way. Suddenly, a furious slamming noise echoes through the dining hall. Her father, enraged, demands to know why Misha forgot Relisha's birthday. Misha, teary-eyed, tries to explain her guests care more about Lockhart. She points, claiming to have already given Relisha a birthday present. Relisha smirks, knowing Misha's gift was a mere obligation, not kindness. Misha's wails echo, a self-centered tantrum for all to witness. Relisha, ever the outcast, dismisses her father's concern. She retreats, lamenting her wretched, hopeless existence. Yet, a flicker of resolve ignites. She can overcome this alone. A week later, Relisha prepares to leave, carriage waiting. Suddenly, Misha appears, dashing towards her with a new demand. She brazenly asks Relisha to write her party toast. Relisha trembles, realizing Misha hasn't matured at all. She agrees, but her anger has transformed into cold indifference. Relisha observes the contrast, a spoiled brat and a determined woman. Relisha, forced to write a speech, grabs a book with a bitter smile. Her smirk hides true feelings, but she agrees to the ridiculous demand. Misha beams, praising Relisha, oblivious to the simmering resentment. Just as Relisha prepares to leave, a servant announces a delay. 3 hours. Misha, surprised, asks if Relicia was going somewhere. Misha demands Relicia watch her practice, her selfishness unending. Later, Relicia awakens, groggy and disoriented. She jolts awake, realizing she overslept and the party has begun. With no carriage, she glances at her bag, determined to act alone. She heaves her heavy bag, resolute to carry it herself. Startled, Relicia looks around, feeling a strange presence. Then, a mysterious man appears, observing from above. Relicia demands answers, clutching her heavy bag. Suddenly, her footing slips, sending her tumbling down. She screams, but a powerful arm catches her just in time. The man holds her close, his eyes piercing into hers. Relicia stammers, questioning his unexpected appearance. He reveals he saved her, then asks if she is running away. She sits, sighing, confessing her terrible birthday. His expression changes, realizing the significance of the day. He offers her a rose, a shocking gesture for her birthday. He explains the flower will bloom beautifully tomorrow, just like her. Relicia is stunned, clutching the unopened bud with a heavy heart. She mumbles a thank you, still reeling from his kindness. He presses further, questioning her trip and why she's leaving. She snaps back, demanding to know why he keeps yelling at her. He reveals her true identity, Lady Relicia Roba, not Roward. Her heart pounds as he exposes her false name at the palace. He acknowledges her father's responsibility, without an ounce of judgment. Relicia wonders what kind of noble this mysterious man truly is. Relicia prepares for a late-night escape, but Lockhart questions her plans. He reveals his knowledge of her past actions, a shocking accusation. She panics, wondering how he uncovered her century-old secret. Lockhart demands answers, his gaze piercing through her facade. Relicia confesses her resentment, her past grievances haunting her. He confronts her about her secret authorship, exposing her completely. Lockhart's fury erupts, promising no forgiveness for her insults. Relicia retreats, bewildered by his accusations and familiarity. She demands respect, asserting her identity and desperate plight. Lockhart remains unyielding, blocking her path to freedom. Lockhart's question about her mother opens old wounds, revealing a tragic past. He offers a rare apology, a moment of vulnerability between them. Relicia, touched, thanks him for the flower, a small gesture of kindness. She prepares to leave alone, planning a clandestine escape in the night. Lockhart, with a sly smile, commands her to follow him instead. He effortlessly procures a grand carriage from the stable, shocking her. Relicia questions his brazenness, labeling him a thief with a glare. He ascends to the driver's seat, ready to take the reins himself. She asks his intentions, bewildered by his unexpected actions. He asserts his capability, despite her protests, taking control of their journey. Lockhart's smirk held a secret, a quiet challenge in the moonlit night. He burst into laughter as the stolen carriage rattled off into the distance. They arrived at the Grand Roward Villa, a symbol of her gilded cage. Relicia awoke with a scowl, a familiar unease settling in her heart. She sat up, a heavy sigh escaping her lips, the dream still lingering. Her eyes widened, a sudden realization hitting her with startling clarity. Lockhart appeared in her mind, his words echoing about the flower's promise. She smiled softly, a rare moment of peace, cherishing the memory. But then, a lone tree stood under a bright sky, a silent sentinel. A weathered tombstone emerged, hinting at a forgotten past, a hidden tragedy. Relicia mourned her mother, speaking of her growth and newfound independence. She recounted her coming of age, and a flower received from a mysterious man. The tombstone stood silent as Relicia spoke of her future apothecary aspirations. Tears welled as she desperately sought validation, questioning her progress. Overwhelmed by grief, she collapsed onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Suddenly, a comforting hand gently patted her head, offering silent support. Relicia continued to weep, her face streaked with raw, heartbreaking sadness. She clung to the figure, her cries echoing the depths of her sorrow. Waking with a start, her face puffy from tears, the dream faded. Count Roward appeared, surprising Relicia as she questioned his presence. Relicia, still half asleep, questions if the party went well. Her flinch reveals something is clearly amiss. Suddenly, a mysterious book appears, exposing her secret identity. Relicia, flustered, tries to justify her unconventional reading choices. Lockhart's amusement shows he's on to her, much to her dismay. A comforting hand assures Relicia about Misha's satisfaction. Relicia apologizes for her emotional outburst, promising to be stronger. The scene shifts to her mother's tombstone, her 18th birthday past. A prince, overcome by a violent illness, struggles for breath. His sister apologizes, but he feels his body is no longer his own. The prince, still gravely ill, struggles with persistent nausea and dizziness. His body is failing, even as he recalls the temporary relief of forbidden treatments. The royal physician insists those methods are too dangerous for long-term use. Suddenly, Lockhart Cadell appears, seeing the prince's worsening condition. Grayan, desperate, confesses to Lockhart that he has made a terrible mistake. He committed to a hunting competition, despite his severe, debilitating illness. A flashback reveals the king announcing the dangerous upcoming hunting competition. His older brother, Prince Oral, tried to exclude him, citing his poor health. Grayan, infuriated, refused to be seen as weak after winning the last war. He promised Oral he'd recover after catching a fox, a dangerous, reckless vow. Grayan struggles, regretting his reckless vow to compete while gravely ill. Oral, his brother, plots against him, fueling his desperate need for treatment. Lockhart suggests a drastic, loyalty-testing measure to avoid the competition. Grayan, though flustered, dismisses the idea, demanding a better solution. Later, in Royman's office, Lockhart presses for a swift recovery plan. Royman presents a jar of Grayan's vomit, a disturbing sight. Lockhart recoils, refusing to inspect the grotesque sample any further. Royman insists, revealing the vomit contains unprecedented, wild parasites. The treatment aggravated them. Now the parasites are growing even wilder. With time running out, a cure for the unique parasites seems impossible. Lockhart rejects public help for Grayan, fearing imperial political interference. He reveals dark visions of nobles mocking Grayan's weakness. His intense gaze hardens, determined to protect Grayan's future. Lockhart requests access to the forbidden imperial family library. He believes ancient texts hold the key to Grayan's unique affliction. Meanwhile, Relicia, disguised, sells rare medicinal herbs in the bustling streets. Her cheerful demeanor and potent remedies draw the villagers' attention. A shopkeeper notes Relicia's unusually bright spirits lately. She brushes off his observation, rushing away as time runs short. Relicia strides through the twilight, her secret quest continuing. Relicia's cheerfulness hides a deeper vulnerability, a longing she can barely admit. A simple rose from Lockhart pierces her defenses, making her feel whole again. Yet, the shadow of the imperial family, and her past regrets, still weigh heavily. Suddenly, a voice calls her name, forcing her to confront an unwelcome presence. Startled, she turns to find Lockhart, his intentions shrouded in mystery. He grins, a dangerous glint in his eyes, inviting her to accompany him. They arrive at the magnificent Third Palace, a place of immense power. There, she faces Director Royman, who recognizes her with a knowing glance. Lockhart declares her his hostage, a shocking twist that makes her flinch. She demands an explanation for his manipulative actions, but he simply smiles. Lockhart's grin twisted, demanding compensation for her perceived insult. He then mentioned a malicious letter, freezing her in her tracks. It was a trap. He wanted her to admit to writing it. She tried to leave, but he commanded her to follow him. They entered a grand hall, its secrets shrouded in ancient power. Suddenly, a magnificent imperial library appeared, glowing with untold knowledge. Tears welled as she realized his cunning move, exploiting her dream. Lockhart asked the director about books, clearly manipulating the situation. The director, captivated by the library, barely heard him. Lockhart revealed their true mission, finding a cure for Amada's parasitic diseases. Lord Lockhart's true intentions remained veiled, but the truth slowly emerged. The secret of Prince Grayan's illness, now within her grasp, was dangerous. But the Imperial Library! Her excitement exploded, overriding all caution. She devoured ancient texts, gathering knowledge with frantic determination. The director, captivated by her skill, watched her closely. Lockhart feigned ignorance, claiming he hadn't known her true abilities. Yet, he believed in her ability to solve any problem. Hours passed. A mountain of books searched, but answers remained elusive. Finally, a breakthrough. A cholera outbreak, 50 years past. Perhaps the cure for Grayan's parasitic disease lay hidden within this forgotten history. Lockhart pondered the meaning of soil in the ancient text. He discussed the mysterious soil's properties with his attendant. A daring plan emerged. Send carrier pigeons for emergency soil supplies. Relicia, cloaked, listened intently as the plan developed. She recalled ancient bug jars made from special soil. The realization hit. Jars were clay, made from the very soil they sought. Lockhart triumphantly revealed he had countless jars from war spoils. He offered to retrieve them, extending a hand to Relicia. Relicia looked up, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Their hands clasped, a fragile alliance forged in shared purpose. Relicia is awestruck by the sheer power of the Empire's ancient war spoils. Lockhart offers her a choice, an unexpected gesture of trust. He smooth-talks her, explaining she saved him a long journey. Relicia, amused, picks a jar, making Lockhart subtly flinch. She reassures him about her discretion, a hidden pact forming. Lockhart holds the jar, hesitant, as Relicia prompts him. Suddenly, in Royman's office, parasites are revealed, shocking Relicia. She glares at Lockhart, realizing his manipulative plan to bring her here. Royman confirms the parasites are dead, the immediate threat neutralized. Relicia suggests an herb for recovery, actively contributing to the solution. Lockhart prepares to leave, surprising Relicia amidst their hidden pact. Her expression shifts, questioning the sudden urgency of their departure. They exit through a secluded attendant's door, maintaining their secrecy. Lockhart grins, suggesting she take credit for saving the mysterious person. He warns her of the danger, a chilling reminder of the stakes involved. Relicia pulls up her hood, wondering about his late-night mood. She shushes him, promising to handle the remaining unspoken details. Lockhart watches her depart, the tension palpable in the night air. His hand clenches, fueled by a simmering rage at a hidden insult. The next day dawns, hinting at the fallout from their clandestine actions. Prince Grayan awakens, disoriented, wondering what terrible fate befell him. Lockhart, ever the schemer, feigns concern for the recovering prince. Grayan demands to know who found the mysterious cure. Lockhart grins, hinting at Relicia's secret involvement, a dangerous game. Grayan questions the goddess of luck, unaware of the hidden manipulator. Lockhart walks away, leaving the prince in a haze of confusion. He silently seethes, tired of hearing about Misha's illegitimate status. The prince needs allies who can stand, not fall at the first sign of trouble. Lockhart decides to reveal Relicia's contribution later, for maximum impact. Meanwhile, Misha trembles, a letter in hand, facing an unknown threat. Misha trembles, facing expulsion if her final exam score isn't perfect. Her future hangs by a thread, threatened by the Academy's strict rules. Frustration boils over as she slams the failing test papers. The tutor demands an impossible triple score, a cruel, impossible challenge. A mystery box slides across the table, a desperate last resort. He opens the ornate chest, a glimmer of hope in the desperate situation. Inside, gleaming gold bars offer a tempting, dangerous solution. The tutor rises, his calm words masking a chilling ultimatum. He steps away, demanding Misha vanish before his return. Alone, she walks away, the weight of her impossible choice echoing. A woman raises a glass, confidently declaring a great era. Whispers spread as she makes a public, questionable speech. Her performance is deemed pathetic, her scores a complete disaster. The crowd judges, questioning her very existence and lineage. Suddenly, a child dashes towards the departing carriage. She grabs her mother, desperate for a moment of connection. A brutal slap echoes, the mother's fury erupting. The mother unleashes her rage, shaming the girl publicly. Shocked and heartbroken, the child recoils from the assault. Alone in her room, the girl sobs, utterly devastated by betrayal. Her words echo, a painful memory haunting Misha's every thought. Misha trembles, dreading expulsion and Lord Lockhart's inevitable wrath. She remembers Relicia, who would have easily survived such trials. Suddenly, a realization strikes Misha. A study journal. The academy is filled with brilliant students, unlike her. She finds the hidden notebook, a desperate hope igniting within her. Misha plans to copy it, believing she can return it unnoticed. But a creaking door shatters her composure, revealing a terrifying presence. Lady Colline stands there, observing Misha's shocking transgression. Misha falters, caught red-handed, accused of stealing and rummaging. Colleen smiles, revealing her cruel intent to Misha. Misha collapses, pleading it was only a misunderstanding. Colleen offers to involve the director, trapping Misha further. Desperate, Misha begs Colleen not to reveal her transgression. Colleen questions Misha's motives, hinting at Lockhart. A smirk plays on Colleen's lips, offering a twisted deal. Misha, terrified, promises to do anything Colleen demands. Colleen, needing a maid, sees Misha as a useful pawn. Misha's tears turn to desperate joy, thanking her tormentor. Meanwhile, the Empress's palace stands under a clear sky. A maid collapses, struck down by an unseen force. Leora, the Empress, rages at the maid's false report about Prince Grayan. The Empress's cold gaze demands answers. The maid desperately clings to her innocence, but the Empress is unconvinced. Leora suspects Grayan's cunning, hinting at a deeper game. The Empress laments Grayan's power and her brother's decline, time running out. Princess Meliora arrives, drawn by the commotion and crying. She finds the maid on the floor, questioning what transpired. Meliora commands the maid's removal and calls for a doctor. Leora glares at Meliora, questioning her actions. Princess Meliora bows, facing the Empress's icy accusation. The Empress attacks, questioning Meliora's constant presence at Grayan's palace. The Empress, furious, demands Meliora keep her head down. The door slams shut, leaving Meliora alone and abandoned. Meliora trembles, her hand gripping her dress in despair. Meanwhile, First Prince Aurel appears, all smiles and hidden motives. Aurel reassures his mother, the Empress, of his unwavering loyalty. They discuss Grayan's influence, a source of growing concern. The Empress sighs, troubled by Grayan's rising power and influence. Aurel ponders, plotting how to remove Grayan from the spotlight. The Empress questions if letting Grayan have attention is wise. She worries about remaining in Grayan's shadow. Aurel, with a smirk, knows exactly how to proceed. He suggests a contest to find the true successor. The Empress acknowledges his daring, yet fears Grayan's advantage. Aurel, cunningly, plans to exploit Grayan's weaknesses. He reassures his mother, his smile hiding dark intentions. Aurel's path to power is already laid out. He reveals his plan to summon Count Raoard to the palace. The Empress hesitates, but Aurel's smirk promises chaos. The Empress is warned not to push for a choice too soon. She needs loyal allies, not someone tested into neutrality. Aurel, the first prince, begins to consolidate his power. He plans to use Count Raoard's daughter as a strategic gift. Aurel arrives, radiating false charm, ready to execute his scheme. He meets Grayan, feigning concern for his sickly brother's health. Grayan, ever the scholar, acknowledges his own unique strengths. Aurel reveals his true intent. He needs a favor from Grayan. He explains the king's contest to determine the true successor. Aurel subtly implies the contest is unfairly balanced, a calculated move. Aurel reveals each contestant needs a servant. He has Viscount Rene. Grayan has Lord Kaidel, but Princess Meliora remains vulnerable, alone. Meliora's difficult personality challenges even the Empress, threatening fairness. The first prince pauses, a calculated silence hanging in the air. He proposes a shocking solution to Grayan, a lady in waiting. Aurel demands Grayan's daughter assist Meliora, ensuring contest legitimacy. Grayan, trapped, wonders if he can refuse this insidious offer. Aurel dismisses his query, asking when the contest will be announced. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Academy, a new lesson unfolds. Julia explains the history of the Empire's wars and pirate activity. Julia, the enigmatic tutor, explains the Empire's history and dangerous pirate activities. Whispers spread as Colleen brings someone unexpected to the study group. A brief break is called, but the tension remains palpable. Colin subtly manipulates Misha, ordering her to fetch a book. Misha, unaware, agrees to Colin's seemingly innocent request. The two walk through the grand hall, an air of unease between them. Colleen observes Misha, a calculating look in her eyes. Suddenly, Lord Lockhart appears, greeting Misha with a charming smile. He exchanges pleasantries, his gaze lingering on Colleen. Colleen seizes the opportunity, dispatching Misha to the library. Colleen's cruel manipulation forces Misha to endure constant humiliation. Yet, Misha clings to hope, believing her efforts will bring her closer to Lockhart. A miracle unfolds as Misha barely passes the intense final exam. Overwhelmed, Misha collapses, tears streaming down her face. She sobs with relief, whispering that she finally did it. But Colleen's harsh whisper shames Misha for her unseemly display. Colleen glares, disgusted by Misha's lack of composure. Lockhart arrives, congratulating Misha on her improved score. Misha blushes, realizing her previous embarrassing outburst. She flees in mortification, leaving Lockhart confused by her sudden departure. Lockhart stands confused, wondering why Misha suddenly fled from him. Meanwhile, Misha sobs in bed, mortified by her outburst. She can't face Lockhart after yesterday's embarrassing display, but Misha resolves to end her humiliation and rise above it. She declares herself the proud daughter of the third lion. Misha steps out, determined to protect her family's honor. She cautiously opens the door to find Colin waiting. Colleen invites Misha to a tea party, subtly manipulating her. Misha clenches her jaw, realizing Colleen treats her like a courtesan. With newfound resolve, Misha demands Colin address her as Lady Misha. Julia is shocked, realizing she's always called Misha by her first name. Misha confronts Colleen, demanding to be addressed with respect. No longer a pseudo-maid, Misha claims her rightful place. She rises, declaring herself the proud daughter of the third lion. Misha steps forward, determined to protect her family's honor. Colin, with frosty eyes, reminds Misha of ungrateful actions. Misha trembles as Colleen threatens to expose her family's secrets. Colleen accidentally spills ink on Misha, feigning innocence. Misha, humiliated, is sent away as Colin grins menacingly. Colleen reveals her true colors, labeling Misha a thieving wretch. Prince Grayan's magnificent palace stood, a symbol of his secluded life. Lockhart's urgent knock startled Grayan, who questioned his late arrival. Lockhart revealed the academy vacation, a perfect timing for Grayan's plans. Grayan, exhausted, yearned for an escape from the suffocating palace walls. Suddenly, a refreshing splash as Grayan dove into a hidden, tranquil lake. Lockhart, ever cautious, warned about potential infections in the wilderness. Grayan, shirtless and exhilarated, furiously commanded Lockhart to join him. With a chuckle, Lockhart stripped, revealing his own formidable physique. Finally, both princes reveled in the cool embrace of the secret lake. Yet, a sudden rage shattered the peace, a teacup exploding in fury. Misha's explosive temper raged through the manor, demanding perfection. Her eyes, once innocent, now burned with a chilling, unfamiliar intensity. Relicia sensed the shift, an unease growing with Misha's every outburst. Misha's menacing gaze fixed on Relicia, a terrifying silent threat. Relicia fled, escaping the escalating storm of Misha's unpredictable fury. She sought solace by the lake, only to witness two men swimming freely. Relicia gasped, a blush rising as she recognized the royal princes. They swam in a public area, completely oblivious to her presence. She desperately tried to avert her gaze, feeling her soul corrupted. Relicia decided to walk, shaking her head at the prince's audacious display. Grayan Tagar, the second prince, floated idly in the water, oblivious. Suddenly, a rustle of leaves caught his attention, pulling him from his thoughts. Relicia, the princess maid, startled by the presence, tried to hide. Grayan, now alert, wondered who was lurking in the nearby foliage. He stealthily moved through the bushes, eyes fixed on an unexpected picnic. A sly grin spread across his face, anticipating a forbidden snack. He shamelessly grabbed a handful of peanuts, his hunger overriding all decorum. Munching happily, he indulged in the stolen treat, utterly unconcerned. A book lay abandoned on the blanket, a silent witness to his antics. Then Oral, the first prince, arrived, demanding answers about his whereabouts and snack. Oral questioned Grayan about his time out of the palace. Grayan, startled, revealed a servant medal had arrived. This medal signified immense power, binding servants to royal authority. The emperor initiated a contest to test his children's capabilities. Grayan confidently accepted the challenge, ready to prove his worth. Oral, trusting him, had a personal errand and departed. He joked about Grayan meeting a girl, which Grayan denied. Suddenly, Relicia was confronted, demanding to know what he wanted. He approached her, a sinister request forming. He demanded the compensation, leaving Relicia stunned and flinching. Relicia is confronted, realizing her secret compensation has been exposed. Grayan demands the imperial book back, his true intentions hidden. She flinches, caught in a trap she didn't see coming. Relicia frantically tells Grayan to wait, her mind racing. Grayan smirks, realizing how easily she fell for his ploy. He stands in the imperial library, searching for the missing book. His hand reaches for The Happy Life of the Empress, Relicia's hidden work. Grayan questions why Relicia, an illegitimate child, would choose this book. He speculates she sought a happiness she was denied. Grayan plans to use her talents, making her kidnapping easy for the coming fight. Grayan observes Relicia from afar, captivated by her mysterious smile. Meanwhile, a fierce debate rages in the magnificent Roward estate. Misha furiously rejects the idea of serving as lady-in-waiting. She demands to know why Prince Oral would make such a request. Her father clarifies Oral's intentions, seeing if they would accept. Misha erupts in livid anger, sensing a political trap. She presses her father for the true words of Prince Oral. He reveals Oral's demand for a daughter, leaving a chilling choice. Misha's father trembles, contemplating sending Relicia to the palace. Misha, with a cruel smile, agrees Relicia is perfect for the task. The Count ponders, seeing a helping hand in Relicia's dire situation. Misha smirks, dismissing criticism about an illegitimate child. The Count remains silent, lost in thought. Misha's cruel smirk promises dark intentions. She screams for Henrietta to bring Relicia immediately. Relicia opens the door, her face a mask of worry. She flinches, seeing Misha and the Count waiting. Relicia's internal monologue reveals her terror and confusion. Misha asks if Relicia is seeking a job, feigning kindness. Relicia's past academy dreams are brought up, adding to the tension. Misha reveals a prestigious palace position, twisting the knife further. Relicia flinches, knowing this opportunity is nothing but a cruel joke. She realizes Misha rejected the position, now forcing it upon her. Relicia's hand trembles as her crushed dreams resurface. She glares, accusing Misha of offering scraps she didn't want. Misha turns to the Count, demanding he witness Relicia's defiance. The Count stands silent, his complicity a heavy shroud. Relicia's heart plummets as her father confirms his agreement. She dashes away, the betrayal a fresh, agonizing wound. Relicia sobs, realizing she truly stands alone in this cruel world. Relicia's world shatters. Her father, a stranger, a mere noble. Clack! She grabs her bag, declaring her newfound independence. She decides to flee, seeking refuge at the apothecary. Cramming her belongings, she plans her uncertain escape. Suddenly, a voice, Relicia, freezes her with a familiar dread. Tears stream down her face, a torrent of raw emotion. She shoves past her father, desperate to escape his presence. He calls her name again, startling her with his persistence. He orders her to serve Princess Meliora, a cruel twist. He grabs her, insisting this is a rare, twisted opportunity. Her father's grip tightens, a chilling command in his touch. Tears stream down as she screams, regretting ever calling him father. He clenches his fist, revealing the princess is isolated, a pawn to be erased. Relicia flinches, hearing his cruel words about jumping into the whirlwind. He wants her to fly away, to escape her stepmother and Misha. Alone, she realizes the contest is a bloody game of succession. Her father reassures her, promising to handle the family's burdens. She sits, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Becoming a tutor is possible, a chance to escape malicious gossip. But becoming a lady-in-waiting ties her destiny to a master's tragic end. She ponders if laying low is any different from her current trapped life. Perhaps becoming a lady-in-waiting, like Lockhart, is the only way out. Suddenly, a figure appears, jolting her from her thoughts. Misha bursts in, startling Relicia with her sudden appearance. A resounding slap echoes as Misha strikes Relicia across the face. Misha trembles, accusing Relicia of stealing what was hers. Relicia is stunned, asking what Misha is even talking about. Misha calls Relicia an imbecile, telling her to just leave. Misha, trembling with rage, accuses Relicia of ruining everything. Relicia slaps Misha, stopping her hateful words about her mother. Misha's fury erupts, gripping Relicia and accusing her of stealing. Relicia is shoved, told to get out of the house. Misha weeps, clinging to a desperate secret about their mother. Her hatred explodes, swinging wildly at Relicia. Relicia's hand shoots out, grabbing Misha's wrist mid-swing. With a powerful fling, Relicia throws Misha onto the bed. Relicia presses her down, revealing the truth about the position. Darkness consumes Relicia as she questions Misha's unearned fortune. Misha struggles, flailing, refusing to accept Relicia's desperate warning. Suddenly, a new voice bursts through, freezing them both in shock. Misha cries out to her mother, who approaches with a chillingly serene expression. Julia, Misha's mother, pulls Misha close, silencing her frantic pleas. Misha confronts her mother, disbelief warring with pain in her tear-filled eyes. Julia dismisses Relicia, dragging a distraught Misha away to her room. Relicia is left reeling, the Countess's betrayal sending shivers down her spine. The next day, a new chapter begins as Relicia arrives at Meliora's palace. A maid guides Lady Relicia further into the grand, opulent halls. Relicia glances at the stunning garden, a moment of calm before the storm. She steps deeper into the palace, fate pulling her towards the unknown. Suddenly, a confident laugh echoes. The first prince, Oral Tagar, appears. Prince Grayan asks Oral if something funny happened. Oral, startled, thinks about the illegitimate daughter becoming Meliora's lady-in-waiting. He laughs, revealing Count Raoard sent his illegitimate daughter to the palace. Grayan smirks, noting the Count is trying to stay neutral. He wonders if others will perceive it as a rejection of Oral's proposal. Oral clenches his fist, realizing Raoard revealed his secret. He laments Relicia, his pot of gold, is now at the princess's palace. Oral trembles, furious that Meliora won't recognize Relicia's worth. Suddenly, Grayan flings a teacup, shattering it in a rage. He shouts for the moron who thought this was a good idea. Princess Meliora rages, humiliated by an illegitimate child's presence. Relicia, however, smiles, ready to face any challenge. A stern attendant directs Relicia to her new, uncertain fate. Relicia questions not meeting the princess, but is curtly dismissed. The headmaid, Amela Collison, awaits, her gaze unwavering. Amela inspects Relicia's papers, skepticism clear in her eyes. Relicia demands to know if her background was not checked beforehand. Amela dismisses Relicia's defiance, emphasizing palace hierarchy and obedience. Their wills clash. Amela demands skills. Relicia asserts her lineage. Amela sighs, questioning the legitimacy of Count Raoard's influence. Relicia, with a knowing grin, declares she will take the test now. Her quiet confidence shines as she prepares for the impending challenge. She reflects on her journey, a country girl now in a grand palace. Suddenly, thoughts of Prince Grayan and Lord Lockhart flood her mind. Would Lockhart dismiss her, an illegitimate child, with disdain? Amela appears, holding the test, her smirk hinting at dark intentions. Lord Lockhart examines Relicia's test, while Amela bows, whispering. Amela insists Shell grade fairly, despite Princess Meliora's subtle command. Lockhart pauses, a smirk playing on his lips, recognizing Meliora's influence. He flips through the papers. Amela watches, apprehension growing within her. Lockhart declares it a perfect score, shocking the headmaid. She insists on errors, but Lockhart stands firm, denying it. He shouts, anyone seeing the test would agree, no mistakes. Lockhart glares, daring her to disqualify Relicia for spite. He storms away, leaving a trail of questions and power. The perfect test, with handwriting he knew, Relicia Roward. He grinds his teeth, furious she used a fake name. He recalls Amela's request, imagining Relicia's defeat. He made the test impossible, but Relicia Roward aced it. He regrets not recognizing her genius, wishing she was here. The next day, a maid greeted Relicia, the princess. Amela, the headmaid, grinds her teeth, demanding if the test was graded. Amela slams her cup, her fury barely contained. She orders Relicia to follow, leading her to an unknown challenge. Relicia is startled as Amela reveals her next test, etiquette. Hours later, Relicia is exhausted, trudging through the grand estate. Her mind throbs with endless rules, overwhelmed by imperial expectations. Relicia laments, wishing for simple studies over this torture. Suddenly, she spots a mysterious figure sitting in the garden. His gaze is intense, a silent question hanging in the air. Relicia confronts a mysterious man, questioning his presence. He scoffs, revealing her identity as Count Roward's illegitimate child. Unfazed, Relicia introduces herself, extending a hand of alliance. He dismisses her, warning against currying favor. She asserts her role, demanding respect as a lady-in-waiting. He concedes, but wonders why she's idling in the garden. He reveals Princess Meliora banished him from her tea party. Relicia smiles, acknowledging the princess's harsh, yet understandable, judgment. He advises her to leave, stating the princess will never accept her. Relicia, startled, realizes she's revealed too much about her past. Relicia hesitates, unable to reveal her painful past to Lockhart. Suddenly, another noble, Lord Lockhart, arrives, startling Relicia. Lockhart glares at the newcomer, creating instant tension in the garden. The new Lord Lockhart, smirking, questions Relicia's presence there. He acknowledges her new role as Princess Meliora's lady-in-waiting. Relicia states she is still in training, deflecting his pointed questions. Lord Lockhart mockingly offers to send his regards to Count Roward. He hints at her past, mentioning her love for writing letters. Relicia sighs, realizing he knows more than she anticipated. She flinches as the two men exchange a chilling challenge. Relicia questions Grayan about an injury from Tunbar, revealing a past struggle. Grayan dismisses her concern, then silently departs the garden. Relicia reflects on his broken ribs, wondering about his hidden strength. She clutches her chest, troubled by his veiled past and secret duties. Later, Relicia calls out, searching for the director, a smile on her face. Amela appears, asking if Relicia seeks Lockhart, who just left. Relicia flinches, denying she came for Lockhart, shifting the topic. Amela reveals her illegitimate status, asking to be called Relicia. Relicia introduces herself fully, causing Amela to scratch her head. Amela is utterly stunned, realizing Relicia is that Roward. Relicia reveals she will now live in the Imperial Palace. The woman winks, expecting Relicia to serve Prince Grayan. Relicia is startled, clarifying she serves Princess Meliora. She awkwardly laughs, admitting she doesn't know how it happened. The woman reassures Relicia, stirring a bubbling green concoction. Relicia reflects on Prince Grayan's need for allies after the war. She remembers Grayan summoned a third lion and his daughter, but seeing an illegitimate daughter, he cruelly sent her away. Now Relicia stares, intrigued by the woman's boiling leaves. The woman offers help, and Relicia gratefully accepts. Relicia is shaken, thinking of Grayan's words about his injuries. He then asks to borrow her unique equipment, sparking her surprise. The next day, Grayan sits alone, lost in thought. Suddenly, Relicia rushes in, calling out to him with a wide smile. She asks why he is there, discovering he is taking a break. Relicia sits beside him, revealing an upcoming tea party. She playfully suggests they have their own, shaking a thermos. Grayan stares as she offers him a cup, his expression unreadable. She wonders if he has met the princess, mentioning the headmaid. He sips, learning Prince Oral recommended her, then utters one word, pity. The headmaid calls out to Relicia with an urgent summons. Relicia, startled, quickly agrees to follow. Meanwhile, Grayan calmly sips his drink, receiving a mysterious potion. Relicia gives instructions, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. She then asks the headmaid's name, learning it is Aria. Aria strictly warns Relicia on proper etiquette for the princess. Relisha is awestruck by the grandeur of the palace's inner halls. She enters the lavish room where the princess and guests are waiting. Meliora, the stunning princess, captivates Relisha with her beauty. Relisha bows respectfully, ready to face the powerful princess. Princess Meliora, serene and captivating, turns her gaze, a subtle power in her eyes. The room echoes with laughter, guests indulging in sweet macarons. Meliora ignores Relisha, her silence a calculated move to assert dominance. Relisha realizes this is a final attempt to break her spirit through humiliation. But Relisha stands firm, refusing to yield to their subtle cruelty. She offers rare Darif tea, a bold move to regain control of the conversation. Suddenly, a macaron slips, an unexpected disruption in the elegant setting. The sweet treat rolls across the polished floor, a tiny disaster. Meliora glares, challenging Relisha to pick up the dropped item. Relisha calls for the headmaid, turning the tables with a command. Relisha's defiance ignited a silent war, a chilling stare from Princess Meliora. The headmaid arrived, but Meliora's rage escalated, a fury brewing. Amela moved to retrieve the macaron, every step a tense, calculated gesture. With a delicate grab, the fallen macaron was recovered, the tension still thick. Relisha, undaunted, introduced herself, challenging the unspoken hierarchy. But Meliora, calm and regal, held her tea, an aura of icy power. The court ladies whispered, judging Relisha's brazenness, her illegitimate status. Relisha clenched her fists, the weight of their scorn pressing down. Her reputation, her very existence, was being scrutinized by their cruel eyes. Empress Leora watched, a knowing smirk playing on her lips, observing the unfolding drama. Relisha introduces herself as Princess Meliora's lady-in-waiting, a bold declaration. The other lady recoils, shocked by Relisha's audacious words. Relisha challenges them, asserting her position and insulting her master. The lady's face twists in rage, unable to believe the audacity. Julia whispers in terror, warning of the impending fallout. Even a casual listener can hear the chilling clack of ice against glass. Empress Leora's eyes glow with cold fury, demanding everyone's immediate exit. Relisha smirks, knowing she won the moment they dismissed her. Princess Meliora confronts Relisha directly, demanding an explanation. Relisha bows, calmly explaining her duties, but Meliora dismisses her. Relisha calmly takes her leave, her exit echoing her defiance. Meanwhile, Princess Meliora seethes, her rage barely contained. She confronts Oral, demanding to know how her tea party was ruined. Oral, calm and collected, listens to her furious accusations. Meliora shouts, questioning the audacity of sending a bastard child. Oral turns away, a silent judgment in his green eyes. He confronts Meliora, accusing her of the true insult. He explains the attendant passed a difficult test, despite her origins. Meliora scoffs, but Oral's hand slams down, warning her. Meliora clenches her jaw, Oral questioning her lack of interest in the contest. Meliora argues with Oral, who remains composed amidst her accusations. Oral calmly explains her own daughter's position and the pressure she creates. He questions Meliora's judgment, wondering if an illegitimate child is beneath her. Meliora, now teary, protests the insult, feeling humiliated by his words. She turns, walking away, telling Oral to simply forget it all. Suddenly, a vase shatters as Meliora bumps into a nearby table. Guards rush in, concerned for the princess's well-being. Meliora stands, tears still streaming, a profound sadness on her face. Oral approaches, gently placing his hand on her shoulder, offering comfort. She turns away, questioning why her own knights lack such fervent loyalty. Oral watches, a silent, contemplative gaze fixed upon the princess. Meliora storms away, her frustration building with every furious step. The prince follows, his footsteps echoing the tension of the moment. Meliora pauses, her resolve momentarily wavering in the beautiful garden. She whirls around, demanding answers, her voice laced with raw emotion. Meliora confronts Oral, questioning his silence in her time of need. He responds calmly, his words a cold challenge to her fury. She erupts, screaming her pain, declaring everyone useless to her. Oral's expression hardens, a silent scowl reflecting his brewing anger. He offers a hollow apology, promising to escort her back to the palace. Meliora clenches her chest, overwhelmed with sorrow and frustration. They arrive at the palace, where she dismisses the maid. Relisha awakes in a luxurious room, her mind racing. A knock at the door, Iria requests to enter. Amela, the headmaid, enters, addressing her simply as Miss. Relisha laughs, pleased her performance earned her respect. Amela informs her of Princess Meliora's return from Prince Oral's palace. Amela takes her leave, the door clicking shut behind her. Relisha flops onto the bed, wondering about her uncertain fate. A chill runs down her spine, fearing prison for impersonating a princess. Relisha frets, fearing prison for her grand deception. Suddenly, a frantic banging erupts from her window. She jolts awake, wondering if soldiers are breaking in. But it's not soldiers. A man enters with a smirk. It's first Prince Oral, scaling her window like a rogue. Relisha flinches as he leans in, mocking her situation. He claims he's here to clean up her growing mess. She realizes her predicament could worsen if they're caught. Relisha desperately tries to usher him out, demanding he leave. Oral smiles, refusing to depart until his question is answered. Relisha is startled, questioning Oral's bizarre inquiry. He reveals he knows she ruined Princess Meliora's tea party. Oral sits, claiming pure curiosity, with no intent to intervene. Relisha flinches as he mentions the Count, hitting a nerve. She tries to warn him of her imminent arrest for insulting royalty. He asks again, pressing her for an answer about the tea party. Oral seems surprised that the soldiers haven't stormed in yet. Relisha sits, realizing he wanted her to admit to writing a letter. She asks why soldiers aren't coming. He throws the question back. Relisha leans back, understanding Oral's true, manipulative motive. Oral reveals he knows her plan, questioning her attendant status. He smirks, confirming his presence is a powerful indicator of his influence. Relisha worries for Princess Meliora's confined, powerless existence. She dismisses his failed plan, demanding he leave, unyielding. Oral confronts her, still demanding to know why she ruined the tea party. She explains her actions were to avoid becoming a lady-in-waiting. Relisha confesses her scheme, then desperately begs him to leave. Oral departs, claiming he had fun, promising to return for his true purpose. Relisha is baffled, realizing their entire conversation was a distraction. She attempts to console Meliora, but the princess remains locked away. The mysterious prince sips his tea, his gaze sharp and questioning. Relisha, caught in his web, tries to deflect his probing questions. He laughs, a chilling sound, hinting at a darker, hidden truth. Their banter escalates, a dangerous game of wit and veiled threats. The prince reveals his pain, a vulnerability Relisha exploited with her medicine. He asks about Meliora, a princess imprisoned by her own desires. Relisha is trapped, forced to choose between her duty and Meliora's freedom. The headmaid approaches, a silent observer in their escalating conflict. A message arrives. Princess Meliora finally requests Relisha's presence. Relisha faces the prince, a new resolve in her eyes, ready for battle. Relisha is caught in a social trap, a dangerous tea party. The whispers begin, their words already tearing at her composure. She is startled, realizing the true nature of their cruel game. Misha, unaware, smiles innocently, drawn into the unfolding drama. The venomous gossip targets Relisha, shaking her to her core. Teria's malicious smirk confirms Relicia's worst fears. Relisha flinches as they press her, her world closing in. Misha remains oblivious, a pawn in a larger, sinister plot. The true face of high society is revealed, sickening Relisha. A hand clenches, the silent rage of a trapped noble. Relisha's cruel words echo, targeting the illegitimate children with disdain. Misha pauses, a chilling realization dawning on her. Teria feigns shock, her true intentions hidden behind a gasp. Misha forces a smile, enduring the relentless, cutting remarks. She waves off the insults, pretending the words don't sting. Teria's malicious grin twists, knowing her words hit their mark. Misha's hand clenches, her silent fury simmering beneath the surface. The venomous attacks intensify, painting Misha as a mere plaything. Teria smirks, delivering a final, brutal insult about Misha's status. Misha springs up, her composure finally shattered by the cruel taunts. Misha's furious glare met Relicia's tearful, shaking face. Teria scoffed, questioning the audacity of an illegitimate child. Suddenly, a grand entrance shattered the tension as Her Highness arrived. The formidable princess turned, her cold gaze silencing the room. Relicia and Teria froze, utterly terrified by her presence. Relisha staggered back, fear seizing her trembling form. Misha locked eyes with her, whispering a chilling death wish. Relisha fled, slamming the door shut on the escalating horror. She collapsed to the floor, utterly broken and defeated. A desperate hand reached for a sweet, a fleeting comfort. Relisha savored a sweet, but Misha's chilling words echoed in her mind. The cruel declaration of, "I wish you were dead," cut deeply into her heart. She wondered what twisted Misha into such a vengeful person. A fleeting image of Lord Lockhart sparked a desperate hope. Perhaps he held the key to understanding this sudden, dark shift. With renewed purpose, Relicia decided to seek him out immediately. She arrived at the director's office, requesting an unusual favor. Relicia needed to speak with Lord Lockhart, but discreetly. The director, ever obliging, assured her of constant communication with the palace. Relisha thanked him, offering a sweet macaron as a token of gratitude. Relisha departs, promising to wait in the herb garden for her secret meeting. A lone sign marks the designated spot, awaiting a crucial encounter. Lockhart arrives, acknowledging her reach, a tense silence between them. She offers a macaron, knowing her request will shake his composure. He takes a bite, the sweetness a stark contrast to the coming storm. Then, a jolt of realization strikes him, the macaron's true power revealed. Lockhart, impressed, asks the purpose of this unexpected, sweet meeting. Relisha reveals Misha's palace visit, shocking him with her knowledge. She playfully chides his omniscience, a knowing smirk on her face. He glances at her, a silent question hanging in the vibrant air. Lockhart presses, questioning Misha's fate at the academy. Relisha, knowing the rules, refuses to betray secrets. She claims the macarons weren't a bribe, just a craving. Lockhart teases, implying her true intentions were obvious. She insists she's upset about Misha, denying his assumptions. He sees through her anger, recognizing true worry for Misha. Relisha rises, threatening to leave if he won't reveal more. He demands she stay, sensing her growing frustration. A bitter memory, Misha and the Countess, her true enemies. Her fists clench, vowing never to betray her mother's memory. Relisha questions her feelings as Lockhart teases her about Misha. He reveals a stunning light in the garden, captivating her. He suggests she visit the garden, almost inviting her to follow. Relisha turns to leave, but Lockhart stops her, needing to speak. He points out her changing attitude, feeling a shift between them. Lockhart declares they are not enemies, seeking a truce. Relisha remembers a past encounter, mistaking him for a pervert. She recalls their meeting at Gebron Beach and library incident. He took a carriage for her, making her 18th birthday perfect. Relisha, flustered, tries to shrug off her sudden memories. Lockhart asserts his power, ignoring Relisha's pleas. Their bickering escalates, the past letter a point of contention. He sighs, suggesting a new deal, leaving Relisha bewildered. Lockhart reveals his leverage, the Imperial Palace visitor list. Relisha is furious, recalling his broken promise about her kidnapping. He casually mentions her theft from the Imperial family library. She turns away, seething, challenging him to do his worst. Lockhart smirks, wishing he had teased her even more. He reflects on his investigation into her past, finding only sadness. Relisha wonders about Misha's academy troubles, Lockhart's mystery deepening. Lockhart remembered a single, sweet macaron, a beacon of light. He demanded more, unaware of the impending shift in his world. The new macaron tasted different, a subtle yet profound mystery. He realized the unexpected flavor was just like something else. It was just like Relisha, unassuming yet utterly captivating. Relisha would face challenges, but she would rise above it all. She would become a respected attendant, he was certain of it. Meanwhile, Colin confronted Misha about her secret meeting. Misha feigned ignorance, questioning Colin's escalating anger. Colin raged, accusing Misha of not even trying to bring her along. Misha feigns ignorance, claiming Colin knows nothing without her help. Colin shouts, accusing Misha of bragging about her imperial connections. Misha sobs, detailing the humiliation she endured at the tea party. Colin clenches her fist, enraged by the disrespect shown to her party. Misha cries, fabricating a story about how she saved Colin's reputation. Colleen smirks, realizing Misha is twisting the narrative to her advantage. Colleen dismisses Misha, holding her accountable for the tea party scandal. Misha turns, her true intentions hidden behind a veil of false innocence. A wicked smirk spreads across Misha's face, revealing her manipulative nature. A new maid arrives, ready to serve as the true schemes unfold. A maid interrupts, demanding Relisha's immediate presence inside the palace. Relisha is shocked by the sudden summons, her future hanging in the balance. Inside, Princess Meliora awaits, demanding Relisha's service as her attendant. Meliora commands Relisha to choose a ring, testing her new attendant's worth. Relisha admits her lack of knowledge, facing Meliora's scornful laughter. Undeterred, Relisha lists her vast knowledge, proving her true capabilities. Meliora dismisses Relisha's intelligence, deeming it utterly useless for her. Relisha asserts her unique value, claiming she alone can be Meliora's ally. Enraged, Meliora flings a jewelry box at Relisha, her fury erupting violently. Relisha deftly catches the box, her composure a stark contrast to Meliora's rage. Princess Meliora seethes, demanding to know how Relisha dares to insult her. Relisha's defiance is clear, unwavering even as Meliora's rage boils over. Meliora, consumed by fury, unleashes a torrent of scathing insults. Relisha, surprisingly calm, lowers the box, contemplating her next move. Meliora, enraged, screams at Relicia to leave her sight immediately. Relicia, refusing to be dismissed, promises to return the very next day. The next day, Relicia and Prince Oral share a private conversation. Oral questions Relicia's ordeal, showing unexpected sympathy for her. Relicia dismisses his concern, insisting the encounter was not so terrible. Suddenly, the headmaid Amela arrives, captured by 2 stern guards. Relicia's private conversation is interrupted by the headmaid's grim message. Suddenly, Relicia is violently shoved to the ground by unseen guards. Amela, the headmaid, demands answers, holding a menacing whip. Relicia is forced to raise her arms, fearing the coming punishment. The headmaid, with a cruel expression, prepares to deliver a blow. The whip cracks, striking Relicia with a painful, stinging impact. Amela coldly demands a confession, ignoring Relicia's desperate pleas. Another harsh strike lands, as Relicia endures the brutal interrogation. The headmaid insists Relicia confess, but she defiantly refuses. Amela promises more pain tomorrow, leaving Relicia bruised and broken. Relicia, bruised, wonders why she isn't important enough for a doctor. Her maid, Taria, hesitates, then reveals the shocking accusation. Relicia is accused of stealing Her Highness's emerald ring. Relief washes over Relicia. It's not a more serious crime, but a sinister plot unfolds. Princess Meliora wants her gone. Relicia, defiant, decides she must confront the princess directly. She arrives at the princess's chambers, demanding an audience. Meliora coldly asks her purpose. Relicia denies the theft. The princess grins, chillingly confirming she already knows. Relicia is stunned, realizing the true depth of the betrayal. Relicia reveals her bandaged, bloodied arms, demanding Meliora see her cruelty. Meliora recoils, startled, feigning disgust at the sight of the wounds. Relicia states this is what Meliora has done, facing her directly. Meliora's face contorts with malice, her true intent momentarily exposed. Relicia calmly explains her situation, refusing to confess to a false crime. Meliora shouts, accusing Relicia of hunger for power as an illegitimate child. Relicia turns, declaring illegitimate children have no power in this world. She reflects on her endless struggle, nearing the end of her endurance. The elegant palace looms, a silent witness to her suffering. Suddenly, a harsh blow sends Relicia sprawling. The torment continues. The headmaid demands a confession, but Relicia, bruised, refuses. Relicia defiantly declares her innocence, her spirit unbroken. The maid raises her stick, ready to strike again, pure malice in her eyes. Suddenly, the doors burst open, a shocking interruption to the cruelty. The Empress of Tagar enters, her presence radiating power and confusion. She demands answers, seeing Relicia's plight and the maid's aggression. Relicia shouts her innocence, framed for a crime she didn't commit. The Empress silences the maid, asserting her authority and protecting Relicia. Tears stream down Relicia's face as the Empress looks on, concern in her eyes. Another figure rushes in, perhaps a new ally, or another threat entirely. The Empress burst in, her gaze falling upon the Princess Meliora. Meliora, what were you thinking, doing this to the third lion's daughter? Meliora's eyes welled with tears, protesting a betrayal over a mere ring. The Empress, furious, asserted Meliora's tormenting purpose. I wish I had never given birth to you, she roared, chilling Relicia to her core. The Empress's words echoed, a devastating curse on her daughter. Meliora trembled, trying to defend herself against the Empress's fury. She stole something of mine, Meliora accused, but was instantly silenced. Princess Meliora collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The Empress, calm again, ordered the room cleared, maintaining her authority. The headmaid apologizes profusely for her actions against Lady Relicia. The Empress, enraged by Meliora's actions, glares with absolute fury. Relicia, abandoned, watches the Empress leave, feeling utterly desolate. She shivers, reflecting on a life cursed as an illegitimate child. A warm memory surfaces, her mother's unconditional love surrounding her. Her mother's love was genuine, not pity for her birth. The harsh reality hits. If her mother had cursed her, she would have died. Relicia struggles to eat, her injuries making even simple tasks difficult. Another maid reveals Meliora is still crying, locked away in her room. Relicia worries, knowing the pain of such a crushing maternal blow. Relicia, tormented by her wounds, feels nothing is going her way. She tries to hide her pain, dismissing the feeling as mere whining. Suddenly, Grayan Tagar appears, casually entering through her window. Relicia is flabbergasted, questioning the palace's non-existent security. She attempts to postpone her duties, citing her terrible condition. Grayan stares, an unsettling intensity in his purple eyes. Her bandaged arm, bloodied and bruised, speaks volumes of her suffering. He abruptly pulls the covers from her, revealing her vulnerability. Relisha springs up, demanding to know why she is accused of theft. A smirk plays on his lips as he confirms the devastating accusation. Relisha is told to leave the palace, but she refuses. Lockhart warns her about the grave accusation of theft. He questions her past, sensing a deeper, hidden struggle. She reveals the destroying power of emotions, leaving hidden scars. Relisha mocks Lockhart, wondering if he is taking the princess's side. He insists she stop enduring such terrible treatment. Lockhart's rage explodes as she declares it's her battle to fight. Smiling, Relisha states she cannot leave after the Empress intervened. He acknowledges her strength. Then she asks for a favor. Lockhart pauses, contemplating her unexpected request for help. He demands she reconsider, but she insists he ask someone else. A knight, Sir Lond, lies gravely injured, saving her life. She was forced to send him away, a decision that haunts her. Grayan, disturbed, questions how she could have made such a choice. He believes Sir Lond's shame keeps him from returning home. Relisha sighs, realizing she needs help from an unexpected source. Grayan's irritation grows, sensing a deeper, political entanglement. He dramatically declares Sir Lond will receive his medicine tomorrow. Relisha is left utterly confused by his sudden, intense declaration. Days later, Princess Meliora confronts Relisha with a furious accusation. Princess Meliora dismisses Relisha's injuries, demanding she remove her bandages. Relisha refuses, insisting the fabric would cause her immense pain. Meliora slams her hand down, declaring she will never accept Relisha. She shouts, accusing Relisha of being sent solely to humiliate her. Meliora bitterly recalls her mother's words, seeing Relisha as a tormentor. Still, Meliora must obey the Empress's command for the appointment ceremony. Relisha, bowing, realizes this is her chance to prove herself. Days later, a grand ceremony begins in the opulent palace hall. Names are announced, commanding attendees to step forward for inspection. Princess Meliora and Lady Relisha are called, marking a fateful encounter. The attendants are commanded to prepare medals, a crucial moment for Relisha. Relisha wonders if she will receive a medal, her future hanging in the balance. Meliora turns, her expression unreadable, as Relisha flinches with apprehension. A chill runs down Relisha's spine, fearing Meliora's humiliating intentions. Suddenly, a hand slips a medal into Relisha's grasp. A mysterious intervention. Relisha gasps, staring at the exquisite medal, utterly bewildered. She looks to Sir Lond, who simply nods, refusing to explain. But then, Sir Lond grins, revealing himself as the cunning Lord Lockhart. Relisha is shocked, realizing Lockhart's audacious, manipulative scheme. Lockhart's sly smile suggests Relisha will now face the Emperor without a medal. Meliora's fury erupts, accusing someone of a hidden agenda. The Empress commands Prince Grayan and Lord Lockhart to step forward. But the Emperor questions Lockhart, sensing a missing ceremonial medal. He reveals only Majesty-given medals are worn with ceremonial uniforms. He then remarks on Lockhart's loyalty, a connection beyond mere servitude. Lockhart bows, the Emperor wishing him luck in the upcoming contest. Princess Meliora and another noble are called forward, the tension rising. The Emperor announces a new tradition, a contest for his birthday. Later, Grayan confronts Lockhart about returning the medal. Lockhart's shocking admission leaves Grayan fuming, their alliance fracturing. Grayan confronts Aurel, questioning his manipulative actions. Aurel simply smiles, a dangerous game playing out in his eyes. Grayan turns away, past regrets lingering in his thoughts. Aurel grins, confident in his ability to seize what he desires. Meanwhile, Relisha and Colleen discuss the upcoming contest. Relisha feels a bitter emptiness about her lost medal. Colin proposes a birthday present for His Majesty from Relisha. They discuss an auction, a jewel, and what it all means. Relisha flinches, a proposal to His Majesty mentioned. Meliora dismisses the idea, demanding a more thoughtful gift. Colleen excitedly suggests the red tier diamond from an auction as a gift. She believes the legendary jewel, stolen decades ago, would be perfect. Meliora dismisses the idea, demanding something more thoughtful. She sends Colleen away, ordering her to return with better ideas. Meliora hints at a special guest, Lord Lockhart, staying at the palace. Relisha flinches, realizing the implications of this name. Colleen praises Meliora's cunning plan, sparking with admiration. Meliora stands, her subtle smirk betraying a hidden agenda. She challenges Relisha, pushing her about her closeness with Lockhart. Relisha, cornered, denies their closeness. But Meliora's gaze intensifies. Meliora offers a deal, demanding her medal back to avoid Lockhart's involvement. Her green eyes glare, asserting no personal involvement in the scheme. Relisha grabs the metal box, a weight of expectation pressing down. The princess takes the ornate box, a quiet tension filling the room. Inside, two shimmering metals reveal a hidden, deceptive gift. Relisha realizes Meliora orchestrated this, keeping secrets intentionally. Meliora turns, claiming she will return the metal now, sealing the trap. Relisha collapses, overwhelmed by the princess's intricate machinations. Clenching her fist, she fumes, realizing she was utterly mocked. A flashback. The crown prince and his siblings, unwitting pawns in a deadly game. The imperial throne stood empty, amidst a tragedy of sibling rivalry. A figure, cloaked in blood, began a gruesome purge of the royal line. Nobles watched as the crown prince unleashed a bloody reign. The fragile peace, bought with immense sacrifice, shattered completely. The contest began, tearing apart the empire's false stability. Grayan, a war hero, and Oral, the favored prince, clashed swords. Oral, caught between his brothers, questioned his place in this deadly game. He had no support, no fearless allies, leaving him vulnerable. He wanted to run, but his silver hair, a royal mark, trapped him. Then, Lockhart Cadell, a cunning noble, arrived with a deceptive smile. His smug grin promised trouble as he turned away. Lady Relisha was startled, desperately calling him to halt. Lockhart feigned innocence, questioning if she needed more assistance. He casually mentioned an invitation to a tea party. But Lockhart, ever the schemer, politely declined the royal summons. Relisha breathed a sigh of relief, escaping a dangerous social trap. Then, he leaned in, demanding she confess to writing a mysterious letter. Her eyes widened in terror, caught in his cunning snare. She fled, denying everything, leaving him with a satisfied smirk. Relisha ran, flustered and blushing, knowing she was entirely exposed. Relisha collapses, tormented by the letter and Lockhart's relentless pursuit. She blames herself, recalling past pettiness with Misha. Yet, others who hurt people sleep soundly, making her fury rise. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appears, a metal shining brightly. She clutches the metal, a path to her future, a daring gamble. With newfound resolve, she rises, a spark igniting her spirit. Julia and Colleen arrive, their faces etched with concern. Carol is absent, a surprising turn of events for the punctual girl. Julia reveals a problem with Carol's father, impacting her attendance. Colleen proposes a bold solution for the upcoming contest. Colleen offers terrible advice, but the princess remains eerily calm. The princess, however, secretly fumes, demanding more patience from herself. Colleen then probes about Lord Lockhart's impending arrival, sensing tension. Princess Meliora presses Relisha for an answer, demanding to know his whereabouts. Relisha panics internally, fearing both scorn and unwanted suspicion. Suddenly, a knock reveals Lockhart's shocking arrival, leaving her stunned. Lockhart smoothly greets Meliora, his charm masking a hidden agenda. He apologizes for his lateness, offering an excuse that sounds too convenient. Lockhart laughs, a sinister undertone, as Meliora plots her next move. Relisha, surrounded by doubts, questions if this is a new form of bullying. Lockhart's smooth smile hides a dangerous ambition as he answers the accusation. The ladies fawn over his supposed heroism, completely oblivious to his true nature. Princess Meliora, a picture of grace, awards him the cable medal, a rare honor. She flirts, wishing Lockhart was her attendant, a chilling invitation. Relisha observes, feeling a knot of dread twist in her stomach. Escaping the suffocating room, Relisha is met by her concerned maid, Teria. Teria offers a newspaper, unaware of the chaos it is about to unleash. A headline about a ring theft at Melioras Palace sparks Relisha's horror. Relisha trembles, realizing she is being blamed for the princess's lavish spending. She laughs maniacally, a desperate defense against the public's cruel judgment. Relisha is confronted by a maid, demanding to know her current activity. The maid insists she must immediately head to Her Majesty's palace. Relisha's heart sinks, knowing the reason behind this urgent summons. Meanwhile, the Tagar siblings, Oral, Grayan, and Meliora, depart from a tea party. The remnants of a luxurious tea party betray the carefree atmosphere. Relisha faces Empress Oral Tagar, who questions her sudden arrival. The Empress, holding the incriminating newspaper, expresses her shock and anger. Relisha trembles as the Empress blames her for the scandalous report. The Empress, furious, vows to arrest the reporter who dared to expose her. As the palace doors open, Relisha realizes how much time has truly passed. The Empress collapses in distress, stunning Relisha. Her Royal Highness falls, completely overwhelmed with sorrow. Relisha rushes to her, concern etched on her face. The Empress weeps, her sorrow shaking the very foundations of the palace. Relisha watches, helpless, as the Empress struggles with her emotions. The Grand Palace holds her tears, a silent witness to her pain. The Empress confronts Relisha, asking if she thinks her pathetic. She reveals the Empress's harsh words, crushing her spirit. The Empress wishes she was never born, a devastating blow. Relisha clenches her fists, refusing to stand by and do nothing. Relisha asks the Empress about her desires, offering a chance at change. The Empress, heartbroken, wishes she had never been born. Relisha, in chibi form, laments her inability to truly help, but a contest offers the Empress a glimmer of desperate hope. Relisha insists this is the Empress's last chance to prove herself. The Empress, furious, shouts about the deadly politics of Tagar. Relisha smiles, understanding the Empress's hidden ambition. Tears well in the Empress's eyes, her true feelings exposed. She collapses, admitting her excitement for the contest was a mere facade. Relisha rises, vowing to respect the Empress's decisions, no matter what. Relisha urges the princess to at least show her competence. The princess, Meliora, rises, demanding to know how. Relisha smiles, declaring the princess must trust her completely. Meliora flinches, shocked by Relisha's audacious words. She collapses back onto the couch, questioning Relisha's motives. Relisha pledges unwavering loyalty if Meliora puts faith in her. Meliora, now composed, grants Relisha permission. Relisha reaches out, her intentions still shrouded in mystery. She asks for the princess's precious jewelry box. Meanwhile, the Empress sips tea, oblivious to the unfolding drama. The first prince lightens the mood, charming the Empress with his words. The Empress agrees, dismissing Meliora's troubles as beneath her concern. Oral confirms his deed, a sly grin playing on his lips. He reveals his manipulative plot, testing the limits of a new arrival. The Empress scolds him, warning against tarnishing the imperial palace's integrity. He promises to be more careful, a subtle defiance in his gaze. Days later, at a grand auction, a charity event begins. Princess Meliora's personal jewelry box, with 20 rings, is up for grabs. Bidding intensifies as the emerald ring's price skyrockets. A mysterious figure secures the first ring, a chilling smile on their face. Relisha gasps in awe as gold coins rain down from her successful auction. A wicked smile plays on her lips, realizing the immense wealth she now commands. Suddenly, she bumps into a mysterious hooded figure, causing a moment of alarm. The figure reveals himself as Lockhart, unsettling Relisha with his knowing gaze. Relisha quickly silences him, desperate to maintain her hidden identity. Lockhart reveals his suspicion, knowing she orchestrated the princess's auction. He warns her not to work too hard, a veiled threat hanging in the air. Lockhart sighs, tired of Relisha's constant self-deprecation about her status. He dismisses her concerns, stating she misses his true intentions entirely. Relisha glares, demanding to know who dictates the boundaries of her actions. Lockhart's intense gaze demands Relisha acknowledge her true power. She clenches her fist, refusing to let him undermine her efforts. Relisha vows to do her best, whatever the odds against her. Lockhart smirks, finding her determination amusing and predictable. Relisha flinches, realizing he sees her as a mere pawn. He turns, declaring her a spectacle, leaving her fuming. A mysterious hooded figure, Sir Lond, walks through the palace. Sir Lond confirms his next visit to the orphanages. He joins Lockhart, both observing the auction with hidden agendas. Lockhart reveals a ring, declaring it his, leaving Sir Lond bewildered. The legendary Red Tier auction begins, setting the stage for a dramatic power play. The first prince of Tagar, Oral, discusses the high stakes with Lockhart. They both understand the immense power of setting the market standard. Their plans are in motion, ships and soldiers ready, but the jewel is key. Oral reflects on the irony of valuing a gem over human life. Lockhart scoffs, agreeing that both are often underestimated. The Crimson Diamond, Red Tier, is unveiled, its authenticity guaranteed. Oral questions the guarantee, hinting at darker dealings with pirates. Lockhart smirks, revealing the item will soon be rendered useless. The bidding war erupts for the Red Tier, reaching millions in gold. The bidding for the Red Tier escalates, reaching a staggering 7 million gold. Oral, number 17, is locked in a fierce battle against number 29. His budget is stretched to its limit, yet the price keeps climbing. His attendant whispers, confirming the identity of their mysterious opponent. It's Colleen Encart, the Academy's salutatorian, bidding 10 million gold. Oral hesitates, urged to continue by Lockhart, but a mistake is sensed. Colleen wins the Red Tier, leaving Oral without the crucial birthday gift. Oral confronts Lockhart, furious about the lost opportunity. Lockhart, unconcerned, believes his charm will make up for the lack of a gift. Colleen approaches, revealing the Red Tier is now rightfully hers. Colin, with a triumphant smirk, declares her victory in the auction. But then, she notices the mysterious figure lurking behind Prince Grayan. Grayan reveals himself, a princely grin spreading across his face. Colin immediately bows, realizing her mistake in outbidding royalty. Grayan presses, questioning why she wouldn't yield the red tier. She explains the red tier's significance for her family's legacy. Grayan offers a staggering 10 million gold, but Colin has a condition. She boldly asks to become his attendant, inspired by Lockhart. Grayan refuses, stating new attendants cannot join mid-contest. Colin declines the money, keeping the red tier, leaving Grayan stunned. Grayan, the second prince, is left utterly dumbfounded by Colin's refusal. Lockhart apologizes for a previous misjudgment, but Grayan's focus remains elsewhere. He demands to know why Lockhart didn't secure the vital red tier. Grayan, resolute, declares they are going to the Amada chief's house. Lockhart is shocked, questioning the prince's dangerous and sudden decision. A few days later, a grand party begins at the Incart estate. Guests gather, celebrating the night's festivities and anticipation. The legendary red tier diamond is revealed, worn by Countess Incart herself. Murmurs fill the room, awestruck by the diamond's breathtaking brilliance. The Viscount proudly boasts of the red tier's record-breaking auction price. Colleen smiles, securing her family's future through strategic alliances. Flashback to her family's outrage over a scratched, priceless diamond. Her plan to use the red tier to gain favor failed, yet hope remains. She cunningly exploits the red tier for family advantage. Hours later, Colin is dangerously drunk, clinging to her glass. Her husband attempts to remove the valuable necklace, fearing theft. Colleen angrily resists, demanding to enjoy her night of fleeting freedom. A new attendant appears, making Colin flinch, her frustration boiling. She staggers away, her drunken movements echoing her inner turmoil. Colleen lashes out at the attendant, demanding privacy and respect. Colleen rages, surrounded by fools who cannot comprehend her genius. A cunning hand slips, the stolen necklace now secured. Suddenly, a crash shatters the silence, shocking Colin to her core. Lockhart bursts in, concerned, but Colin dismisses his worry. She lies, blaming the wind, demanding he leave her alone. The stolen treasure is carefully placed into a hidden compartment. The secret mechanism locks with a definitive, chilling clang. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure departs in a carriage under the night sky. Oral Tagar grins, holding the recovered, shimmering necklace. He confirms the deed is done, Colin too drunk to notice the theft. The Amada chief's house, perched precariously, sparked a memory. The theft of his staff averted devastating losses for their forces. He smirked, taking credit for discovering another's talent for stealing. Oral dismissed a flawed jewel, confident in his own schemes. He departed, promising to return the next morning, a subtle threat. The next morning, Grayan's office buzzed with news of the red tier theft. Oral revealed he tipped them off, ensuring the heist's exposure. Grayan, unfazed, considered the significant prison sentence for the thief. Princess Meliora read a charity article, her focus intense and troubled. Relisha watched, wondering what Meliora would freak out about this time. Relisha tried to reassure Princess Meliora about the article's tone. Meliora, shocked, finally realized the article was actually praising her. Relisha wondered if this was the first praise Meliora had ever received. Meliora discovered even the orphanages praised her, not just the newspapers. Relisha, annoyed, internally attributed it all to the undeniable power of money. Meliora then subtly expressed gratitude for Sirlan's unwavering protection. Meliora abruptly dismissed Relisha, her sudden change in mood puzzling. Grayan, the formidable second prince, strode confidently across the palace grounds. He reflected on his improved health, praising Lady Relisha's powerful medicine. Grayan then smirked, questioning what took them so long, clearly scheming. Meliora pouts, demanding to know why Grayan is late, acting like royalty. Grayan, the second prince, shows her a shocking newspaper article. The paper praises Meliora for her generosity towards orphans. Meliora stands, a sudden shift in her demeanor. Her eyes flash with fury, a silent glare piercing the air. Grayan is stunned as Meliora rushes away, leaving him bewildered. He rereads the article, confusion clouding his regal face. A hidden reward, an uncanny twist, reveals a deeper game. Relisha prepares for a break, medicine in hand for Sirland. A knock echoes, signaling a new chapter about to unfold. Relisha calls out, but silence answers her plea. She cautiously enters, a gift of macarons in hand. Inside, the director sleeps soundly, unaware of her presence. Relisha smiles, deciding to leave the treat and go. Suddenly, a glint of something sinister catches her eye. Flaming arrows and barrels, is the director making weapons? A hand reaches out from the shadows, shocking her. Her mouth is covered, panic seizing her heart. Terror fills her as she questions if this is her end. Lord Lockhart, revealed, demands silence with a chilling gaze. A chilling voice demands silence. It's cold. The door clacks shut, sealing a dark secret within. Grayan Tagar's furious glare pierces Relisha, demanding answers. Relisha flinches, realizing Grayan might be plotting assassination. Whatever weapons they're making, someone is dangerously angry. Grayan steps closer, his gaze menacing, leaving Relisha uneasy. He insists on an answer, closing the distance, trapping her. Grayan feigns understanding, a calculating look in his eyes. Relisha stammers apologies, her heart pounding with panic. He squeezes her hand, his smile hiding a sinister question. Grayan demands she forget everything, his eyes holding a dangerous glint. Relisha, shaken, is dismissed, the door creaking ominously behind her. She nods, a tiny figure against an impossible request. Then she dashes away, desperately trying to escape the encounter. But the question of forbidden weapons gnaws at her mind. A dark building looms, a sinister aura making her flinch. She scurries away, frantically trying to unsee what she saw. Meanwhile, the Empress trembles, reading a cryptic message. A stolen legendary red diamond, the headline screams. A dark secret. Suddenly, Oral appears, his presence unsettling, demanding answers from his mother. Princess Milyora discusses the lost diamond and upcoming contest with Grayan. Grayan questions her trust, but she grins confidently, certain of her plans. Meanwhile, the tranquil garden hides a web of political maneuvering. Relisha and Serland share happy news about an article regarding Her Highness. Relisha excitedly reveals a bonus, though the amount remains a mystery. She ponders the imperial family's generosity, finding it rather meager. Serland praises her work, acknowledging her help in his duties. He hesitantly mentions running out of medicine, a subtle plea for assistance. Suddenly, a flashback to Lockhart silencing a terrified Relisha. Relisha wonders if she runs into him again, what will happen? Relisha promises to secure something vital, her determination clear. She approaches a door, resolved to knock loud enough to be heard. Relisha bangs frantically, calling out to the mysterious director. The door remains shut, an ominous silence answering her pleas. Suddenly, a hand halts her, as the director opens the door, looking exhausted. He hands her the medicine, knowing her purpose, because of the macarons. He requests to be left alone, needing more sleep than anyone could imagine. Relisha accepts the medicine, closing the door on the weary man. She wonders about his exhaustion, a puzzling mystery surrounding him. Her day off was more tiring than work. She yearns for rest. Relisha bumped into a mysterious hooded figure, immediately apologizing. Suddenly, she recognized him as Prince Grayan, startled by the encounter. She bowed deeply, apologizing for her carelessness, as guards stood by. Relisha's mind raced, realizing the prince was traveling with dangerous weapons. The prince's attendant tried to silence her, sensing her growing suspicion. But before Relisha could react, the attendant drew a hidden dagger. Tears streamed down her face, fearing her sudden, tragic end. A swift movement, and the blade was blocked by an unseen protector. Lord Lockhart, calm and resolute, appeared, saving Relisha from the attack. He declared Relisha's silence, questioning the attendant's rash actions and intent. The prince's chilling question echoed, "Do you really want to kill your goddess?" Lockhart, shocked, learned Relisha was the healer who saved him. Relisha's tears flowed as Lockhart defended her intelligence and secrecy. The prince, claiming he knew Relisha, challenged Lockhart's assertions. Lockhart flinched as the prince demanded he swear on his life for Relisha. Relisha trembled, knowing the immense danger she was now in. She glanced at Lockhart, her life hanging by a thread. Lockhart bravely swore his life, taking full responsibility for Relisha. Relisha stared, bewildered by Lockhart's shocking declaration of trust. The prince, unsettled, accepted Lockhart's oath, the tension palpable. The prince, cloaked and grim, declared they had no time to waste. He turned, handing responsibility for Relisha to Lockhart. Lockhart, startled, realized the prince intended to take Relisha. The prince gave a stark choice. Relisha dies, or she comes with them. Relisha, terrified, whispered her fear, as Lockhart agreed. They departed, leaving Relisha with a growing sense of dread. The prince strode purposefully, carrying a suspicious bag toward the palace. Relisha sighed, fearing she might not return from this journey. Suddenly, a hand offered a drink, breaking the tense silence. Lockhart smiled, offering Relisha the cup as she gratefully accepted. Lockhart offered comfort, but Relisha's fear gnawed at her. Suddenly, they were surrounded by ships on the vast, open sea. Relisha looked back, seeing the prince's men securing their escape. Lockhart's amusement only further irritated the princess' rising panic. She flinched, realizing they were far from any shore, truly lost. He chuckled, as her frantic thoughts of being thrown overboard surfaced. Relicia's patience snapped, threatening him if he mentioned the letter again. Lockhart leaned in, promising her safety as she recoiled. A flashback. Lockhart's mysterious past, knowing Relicia when others didn't. He questioned Lockhart's knowledge, recalling a past encounter with Prince Grayan. Relicia frets over her impulsive actions, defying the prince. Grayan, meanwhile, pauses, asserting their lack of closeness. He playfully turns away, feigning hurt feelings to Relicia's shock. She demands answers, forcing an apology from the prince. Grayan cryptically calls risking his life a mere hobby. Relicia sighs, grateful but burdened by past trauma. She thanks him, yet fears unwittingly committing treason. He reveals unauthorized operations are indeed treason, shocking her. Relicia trembles, realizing the international conflict this could cause. She tearfully demands answers, fearing her unwitting complicity in treason. Lockhart's smirk reveals a dangerous game, mocking Relicia's terror. Relicia demands to know Grayan's position, fearing the worst. He proposes a deadly game of imagination. She refuses his cruelty. Relicia groans, her patience wearing thin with his twisted humor. Lockhart observes the seasick soldiers, unsuited for naval warfare. He reveals a stolen diamond, its value beyond mere viewing fees. Relicia connects the dots, realizing Lockhart's dark involvement in the theft. Her mind races, piecing together a shocking betrayal, a trade with pirates. Lockhart's grin confirms her fears, pushing her to the brink of despair. Pirate ships swarm the horizon, leaving Relicia questioning Grayan's insane plan. Pirate ships burst into flames, the battle turning into a deadly inferno. Arrows rain down, scorching the decks with alchemical fire. A massive ship was instantly engulfed, the horrifying power of alchemy unleashed. Relicia stood frozen as a huge axe swung towards her. Lockhart pulled her close, shielding her from the deadly blow. The impact echoed, splattering blood as terror gripped Relicia. He asks if she's all right, her voice trembling as she responds. Lockhart roared, commanding the soldiers to surround the enemy. The fleet surged forward, closing in on the desperate pirates. Relicia stared at the bloody deck, the pirate flag, a grim trophy. Grayan confronts Lockhart about Relicia's behavior, causing her to flinch. He snatches the necklace, accusing her of cheering for Lockhart's ships. Grayan warns Relicia, demanding her silence about what she witnessed. His icy gaze threatens Lockhart's life if Relicia interferes with Meliora. Relicia defiantly declares her intent to help Meliora achieve recognition. A sinister smirk plays on Grayan's lips, his true intentions hidden. Relicia nervously confirms her fondness for the Gabron Hotel. Grayan turns, declaring Relicia now owes him a debt. He commands everyone to return, his mission seemingly accomplished. Suddenly, a ship explodes in a fiery blaze, signaling new chaos. Grayan declares captured pirates face only execution, no point in saving them. He reveals how a red collar was used to bait the pirates. Lockhart and Grayan knew this, using flaming arrows against them. They wiped out the international waters pirates with a small force. With pirates gone, no military ships are needed for iron ore trade. This eliminates the need for a naval base on the Gabron seashore. They eradicated decades of pirate harassment, protecting the Gabron Hotel. All accomplished in one single, decisive naval battle. Lockhart congratulates Relicia, likely to win the contest. He takes her hand, showing her the beautiful, now safe, sea. A lone carriage thunders through the night, carrying untold secrets and dangerous destinies. Relicia panics, realizing she missed work, fearing Princess Meliora's wrath. Lockhart grins, teasing Relicia about the Tagar family's brutal treatment of attendants. He challenges her for declining an invitation, putting him in a tough spot. Relicia, in chibi form, pouts as Lockhart finds amusement in teasing her. Lockhart stares, plotting an elaborate lie to save Relicia from consequences. He whispers a cunning excuse to a stunned Relicia, a dangerous plan forming. Princess Meliora shouts, demanding an explanation for Relicia's absence, eyes blazing. Relicia claims she stayed at an orphanage, protecting Meliora's reputation. Meliora demands details, as Relicia weaves a tale of betrayal and a runaway errand boy. Meliora demands verification, sending someone to the orphanage to confirm Relicia's story. The princess, still suspicious, issues a stern warning to Relicia. Relicia, relieved, promises to obey, narrowly escaping Meliora's wrath. Meliora hears about a tea party, where her generosity has been widely praised. She smiles, considering attending, a dangerous new plan forming in her mind. Days later, the grand contest begins, gifts presented before the emperor. Prince Aurel offers a mythical herb of immortality, a legendary treasure. An attendant praises Aurel's determination, overcoming a daunting challenge for His Majesty. The Emperor and Empress beam with pride, impressed by Aurel's precious gift. Next, Prince Grayan and Lord Lockhart step forward, their true intentions unknown. Relicia gulps, questioning the legality of Grayan's pirate eradication gift. Lord Lockhart places his sealed gift on the table, awaiting his turn. Grayan presents his gift, an elegant envelope sealed with a royal crest. The attendant reveals Grayan's gift, a voucher for the Gibran Hotel. The Emperor grins, amused by the unexpected, yet thoughtful, hotel voucher. Meliora flinches, but the Emperor thanks Grayan, accepting his unusual gift. Next, Princess Meliora and Lady Relicia step forward, carrying a heavy box. Relicia strains, lifting the ornate box to reveal its surprising contents. Inside are numerous colorful envelopes, each containing a personalized message. The Emperor and Empress read the messages, baffled by the children's heartfelt wishes. Princess Meliora consigned her own jewelry to an auction for orphans. These emotional birthday letters came from the children she helped. Meliora fidgeted nervously, awaiting the Emperor's reaction. The Empress crumbles a letter, unsure how to react to the sincerity. The Emperor unexpectedly burst into laughter, startling the Empress. He had never received such heartfelt birthday letters before, feeling like a grandfather. The Empress, smiling, agreed the children wrote beautifully, while Relicia exhaled. Meliora clenched her hands as the Emperor praised all the gifts. But then, he declared Meliora's gift the most suitable, shocking her. The first prince announced the next task: distribute iron ore from Alma. Princess Meliora's gift was declared the best, fueling her immense pride. She reveled in her victory, ready to boast to all her friends. But Relicia knew the truth, a bitter taste in her mouth. The Emperor's true gaze was on Prince Grayan, the real victor. Yet, seeing Meliora's pure joy, Relicia questioned if truth mattered. A sudden, unseen force slammed down, shattering the fragile peace. Aurel rages, vowing to deal with the maid who supported Meliora. He gritted his teeth, believing Meliora herself was the problem. But an unexpected voice interjects, challenging his enraged perception. The first task's true winner was Grayan, a shocking, undeniable truth. A grand hotel, a naval base proposal, a strategic move. Yet, the international waters are now clear. Pirates vanquished. Amela wonders if Grayan himself crushed the pirate threat. Aurel rages, believing Lockhart's cunning tactics are behind it all. Leora questions the Emperor's cryptic appreciation of their gifts. Aurel despairs, unable to comprehend the Emperor's true intentions. Meanwhile, a celebration erupts, champagne corks bursting with joy. Coline and her friends cheer, celebrating a perceived victory. They declare her the future crown princess, a dangerous aspiration. Relicia is stunned, the words echoing with perilous ambition. Meliora celebrated, oblivious to the dangerous words spoken by Colin. Relicia knew the gravity of their drunken pronouncements. She smiled, but a sinister plan brewed beneath her calm facade. Relicia entered, feigning concern for the princess's well-being. Meliora awoke with a throbbing headache, memory a blur. She wondered about the others, still lost in their revelry. Relicia confessed to getting everyone wasted, a calculated move. The Crown Princess declaration haunted Relicia, a terrifying threat. Meliora demanded Relicia's presence, unaware of her true motives. Relicia needed a flawless plan. Her very survival depended on it. Leora questioned Meliora about Aurel's herb of immortality, seeking answers. Relicia's sinister smile suggested a deeper, more impressive secret. Meliora, still confused, demanded what Relicia needed from her. Relicia commanded silence, emphasizing humility to manipulate the situation. Meliora agreed, sensing Relicia's carefully laid plan unfolding. Relicia warned Meliora about the palace walls having ears. Meliora, now alone, ventured into the opulent palace library. Aurel, with a smirk, observed the imperial family's secret library. Meliora realized her unique access as lady-in-waiting to the forbidden archives. She stepped closer to the library, the grand halls beckoning her. Relicia confidently declares her need to use the imperial family library. A guard mocks her, stating the library is only for the imperial family. Relicia flusters, questioning Lockhart's secret privileges within the palace. She enters a smaller, less grand imperial palace library. Relicia ponders the empire's iron ore distribution, a complex political move. She must balance Meliora's reputation, not provoking the powerful princes. Her hand reaches out, grabbing a crucial book on Tagar's diplomacy. Suddenly, a presence behind her makes Relicia turn sharply. Lord Lockhart grins, his unexpected arrival sending a chill down her spine. Relicia, seething, claims the book first, sparking a silent battle of wills. Relicia's grip on Lockhart's arm tightens, their silent battle escalating. Suddenly, a sharp stomp echoes as she retaliates with a kick. She snatches the book, asserting her dominance in this unexpected confrontation. Lockhart feigns pain, falling to a seat, smirking at her unexpected move. A chill runs down Relicia's spine, questioning her own drastic actions. She ponders the lengths she went to just for this single, crucial book. Lockhart sits beside her, an unsettling presence, his intent still unknown. He proposes a trade, suggesting they share their research on the same topic. Relicia glares, suspicion clouding her thoughts about his true motives. This calm scholar is the same fierce commander she encountered at sea. She ponders the true nature of nobles, wondering if it's all an act. He slides a paper to her, a silent challenge in their shared research. A written apology appears, revealing a history she's desperate to hide. Lockhart grins, his pen scratching, revealing he knows her secret. Relicia snatches the paper, her heart pounding with a desperate fear. The truth is out. He knows about her letter, her deepest secret. He snickers, watching her panic, a playful yet dangerous game unfolding. Hours pass in silence, their studies a tense truce between rivals. She dozes off, exhausted from the mental battle, leaving him vigilant. Relicia sleeps soundly, unaware of the mystery still surrounding Lockhart. He leaned in, a dangerous proximity, making her heart pound. She jolted awake, startled by his sudden, intense presence. He offered her tea, a tempting aroma in the tense silence. Both sipped tea, a fragile truce in their intellectual battle. His sunny smile, a mask for hidden intentions, infuriated her. He questioned her about the iron ore, probing for weaknesses. He hinted at a brilliant idea, refusing to reveal his strategy. She feigned humility, shrugging off her own capabilities. His unwavering stare pierced through her carefully constructed facade. She realized her blunder, the true implications of her words. He leaned in close, startling her with his intense gaze. He praised her, his words hinting at deeper, unrevealed intentions. She groaned inwardly, the weight of his attention unnerving her. She rose, excusing herself, wanting only to escape his presence. They parted ways in the moonlight, a grand mansion behind them. She dashed away, blushing, wondering what his cryptic words truly meant. A few days later, the grand halls of the academy remained bustling. He announced his dinner, casually adjusting a mysterious necklace. She looked haggard, engrossed in a book, still pondering his motives. He wished her luck, a smirk playing on his lips, his gaze unwavering. The empire faces an iron crisis, limiting production despite increased ore. The imperial palace must choose wisely, or face public outrage. Nobles demand iron for weapons, but the empire has been short for years. Relicia is at a dead end, trapped between two impossible choices. Suddenly, a maid interrupts her thoughts, beckoning her to follow. Prince Grayan awaits her at his palace, a shocking summons. Later, Grayan calmly dines, an air of mystery surrounding his invitation. Relicia sweats, wondering if this unexpected dinner is a trap. He explains it is a return favor, inviting her to dine. Relicia eats cautiously, knowing Grayan's family holds many secrets. Relicia flinches as Grayan demands to know her thoughts. He presses further, his gaze unwavering and unsettling. She tries to deflect, but he insists on an answer. Relicia reveals her shock that he knew she was innocent. He simply laughs, stating no secrets exist in the imperial palace. Relicia retorts, risking her life to keep his secret. Grayan concedes, acknowledging her secret-keeping efforts. Then, he asks why he has no interest in her. Relicia is irked when he calls her worthless to him. She clenches her jaw, enduring the palace for her own survival. Grayan scolds Relicia for giving Meliora false hope, risking her safety. Relicia is confused, her efforts for the princess now questioned. He glares, demanding if Meliora truly desires the treacherous crown princess title. Grayan warns Relicia to keep Meliora hidden, safe from the brutal palace games. Relicia grits her teeth, enduring his condescension, her resolve hardening. She remembers the Empress's cruel favoritism towards Misha, another royal. Relicia fears her leaving would condemn Meliora to a hopeless, unchanged fate. Grayan sneers, ridiculing the idea of Meliora ever becoming crown princess. Relicia defiantly declares her single goal, to make Meliora love herself more. Grayan clenches his fist, warning Relicia to be very careful with her next words. Relicia declares her intention to leave the palace after the contest. Grayan, skeptical, openly states his distrust of her motives. He mocks her for her perceived inability to help his sister. He questions her true intentions for Meliora, suspecting a hidden agenda. Relicia calmly clarifies her goal. She seeks only her own satisfaction. Her profound statement leaves Grayan utterly speechless, exposed by her conviction. He ponders her words, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. The tension hangs heavy between them under the vast, starlit sky. Later, Grayan sips wine in his room, contemplating the unexpected encounter. Suddenly, Oral appears, questioning why he was summoned back so abruptly. Oral reveals his own eventful evening, inviting Grayan to sit and share. Grayan, smiling cryptically, confirms he met a good person. Oral flinches, realizing Grayan dined with the infamous Relisha Roward. Grayan assures no threats of death, but Oral senses deeper manipulations. He recounts Relicia's audacious confession, her self-serving satisfaction from helping. Oral, unfazed, questions Grayan's unexpected upset over the honest answer. Grayan, touching his head, confesses Relicia's words made him reflect on his own empty life. Oral mockingly asks if Grayan is having an existential crisis from an illegitimate child. Grayan promises this self-reflection won't happen again, demanding loyalty. Oral lunges, grabbing Grayan, proclaiming he only wants loyalty, not pity. Grayan collapses, desperate to avoid pity, even if it means his own death. Oral, his loyal servant, readily agrees to such a drastic measure. But the true game begins as Oral questions the contest preparations. He reveals a sinister plan to bait supporters with crucial iron supply rights. Grayan, now alone, ponders Oral's next strategic move. He anticipates Oral will exploit the Empire's domestic needs, leveraging allies. Oral grins, confident in Relicia's ability to provide a perfect solution. He promises to bring new recruits tomorrow, dismissing Grayan with a smirk. Meanwhile, Relicia, exhausted, finally has a broad idea for the contest answer. She decides to rest, only to be startled by Oral's sudden, chilling presence. Oral Tager, the first prince, appears unexpectedly, greeting Relicia with a sly smile. Relicia, startled in her room, demands he leave immediately, fearing exposure. Oral confidently asserts she will thank him in 1 minute, ignoring her annoyance. He reveals an emissary from Agail is meeting the Emperor at the main palace. Agail demands iron ore exports, despite being practically enemies with Tagar. The news sends Relicia's mind reeling, realizing the contest's focus has shifted. She confronts Oral, questioning why he divulged such critical, destabilizing information. Oral smirks, enjoying her panic, confirming his earlier promise of her gratitude. Relicia is furious, realizing her contest answer is now completely obsolete. She snaps at Oral, his interference forcing her to restart all her hard work. Relicia's annoyance flared as Oral calmly delivered a devastating political blow. He revealed Agilez's iron ore demands, now free from pirate threats. Her efforts to secure trade routes were now a weapon against her. Oral smirked, confirming his twisted plan had always been to destabilize her. He rose, leaving Relicia to reel from his terrifying foresight. She feigned gratitude, bowing as he departed, a dangerous game now in play. Relicia then whispered a defiant message to Prince Grayan through Oral. The contest's true question emerged. Should they export iron ores to Agail? The two princes would surely refuse, remembering the Amada War's heavy losses. She must appeal to emotion, ensuring their sacrifices were not in vain. Relicia's mind raced, seeking an acceptable answer amidst the political turmoil. Then, a mysterious box appeared, promising a momentary distraction from the chaos. Inside, a strangely shaped pillow, leaving Relicia utterly bewildered. A hidden note revealed its purpose, an academy study aid for quick naps. She clutched the pillow, a small comfort in her overwhelming situation. Relicia pondered Oral's unexpected kindness, a gesture she hadn't asked for. Meanwhile, Princess Meliora fumed. The Emperor's party moved up. She dreaded facing the Empress, grumbling about the unavoidable obligation. Meliora commanded Relicia to choose a dress, her impatience palpable. Relicia faced a daunting task, surrounded by countless equally fancy gowns. Princess Meliora tosses a dark dress to Relicia, demanding she prepare. Meliora then questions Relicia's contest preparations, her tone sharp. The princess, grim-faced, insists they must win this competition. The ominous dress sits, awaiting its fated wearer for the contest. Relicia flinches as Meliora asks if she truly seeks the crown. Relicia furiously denies it, fearing death for such ambition. She grips her hair, regretting her imperial birth and its dangers. Meliora leans in, questioning Relicia's eagerness despite her fears. The princess then suggests Relicia let others win the next task. Relicia trembles, cornered by Meliora's manipulative proposal. Meliora lashes out, calling Relicia a smart mouth in a fit of emotion. Relicia, maintaining a calm facade, inquires about the princess's distress. Meliora sniffles, her composure cracking under the weight of competition. She tearfully admits her joy came from friends' admiration, not victory itself. Relicia realizes Meliora's ambition was merely for tea party bragging rights. Clenching her fist, Meliora despises pity, feeling pathetic with every loss. Relisha coolly offers to relay Meliora's message to her tea party ladies. Meliora acknowledges that attendants often deliver uncomfortable imperial messages. Tears stream down Meliora's face, fearing her brother's anger more than anything. Relicia, with a knowing smile, considers the Empire's watchful eyes on the contest. Meliora, despite her tears, still demands Relicia tell her friends she doesn't want pity. Relicia, ever the loyal maid, agrees, her smile hiding untold thoughts. But then, Meliora demands Relicia's dresses for the Emperor's birthday party. Relicia, stunned, is told her own dress would tarnish Meliora's reputation. 3 days later, the Emperor's grand birthday party begins with dazzling splendor. Meliora, radiant, offers her well wishes to the Emperor. The Emperor thanks Meliora for a cherished letter. As the Empress glares, Relicia is awestruck by the Imperial Palace, a sight she'd never seen. Meliora, impatient, grabs Relicia, leading her into the bustling crowd. Relicia hears whispers from other nobles, their judgment palpable. Suddenly, a handsome noble appears, captivating all the ladies with his charm. Meliora glares, annoyed by his presence, muttering about his arrogance. His footsteps echo, each one a declaration of his arrival, demanding attention. Relicia is stunned, recognizing a familiar voice that sends shivers down her spine. He greets her, his gaze unwavering, as if only she exists in the grand hall. The second Prince of Tagar, Grayan, smiles, acknowledging Relicia after so long. Their unexpected reunion creates a tense stillness amidst the lavish celebration. Relicia, flustered, barely manages to address him, overwhelmed by his sudden appearance. She bows deeply, a nervous gesture revealing her discomfort in his presence. Grayan praises her past achievement, but Relicia dismisses it as mere luck. Relicia's eyes shimmer, reflecting a painful truth she tries to hide. Her composure shatters as a new detail comes into focus. A mysterious man from Agael, an enemy kingdom, sits boldly at the banquet. Meliora, Princess of Tagar, whispers of the Agel envoy's audacious presence. Relicia is annoyed, realizing Meliora kept this critical information from her. Meliora scoffs, explaining the party is merely a strategic snub, not a courtesy. The war against Amada was a mere surface conflict, obscuring deeper political games. Meliora declares the envoy fortunate to even be seated, not beheaded. Suddenly, a wave of admiration washes over Meliora, changing the mood. Relicia's stunning presence captivates the room, drawing all eyes to her. Meliora turns, asserting dominance before seeking her friends. Relicia realizes the party is a brutal contest, not fun. Everyone scans the room, strategizing their next move. Suddenly, Lord Lockhart appears, sending a jolt through Relicia. He approaches, and Relicia panics, fearing a dance proposal. Lockhart smiles, an aura of undeniable power surrounding him. But then, a familiar red-haired figure steps into his path. Lady Misha greets Lockhart, a shocking twist in the ballroom. Misha fidgets, subtly pulling Lockhart toward her. Lockhart asks Misha to dance, and she beams with delight. Relicia grits her teeth, watching Misha's public antics with simmering fury. She questions her own annoyance, a new feeling stirring within her heart. Suddenly, Lady Colline appears, greeting Lockhart as Misha flinches nervously. Misha tries to brush it off, but Colleen's gaze holds a sharp edge. Relicia watches, stunned, as the mighty Misha Roward backs down. Lockhart, undeterred, extends his hand, asking Colline for a dance. Colin, with a sly smile, suggests he call her by her first name. But then, Prince Grayan intervenes, seizing Colline's hand with a grin. Colin accepts Grayan's invitation, leaving Lockhart stunned and defeated. Misha watches the scene unfold, her eyes welling with tears of frustration. The ballroom explodes with glittering magic as couples dance under golden light. Colleen asks Oral if Mount Tunbar's snow kills spring flowers. Oral, the first prince of Tagar, replies that the flowers always bloom anew. Colleen praises his wisdom, noting soldiers rarely observe such details. Suddenly, Oral reveals they recovered the red tear, making Colline flinch. Colline congratulates him, surprised it wasn't in the papers. Oral grins, explaining it's no fun announcing a thief returned it purposely. He finds the concept of a guilty thief amusing, tapping his hand. Oral plans to sit on the news, awaiting a more dramatic story. He asks Colleen to help him make one up, their eyes locked. Grayan suddenly declares the song over, demanding distance from Colleen. Colleen smirks, questioning his words with a knowing gaze. She walks beside him, asking if he enjoys parties. Grayan steps away, bidding her farewell as a calculated move. Colleen's grin reveals a deeper plot, a future confrontation promised. She watches him ascend, an unspoken challenge hanging in the air. Meanwhile, Relicia stands alone, an unexpected target in the Grand Hall. Lockhart appears, startling her, seeking a private conversation. He demands she pretend to be engaged in serious discussion with him. Lockhart sweats as a group of women eye him like prey. Relicia realizes Lockhart is using her as a shield from other women. Lockhart smirks, enjoying the attention despite his words. Relicia acknowledges his popularity but finds this intensity unusual. He playfully suggests she attend more parties, but she refuses. He reveals his ambition, to make Prince Grayan the crown prince. Relicia is shocked, begging him not to speak such treasonous words. Lockhart assures her their lives are intertwined, for better or worse. Relicia flinches as he offers to take responsibility for her actions. He then casually asks her to dance, sending shivers down her spine. Suddenly, she hears Princess Meliora's voice and dashes away from him. Could her stress be making her imagine the princess's voice? Princess Meliora sighed, her new heels proving surprisingly uncomfortable. Relicia offered old heels, but Meliora declined, inviting her to dance. Relicia flinched, her mind still replaying Lockhart's dangerous words. She caught a glimpse of Prince Grayan in the distance. Lockhart's image haunted her, his true intentions hidden behind a smile. Relicia clutched her dress, fearing the cost of her unspoken debt. She smiled, pledging loyalty as Meliora's lady-in-waiting. Meliora glared, a sudden tension flaring between them. Relicia quickly turned, stepping away from the princess's intense gaze. A mysterious chancellor extends a formal dance invitation to the princess. Meliora's smirk reveals a hidden, dangerous agenda. She steps forward, a plan unfolding in her calculating mind. Relicia is stunned when Meliora demands she dance with the chancellor. Their gazes clash, a silent battle of wills erupting between them. Meliora defiantly agrees, stepping down to enact her cruel scheme. Relicia is forced into a dance, whispers rising from the shocked crowd. Meliora glares, convinced Relicia deliberately defied her. Fanning herself furiously, Meliora simmers with barely contained rage. She confronts Relicia, accusing her of betrayal amidst the whispers. Meliora, shocked, asks Relicia how she could possibly calm herself. She seethes, questioning Relicia's disrespect towards a future business partner. Relicia leans in, whispering a shocking solution to the Empire's iron ore crisis. Meliora stares, wide-eyed, as Relicia reveals her audacious plan. Tapping her fan, Meliora doubts Relicia's strategy will actually work. Relicia snaps back, acknowledging the risk but pushing forward. She urges Meliora to oppose iron ore export before the Emperor. Relicia will discuss details with Count Roward after the contest. Meliora protests, enraged that Relicia would claim credit for her accomplishment. Relicia, exasperated, tells Meliora to keep her head down for now. Relicia's exhaustion masks a deeper game, her subtle smile hinting at future moves. Days later, the Grand Encante estate hums with excitement over an imperial gift. Coline's father beams, convinced Prince Grayan sent a token of admiration. But as Coline opens the box, an unexpected sender's note reveals a twist. The message, signed by Prince Oral, requests to see the mysterious red tear. Oral, usually aloof and distant, was seen lurking on the second floor. Yet, he directly contacted Colin, arranging a clandestine future meeting. Her father, overjoyed, believes their family is now blessed by both princes. Colleen, however, remains calm amidst the escalating royal entanglement. Inside, a beautiful flower crown awaits, a delicate symbol of this dangerous new game. Colleen holds the flower crown, a symbol of honor and a dangerous game. Her father insists on secrecy, fearing a cunning stepmother's influence. He knows one word to her would expose everything to the entire capital. Colin reassures him, the red tear has proven its worth. With a sly smile, she vows to conquer graduation, an upcoming challenge. Meanwhile, the Grand Hall awaits the final day of the second contest. Princess Meliora, ready to face any question, beams with confidence. Steps echo, signaling the arrival of a formidable presence. Prince Grayan grins, his chilling gaze unsettling Meliora. Suddenly, Oral appears, his unexpected presence sending shivers down her spine. Prince Oral whispers, his words chilling Meliora to the bone. He departs, leaving a stunned Meliora reeling from his secret message. Colleen observes Meliora's tension, sensing something is deeply wrong. Meliora clenches her hands, a silent struggle against the rising dread. The Emperor's arrival signals the true beginning of the contest. Oral's words echo, revealing the true weight of the upcoming challenge. The challenge: distribute iron ore from the newly conquered Amada. Grayan, confident, presents his plan to use the ores domestically. Oral counters, demanding the ore compensate for military losses. Meliora fiercely rejects exporting the ore to the enemy Agael. The princes, bound by their supporters, had no choice but to agree. Meliora stands alone, the weight of expectation crushing her spirit. But her answer, defiant and unexpected, shook the entire court. She declared the Empire should export iron ores to Yahello. Relisha observes, a tremor of unease running through her. Meliora, facing scrutiny, holds her ground with unwavering conviction. She reiterates her shocking proposal to export to Yahello. The Empire lacks the technology to process its valuable new resources. Grayan erupts in fury, utterly bewildered by her words. Meliora explains Yahello possesses the advanced tech needed to refine the ore. Grayan glares, questioning Relisha about her earlier warning. Meliora reveals a strategic plan for refining raw iron ore. The first prince, Oral, remembers Meliora as a child, but her surprising intelligence now makes him reconsider everything. Meliora stands victorious, the contest's unexpected winner. Oral rises from his throne, leaving Leora shocked. Leora scowls, feeling the sting of Meliora's triumph. Oral walks away, leaving his enraged empress behind. Relisha shouts she is a victim too, facing Grayan's wrath. Meliora dramatically sweeps past, leaving Relisha stunned. Grayan's hand gripped Relicia's arm, his anger palpable. He demanded to know what Relisha was truly planning. Relicia flinched, tears welling, claiming innocence against his accusations. She tried to excuse herself, attempting to flee the confrontation. But Amela, the headmaid, stepped forward, halting her escape. The other maids watched with unsettling gloom as Relicia was questioned. Relicia's heart pounded, as Her Majesty demanded her presence. Suddenly, a whip cracked through the air, striking with brutal force. Relicia staggered back, the beating far worse than any previous punishment. Amela sternly ordered her to stand, threatening further pain. The brutal whipping intensified, each strike echoing Relicia's agony. She collapsed, blood staining her dress, barely clinging to consciousness. The Princess of Tagar, Meliora, questioned her past actions with cold fury. Relicia clutched her dress, the pain a stark reminder of her precarious position. Bowing low, Relicia begged for forgiveness, accepting any punishment. Meliora, seething, demanded to know the true extent of Relicia's offense. The maids were ordered to force Relicia back to her feet. Another agonizing crack of the whip tore through the air. Meliora screamed, declaring Oral should have won, deserving all glory. Relicia wondered why Meliora only cared for Prince Oral, despite her other children. A maid bursts in, desperately trying to protect the princess from a beating. Teria kneels, pleading for mercy, taking the blame for everything. Empress Leora coldly declares Teria's foolishness is entirely to blame. Leora rages, questioning why she must suffer for Teria's very existence. Teria reveals Relicia advised her, but she changed her answer last minute. Leora points accusingly, convinced Relicia fed Teria lines like a puppet. Teria insists Relicia's advice was not for her formal answer. Relicia is horrified as Teria's words twist into a plot against the Majesty. Relicia winces, wishing she had stayed away, avoiding this painful abuse. Leora, disgusted, orders the beating to resume, unleashing her wrath. The maid raises her stick, ready to strike Relicia. Relicia braces for impact, fearing her life is about to end. Meliora cries out, enduring the brutal beating meant for Relicia. Suddenly, the headmaid announces a summons for Princess Meliora. The Empress demands to know why the summons came now. The maid explains Meliora is needed for a crucial tea party. The Empress dismisses Meliora, seething with barely contained fury. Meliora, seizing her chance, insists Relicia must accompany her. The Empress glares, but allows Relicia to go, promising future torment. Meliora pulls Relicia away, who stumbles, barely escaping the brutal fate. A door creaks open, revealing an unexpected savior. Relicia looks up, shocked to see Sirland. Meliora, frantic, begs Sirland to help Relicia. Suddenly, Sirland lifts Relicia effortlessly into his arms. Meliora frets over his back, but he carries her away. Meliora cries, fearing her tear-stained face for the Emperor. Sirland reveals the tea party was cancelled, relieving Meliora. Relicia wonders how the cancellation happened so fast. Sirland whispers of taking matters into his own hands. Relicia realizes he lied to save them, incurring a massive debt. A mysterious director appears, delivering a prescription ordered by Relicia's name. He enters her room, ready to treat her wounds with surprising urgency. The director lifts her gown, revealing severe skin damage that he promises to heal. He applies rare murray grass, enhanced with sage water for anesthetic effects. Relicia questions the rarity of the ingredients, yet he dismisses her concerns. She thanks him, a subtle blush on her face as he expertly bandages her. With the treatment complete, the director swiftly prepares to depart. Relicia asks her maid to leave the window open, despite the cold. She reveals her plan to close it by throwing something, shocking her maid. 30 minutes later, the cold wind chills her, and he still hasn't returned. Relisha clutches her blanket, frustrated at still waiting for him. She tosses her pillow, deeming her thoughts medicine-induced and deciding to sleep. Suddenly, her pillow stops mid-air, caught by an unseen force. Lord Lockhart appears, holding her pillow, amused by the unexpected greeting. Relicia's bandaged legs throb, a stark reminder of her recent ordeal. Lockhart asks if she's okay, a hint of concern in his eyes. She thanks him for saving her from the Empress's wrath, again. Lockhart explains the Emperor's secret meetings, hinting at a major deal. Relicia demands an explanation for his sudden arrival, rising from her bed. He reveals his plan, convincing Princess Miliora to oppose the export deal. Prince Oral's whispers still echo, a dagger to her pride. Relicia smiles, confirming her cunning plan has ignited his fury. She admits her uncertainty, navigating the treacherous imperial court. Lockhart reminds her of the palace's dangers, even after her ordeal. Relicia recounts a near-death encounter with Prince Grayan, shaking her. A chibi Lockhart asks her future plans, a secret she guards closely. The real Lockhart questions her next move, doubting her simple dreams. Relicia reveals her retirement plan, much to his surprise and confusion. She ponders becoming a governess, a path away from her past. Her true inspiration, her teacher Julia, an amazing, powerful woman. Lockhart questions Relicia's defiance, wondering why she doesn't marry. She reveals the tragic fate of illegitimate daughters, bound by society. Being an illegitimate child is truly unfair, a punishment for existing. She fears expulsion once her legs heal, left with nothing. Lockhart warns her of Empress Leora and Prince Oral's power. His words instill a chilling fear, a dangerous game. He manipulates her fear, closing the window on his way out. Relicia observes his cunning, a master of deception. She blames Prince Grayan for her sudden, dangerous awakening. Relicia collapses, exhausted, as Lockhart faces a crushing defeat. Prince Grayan questions his brother about Count Roward's allegiance. Oral, with a smirk, dismisses his concerns. Grayan's plans were ruined. He recounts his failure. He admits to a strange emotion towards Relicia. Oral pushes, wanting to know what Grayan truly felt. Grayan expresses intense regret, wishing he had eliminated Relicia. He claims Princess Miliora's actions were merely impulsive. Oral, angered, accuses Grayan of being too soft for her. Grayan admits to desiring Relicia's abilities, but her lineage is a problem. He believes Relicia lacks loyalty, only caring for herself. Grayan reveals the final contest will be a test of strength. He smugly declares his clear advantage in this domain. Then, a chilling command. Relicia must leave the palace. Lockhart is ordered to devise her smooth, quiet removal. Grayan's cold gaze promises consequences for any misstep. The next day dawns, but a new tension fills the air. Relicia observes a mysterious man unmoving in her room for hours. Fear grips her, the unease palpable, a silent threat. The man reveals he's Princess Miliora's personal guard, watching Relicia. A terrifying thought ignites. Is someone trying to kill her? Relicia realizes an illegitimate child holds no real value for assassination. She recovers in bed, sensing Princess Miliora's guilt. Miliora apologizes through her guard, a shocking gesture. The guard, Sir Lond, reports his full recovery and return. Suddenly, a knock interrupts, bringing news of a visitor. Teria, the maid, nervously announces the unexpected guest. A regal figure, Misha Roward, waits outside, demanding entry. Relicia's eyes widen in disbelief. Misha is here. With a deep breath, she allows Misha to enter. Misha Roward steps in, radiating an unsettling, powerful aura. Misha Roward is introduced to Princess Miliora's knight, Sir Lond. Relicia is astonished by Misha's blatant disrespect towards the Imperial Knight. Sir Lond remains composed as Misha dismisses his presence. Misha declares her father sent her to check on Relicia, who scoffs. Relicia mocks Misha's concern, knowing she's tougher than that. Misha's true intentions remain mysterious. Relicia senses something more. Relicia is ordered home by her father, a command from Misha. Relicia questions her father's motives. This beating isn't the first. Misha fidgets, revealing a subtle sign of her underlying anxiety. Relicia clenches the sheets, realizing Misha might be hiding the truth. Misha's veiled threats begin, questioning Relicia's place by the princess. Relicia realizes Misha seeks to replace her as lady-in-waiting. Misha's father sent her, but her true intentions remain shrouded. Relicia's defiance flares, refusing to return to the Roward estate. Misha frantically insists Relicia angered the Empress, threatening their family. Relicia refuses to go back, triggering Misha's barely contained fury. Misha's hand trembles, a silent struggle against Relicia's defiance. Misha storms out, the sounds of her anger echoing through the room. Relisha calmly reassures the unseen presence, dismissing Misha's outburst. Relisha vows never to return home, unless she chooses her own path. Relisha is tormented, fearing Empress Leora's wrath will destroy her future. A frantic click-clack echoes as she attempts to escape her predicament. Suddenly, Relisha awakens, startled by the first prince's presence. Princess Meliora enters, her gaze sharp, cutting through the tension. The first prince bows, dismissed from his post by the princess. Meliora confronts Relisha, sensing deceit in her words. Relicia's composure shatters, caught in Meliora's piercing accusation. Meliora accuses Relicia of internal profanity and near-death experience. Relicia admits to the latter, shocking the princess. Meliora reveals her hidden struggles, defying expectations with a lift. Princess Meliora bites her lip, a dark secret held close. She questions Relicia about an urgent negotiation, demanding answers. The emissary refused the smelting techniques, offering only raw materials. Meliora reveals a shocking victory, securing a new steel mill. Relicia's fidgeting feet betray her anxiety over trade routes. Meliora confronts Relicia about bragging, her gaze sharp. Relicia's defiance hints at a dangerous game of hidden power. Meliora asserts her authority, a life-or-death demand on Relicia. Relicia mutters grudging agreement, her resentment simmering beneath the surface. A past memory of a silver-haired man, a royal, haunts Relicia. The Empire's greatest contest was put on hold, but a new task emerged. Meliora Tagar receives the next challenge, a royal hunt. Confusion reigns as Meliora questions the ambiguous rules of the hunt. Relicia observes Meliora's frustration, knowing the true stakes. Relicia reveals the hunt isn't about skill, but about fairness. Meliora considers faking an injury to avoid the competition. Relicia warns against insincerity, suggesting a more subtle approach. Meliora desperately seeks an easy escape, her frustration growing. Relicia proposes a stylish hunting outfit, a sly suggestion. Meliora, still vexed, leaves Relicia to her thoughts. Meliora confidently declares she'll order a hunting outfit to become the goddess of the hunt. Relicia sighs, her subtle plan working as Meliora leaves to prepare. A few days later, the royal hunting party arrives, the stakes unknown. Meliora, unnerved, is reassured by a knight, but her fear lingers. Relicia realizes success depends on Sir Lond, hoping for no disaster. The sun shines brightly, but a sense of foreboding hangs in the air. Relicia glances around, an inexplicable unease settling over her. The horses halt abruptly, signaling an unexpected encounter. Aurel and Grayan appear, their presence a sudden dramatic twist. Relicia is stunned, realizing they arrived on time, but what happens now? Relicia's unease mounts as Meliora states they are utterly alone. The true danger dawns. No imperial knights, only an indifferent attendant. This hunting party is a trap, an arena for something far more sinister. Suddenly, the princes appear on horseback, the game truly beginning. Horses trot, the sound echoing the impending confrontation. Aurel smiles, suggesting the contest is less about hunting, more about outcome. Grayan agrees, questioning what they should actually catch today. Meliora, shocked, is told she has the least advantage, despite her knight. Aurel proposes hunting fox, a cruel twist of fate for Meliora. He casually touches Meliora's hand, a chilling display of dominance. Aurel commands Lockhart to begin, a sinister game now fully underway. Relicia watches, concern etched on her face as the hunt begins. Grayan, confident, takes the lead, knowing exactly where to go. The riders split, each pursuing their own dangerous path. Meliora, worried, questions the presence of foxes in this area. Grayan confirms no foxes exist, revealing the true nature of their hunt. He assures Meliora of her safety, hinting at a larger scheme. The real hunt begins, scattering the animals and forcing the princes to search. Meliora sighs, understanding the cunning strategy now unfolding around them. Under the swaying trees, they wait, pawns in a prince's deadly game. Relicia watches Grayan, wondering about his sudden fidgeting. He crafts something delicate, sparking Relicia's curiosity. Grayan presents a beautiful flower bracelet to Meliora. A simple gift, yet it holds a mysterious charm, surprising Relicia. Meliora, puzzled, questions the purpose of the floral creation. Relicia gently offers to help, explaining it's a bracelet. The bracelet shimmers, a small moment of joy amidst the tension. Meliora delights in the gift, a rare smile gracing her face. Relicia, sensing the shift, decides to inspect their surroundings. Grayan watches her leave, his intentions still shrouded in mystery. Meliora turns, demanding to know what Grayan truly wants. Grayan, ever the provocateur, asks why she acted out in the contest. Meliora flinches, the memory of her past actions haunting her. She confesses her motivation. The vile words of Oral, her brother. Oral threatened to marry her off to a butcher, an ultimate humiliation. He even questioned her lineage, claiming she was never a Tagar. Grayan's rage erupts, cursing Oral's despicable words and actions. Meliora admits to her spiteful actions, regretting her thoughtlessness. Grayan challenges her, asking if she truly desires to be a better princess. Meliora looks away, tears welling as she ponders her uncertain future. Grayan reassures Meliora, saying she is already perfectly fine. Meliora blushes, asking what he is even saying. Relisha observes, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Hours later, Relisha questions Grayan about Prince Oral's health. Grayan confirms Oral is well, despite rumors. Relisha asks if Grayan will be okay, his words catching her off guard. He teases her, playfully suggesting she was worried. They decide to change locations, sensing horses approaching. A fox leaps from the bushes, a sudden distraction. Grayan and Meliora dash after it, the hunt intensifying. Follow me, Your Highness. The hunt intensifies as they charge through the forest. Relisha glances back, a flicker of unease crossing her face. Viscount Renee and Lord Lockhart gallop ahead, chasing their prey. They seem oblivious to Princess Meliora, a dangerous oversight. Suddenly, a figure lunges from the trees, threatening the entire contest. Meliora smirks, her true intentions hidden in the chaos. Relisha's eyes widen in shock, realizing the true danger. The horse bucks violently, throwing its rider into disarray. Lockhart struggles, barely holding on as the horse rears up. Viscount Renee crashes to the ground, the hunt turning deadly. Relisha lies unconscious, her fate uncertain after the fall. Lockhart dismounts, his face etched with pure shock and worry. He cradles her, desperately calling her name, fearing the worst. Oral appears, triumphantly holding a fox, gloating over his catch. He confronts Lockhart, demanding answers about the unconscious Relisha. Oral declares the contest is ongoing, showing no concern for Relisha. Lockhart, burdened, rides away, leaving Relisha's fate ambiguous. Later, Relisha rests in a medicine room, still recovering. Lockhart explains Oral's bold move was a warning to Princess Meliora. Oral wants Meliora to stay out of the brothers' political struggle. Relisha remains unconscious, suffering from the prince's hostile warning. Lockhart grits his teeth, unable to confront the royal who harmed her. He learns Princess Meliora is arriving, prompting his swift departure. Lockhart entrusts Relisha's care to the director, then disappears. Suddenly, Meliora bursts in, Grayan close behind, crying out Relisha's name. Panicked, Meliora kneels, fearing the worst, asking if Relisha is dead. Grayan calmly assures her Relisha is receiving treatment, not deceased. Meliora demands answers about Relisha's condition, showing deep concern. She grabs the director, desperate to know exactly what is happening. Grayan gently leads Meliora away, reminding her to trust the imperial chemist. The director reveals Relisha is in critical condition, but will pull through. Relisha lies unconscious, her fate hanging by a thread. Suddenly, Lockhart bursts into Grayan's office, a storm brewing. Grayan glares, a silent challenge passing between the two powerful nobles. Lockhart congratulates Grayan on his contest victory, a barbed compliment. Grayan seethes, accusing Lockhart of abandoning him for an illegitimate wench. He reveals Prince Oral attacked Relisha, fleeing the scene afterward. Grayan coldly explains how Relisha's death would have ruined Lockhart's victory. Lockhart struggles to trust Grayan, admitting his love for Relisha. Grayan questions Lockhart's faith, leaving him to ponder the chilling truth. Grayan asks Lockhart what he truly thinks of Relisha. Lockhart ponders the implications of Relisha's hidden potential. Grayan smiles, stating Relisha's talent for politics is undeniable. He acknowledges her illegitimate status, but her abilities are too great. A vision of Relisha's power emerges, a formidable force in the palace. Grayan dismisses Lockhart's feelings, calling him smitten. Lockhart insists his actions are strategic, not emotional. Grayan questions Lockhart's past gestures, like the attendant medal. Lockhart vehemently denies sentimental motives, demanding loyalty. Grayan realizes Relisha's true power lies in her captivating influence. Grayan demands responsibility, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Lockhart tenses, questioning the weight of such a word. Relisha recovers, the director noting her swift return to health. The director hints at unseen help, holding a mysterious document. Relisha smiles, ready to thank those who aided her recovery. She asks about the flowers, wondering who truly sent them. The director flees, leaving Relisha with a growing sense of confusion. Relisha ponders the mystery, scratching her head in bewilderment. She holds the flowers, grateful for any help in her difficult life. A looming figure on a throne, the true puppet master emerges. A sudden knock at the door sends a shiver down Relisha's spine. The door creaks open, revealing an unexpected visitor. Lord Lockhart, holding flowers, greets a stunned Relicia with a charming smile. Relicia's mind races, realizing the flowers were from him. He places the flowers, and Relicia questions if he was her mysterious savior. Lockhart's casual address startles Relicia, her heart pounding. Relicia smiles, revealing she knows his true, manipulative nature. Lockhart sits, a slight frown hinting at his surprise. Relicia, now composed, asks if he's all right after her sharp retort. Lockhart, sensing her change, notes her newfound spirit with a beaming smile. Relicia realizes she owes him another debt, accepting his claim. A chilling smile warns Relicia against making future mistakes. Relicia flinches, questioning if she can truly trust him. She rises, stating she cannot trust him with Meliora and Grayan competing. Lockhart leans in, asking her to keep her distance for safety. He demands she call him by his first name, shocking her. Relicia ponders his sudden change, feeling conflicted despite his saving her. Lockhart reflects on countless deaths and the marks they leave. He confesses anger and confusion that she almost left that mark on him. Relicia tenses, wondering what terrifying confirmation he seeks from her. Lockhart asks if Relicia is romantically interested in him, leaving her stunned. He erupts in a blush, demanding why she's only now realizing his feelings. His bold confession throws Relicia into complete disarray. Lockhart questions his own actions, realizing his control is slipping. Meanwhile, Prince Grayan instructs Lockhart to openly seduce Relicia. He plans to use Meliora's distrust to remove her as a rival. Grayan presents his devious plan to Lockhart, calling it merciful. He declares the contest is now a two-man fight against Oral. Lockhart refuses, shocking Grayan with his defiance. He vows to protect Relicia, even if it costs him the crown. Grayan questions Lockhart's trust, demanding to know his true intentions. Lockhart, flustered, finally agrees to Grayan's manipulative demands. Grayan reveals his plan to make Relicia an attendant, seizing her power. Lockhart counters, suggesting a noble title for Relicia to protect her. He dreams of Relicia living comfortably, free from their dangerous games. Grayan, amused, promises to seduce Relicia himself for the crown. Lockhart, in turmoil, realizes Grayan will stop at nothing for dominance. He bows, accepting the sinister promise, thanking the cunning prince. Lockhart doubts Relicia will ever fall for Grayan's charm. However, Relicia will lose Meliora's trust, fueling empire gossip. Grayan, the cunning prince, smiles, unfazed by being called a psycho. Lockhart grits his teeth, regretting not acting sooner against Grayan. Relicia is utterly shocked, calling out Lockhart's name in disbelief. Lockhart blushes, his first attempt at wooing a woman a complete failure. Relicia, flustered, denies having any other man in her life. Suddenly, Lockhart lunges, pulling Relicia onto the bed. She cries out in surprise as he demands her attention. He explains this matter cannot be delayed, fearing another lost chance. Grayan's shadowy presence looms, a chilling reminder of the Empire's danger. Relicia, overwhelmed, finds the situation far too sudden and intense. Lockhart declares he'll call her by a pet name, shocking Relicia. He blushes, suggesting she pick one for him, but only for private use. Lockhart scolds her for locking the window, preventing his secret visits. He dramatically complains about the academy, calling it suspicious. Relicia, sweat dripping, seems completely lost, barely listening. Lockhart asks if she heard him, but she's utterly unsure. He smiles, insisting his attention is crucial, their bond growing stronger. Relicia, in chibi form, cries, realizing he's planning their future. She sighs, realizing he's willing to commute for their time together. Suddenly, Relicia shrieks, shoving Lockhart away in pure terror. A maid bursts in, startled, demanding to know what's happening. Lockhart calmly instructs the maid to escort him out. He then slyly tells the maid to look after my Relicia. The maid blushes, as Lockhart promises to bring Relicia's medicine himself. Relicia, screaming internally, questions Lockhart's sudden possessiveness. She's utterly baffled, wondering why he's trying to seduce her. The maid trembles, calling out to a confused and groaning Relicia. Relicia, now awake, springs up, demanding Sir Lond be let in. Sir Lond arrives, relieved she's okay, apologizing for failing to protect her. He feels immense guilt, vowing to protect her from all threats. Sir Lond vows his protection, defending Princess Meliora. Relicia smiles, asking what happened during the horse incident. She recalls being unconscious, carried away by Lord Lockhart. Prince Grayan's anger suggests Lockhart acted independently. Relicia bites her lip, wondering Lockhart's true intentions. A flashback shows Lockhart carrying an unconscious Relicia. Back in the present, Sir Lond questions Lockhart's actions. He admits Lockhart saved her from a fatal outcome. Relicia groans, overwhelmed by the looming complications. Serland asks about her recovery, relieved she is well. Her gaze falls on him, wondering if he will leave her side. Her hands fidget, a nervous habit revealing her inner turmoil. He promises to protect her, to be someone she can depend on. A shy smile graces her lips, a moment of unexpected tenderness. She replies, "You already are," her heart fluttering with emotion. Meanwhile, Prince Grayan schemes, regretting his lack of preparation. He ponders Relicia's true feelings, confused by her reactions. Grayan imagines their fake romance, a calculated deception. He clenches his fist, determined to damage her reputation. But is this all a performance, or something more sinister? Lockhart strides through the palace, thoughts of duty warring with his heart. He blushes, recalling his unexpected tender moments with Relicia. His secret aid to her is now palace gossip, a dangerous game. Relicia panics, the rumors of their affair spiraling out of control. She envisions the scandal, an ambitious commoner seducing a duke's son. Alone in her bed, Relicia questions Lockhart's true intentions and kindness. She forces a smile, vowing to endure the scandal, just as always. Suddenly, headmaid Amela appears, startling Relicia from her thoughts. Amela checks for a fever, offering comfort and delicious food. The kind maid smiles, urging Relicia to rest and recover. Relicia jolts awake, startled as a maid cries out about the window. Shielding her eyes, Relicia complains about the blinding light. The maid hurries to close the curtains, plunging the room into darkness. Relicia pulls the blankets higher, hoping to hide from Lockhart. She laments her situation, wondering if she should just quit. His true intentions remain a terrifying, unknown mystery. Suddenly, the blanket is yanked away, revealing Relicia to the light. Lockhart stands there, smiling, calling her a sleepyhead. Relicia screams, startled and embarrassed by his sudden appearance. He reaches out, concern etched on his face as she hides her blush. Lockhart, caught off guard, coughs, claiming discomfort with terms of endearment. Relicia, baffled by his sudden change, demands to know his true intentions. He leans in, referencing their past, making her flinch from his intensity. She nervously declines anything beyond platonic, desperate for a clear answer. Suddenly, he dramatically opens the curtains, bathing the room in blinding light. He promises a walk, but instead, leaves her room, her question unanswered. Lockhart pauses, asking if she truly wants to hear his answer. Relicia, emboldened, demands he reveal his intentions to his Relicia. He blushes, hiding his face, clearly flustered by her bold retort. She triumphs, realizing she finally caught him off guard, red-handed. Relicia confronts Lockhart, demanding to know the true purpose of his dramatic performance. She rages, questioning why a noble heir would stoop to such bizarre antics. Lockhart, flustered, admits he cannot tell her, hinting at a scandal. He feigns worry, asking if she wants him kicked out, concealing his true feelings. Suddenly, he leans in, stroking her hair, uttering only her name. He promises her a return even if she's kicked out, giving his word with a smirk. Relicia pauses, a wave of confusion washing over her as she processes his words. Her expression hardens, realizing his veiled threat means his intentions are far deeper. She snatches her hand away, furiously telling him to stop joking around. Lockhart walks away, smugly acknowledging her quick understanding of his twisted game. Relicia desperately pleads, promising to withdraw, if only he doesn't trap her. Lockhart flinches, questioned why he'd orchestrate a scandal to distance her. He feigns offense, but Relicia insists their rivalry makes any scandal sordid. She affirms that no one would believe his fabricated affections for her. Lockhart claims people would blame her for tarnishing his reputation, shocking her. Relicia, startled, argues they can't predict such an outcome. She grows worried, realizing he's cornering her with his unexpected resolve. Lockhart then demands she trust him and become his lover. Relicia, taken aback, clarifies if he means a fake lover. Her hand clenches, as he confirms his sinister intent for a false relationship. Relicia confronts Lockhart, demanding why he won't let her be dismissed. She calls him honorable, then accidentally confesses her true feelings. Embarrassed, Relicia covers her mouth, realizing her blunder. Lockhart blushes, processing her unexpected admission. He offers a compromise, but Relicia refuses, vowing to protect Meliora. Lockhart smirks, declaring he'll just keep seducing her. He promises a comfortable life, making Relicia flinch in disbelief. She furiously rejects his offer, questioning his motives. Lockhart then strides away, promising a swift return. Relicia is left reeling, questioning his genuine intentions and Meliora's trust. Relicia realizes her presence endangers the princess, yet a plan forms. She grits her teeth, knowing Lockhart orchestrated this impossible situation. Meanwhile, Oral questions Grayan about Relicia's recovery. Grayan confirms her healing, both baffled by the sudden accident. Relicia fumes, questioning Lockhart's audacious trust. Lockhart, unseen, despairs, realizing Relicia won't easily yield. He reflects on Meliora's unyielding resolve, a force he cannot break. Frustration mounts as he clenches his fist, losing control. But Lockhart declares this is only the beginning. He will win her heart. Meliora observes from afar, unknowingly caught in their dangerous game. Meliora, impatient, wonders if Relicia will ever show up. Suddenly, a maid announces Lady Relicia's arrival, shocking Meliora. Relicia enters, radiating confidence, a fierce glint in her eyes. Meliora confronts Relicia about her near-death experience, truly worried. Relicia, feigning innocence, promises to take better care of herself. Meliora asks about the contest, but Relicia dismisses it, focused on recovery. Relicia declares Grayan the winner, handing over contest preparations to Meliora. A party looms, a welcome for the emissary of Agal and his welders. Meliora observes Relicia, sensing a hidden resentment in her gaze. Relicia passionately defends her actions, always for the Empire's benefit. Relicia's words held a hidden meaning, a veiled insult. Meliora snapped back, accusing Relicia of resentment. Relicia warned Meliora of a new threat, urging caution. Meliora visibly trembled, fear etched on her face. Relicia knew Meliora feared losing her loved ones. Meliora suggested an outing, but Relicia insisted on recovery. Relicia revealed her cunning plan, a new dress for the party. The grand entrance of Princess Meliora, the small son of Tagar. Meliora recommended a gown, oblivious to Relicia's true intentions. Oral watched, the fashion world a mystery to him. Lockhart's sudden appearance startled Relicia, his intentions unknown. He claimed to be picking up a suit, but his gaze lingered. Relicia, flustered, questioned his presence. Lockhart confessed waiting an hour and a half just for her. A maid, Taria, interrupted their tense exchange, offering tea. Taria rushed away, apologizing for her timing. Lockhart asserted their perceived connection, demanding Relicia admit it. He leaned in close, declaring their bond as fate. Relicia accused him of stalking, faking affection for all to see. Lockhart feigned hurt, questioning her blindness to his feelings. Relicia, flustered and sweating, tried to regain control of the conversation. Lockhart leaned in, dangerously close, ignoring her desperate pleas to back away. He turned, a mysterious glint in his eyes, his true intentions hidden. Relicia accused him of manipulation, demanding he stop his deceitful games. Lockhart paused, his back to her, considering her harsh words. She insisted he uphold his honor, even if his actions seemed harmless. He confessed his initial performance had evolved into genuine, dangerous sincerity. A powerful impulse to get closer nearly overwhelmed him. He admitted a disturbing pleasure in her flustered, hesitant reactions. Lockhart leaned in again, challenging her. "Are you not embarrassed?" He closed in, pushing her to the edge of utter panic. She fought back, desperate to escape his overwhelming presence. Relicia fled, leaving him stunned and alone in the grand hall. He blushed, realizing his own audacity had completely taken over. Meanwhile, Relicia rushed to claim a critical dress for her meeting. The maid apologetically explained the dress was already reserved. Another customer, desperate, offered to pay any price for the gown. Relicia realized she needed the dress, unaware of the implications. The maid confirmed the dress was for a Tagar princess. Suddenly, Colin grabbed Relicia, demanding to know her identity. Coline's scorn for Misha's personal maid was evident, a cruel irony. Relicia, outraged, vowed to expose Colin's true nature to everyone. Colin mocked Relicia, believing her to be Princess Meliora's lady-in-waiting. Relicia bristled, enduring Colin's condescending praise and veiled insults. Relicia firmly demanded Colin release her, refusing to yield the dress. Colin scoffed, asserting her right to the dress, claiming Misha's friendship. Relicia burned with fury, knowing Colin was Misha's relentless bully. Relicia confronted Colin, exposing her public and private hypocrisy. Colin, enraged by Relicia's defiance, dismissed her with a haughty laugh. Relicia fiercely declared her rightful status, challenging Colin's insult to royalty. Colin flinched, realizing the weight of her cruel actions towards Misha. Relicia furiously warned Colin to never utter Misha's name again. Colin scoffed at the illegitimate child, completely underestimating Relicia's power. Suddenly, a regal figure stomped past, stopping right before Relicia. Princess Meliora slapped Colin, declaring Relicia her protected lady-in-waiting. Colin trembled, humiliated by the unexpected, powerful intervention. Meliora challenged Colin's disdain for illegitimate children, asserting her royal lineage. Meliora unleashed a furious glare, warning Colin not to belittle her. Colin rushed away, as Meliora lamented Relicia's ruined day. Meliora then decided to try on the dress, honoring Relicia's courageous defense. Relicia reflects on Meliora's fierce defense, feeling a surge of loyalty. Meliora dramatically reveals her stunning new dress, a true princess. Relicia showers Meliora with compliments, making the princess secretly pleased. Meliora decides to wear the dress, and they prepare to leave. A grand carriage arrives, signaling their departure from the Roward estate. Meliora thanks Relicia for her unwavering support, praising her loyalty. Meliora asserts her duty to protect her lady-in-waiting with unwavering resolve. Relicia notices a subtle blush on Meliora's cheeks, a rare sight. Arriving home, Relicia is greeted by Teria, the loyal maid. Relicia inquires about Count Roward's whereabouts, sensing an underlying tension. Her steps echoed, considering the upcoming fourth contest and a much-needed party. Suddenly, a familiar, unwelcome face appeared, questioning her return. Misha's mocking tone was unchanged, threatening to move to the dormitory. Relicia's smile widened, twisting Misha's words into a cutting retort. Misha flinched as Relicia revealed a secret about Colleen, a powerful threat. Tears welled in Misha's eyes as Relicia commanded her to cease disgracing the Count. Misha collapsed, stunned by Relicia's ruthless display of power. Relicia casually confirmed her ability to expel Colleen, sealing Misha's fate. Misha cried out, but Relicia remained unyielding, refusing forgiveness. Relicia advised Misha to avoid provocation and focus on her studies. Misha's desperate plea about Lord Lockhart left everyone stunned. Relicia stepped in, demanding to know why Misha had done this. A shocking revelation. They share the same father despite Misha's hatred. Relicia's words held power, speaking of Collein's inevitable rise. She warned Misha that Collein's secret could not be weaponized forever. Misha realized Relicia would soon leave the palace for good. Relicia declared Misha the most talented and strong-willed person she knew. Misha flustered, receiving a genuine compliment from her rival. Relicia pinched herself, realizing this strange moment wasn't a dream. Later, Relicia enjoyed a peaceful morning, stretching blissfully at the palace. Relicia's peaceful morning shattered by an unexpected arrival. Lord Lockhart appears, his presence a jarring coincidence. He calls her Lady Relicia, setting a perplexing boundary between them. His dating coach advice infuriates her. She suggests swift elimination. Lockhart reveals his coach is also his sword instructor, complicating things. He brings up the boutique incident, catching Relicia off guard. He claims concern, but an unreadable smirk plays on his lips. Relicia, flustered, tries to brush off his probing questions. His concern is for Princess Meliora, further exasperating Relicia. Lockhart simply smiles, his true intentions shrouded in mystery. Relicia is confronted by whispers of the princess standing up for her. She smiles, confirming the rumor with a hidden agenda. Lockhart arrives, suggesting they prepare for an unknown event. Relicia's head throbs at the mention of their fabricated relationship. She tries to dismiss him, but he brings up Misha's affections. He then reveals a love letter from Misha, utterly mortifying Relicia. Lockhart invites her to his house, a proposal she immediately rejects. He calmly departs, promising to waste more of her energy later. Suddenly, a new man calls out Relicia's name with a knowing smile. He embraces her warmly, welcoming her home with unexpected intimacy. Relicia's annoyance grows as the man questions her lack of contact. He reminds her of her unique talents, stirring something within her. His words, a forgotten warmth, bring tears to her eyes. Suddenly, he stands beside her, bringing a crucial contest to mind. He urges her to separate work from home, a concept she barely remembers. Her thoughts drift to a dream of a simple life, a hidden desire. He watches, a knowing smile playing on his lips, as she reveals her dream. She ponders the contest's delay, sensing a deeper manipulation. Then, a shocking revelation. The princesses are going on a hunt. Relicia's heart pounds. The contest, it seems, is far from over. The contest isn't over. A new challenge looms. The Emperor watches. The rules of engagement are unclear. He ponders the Emperor's true intentions for the hunt. She clutches her chest, realizing the deeper meaning of his words. Power is a terrifying game, a lesson she must learn quickly. Can she find a solution to this complex, dangerous imperial game? She asks, seeking reassurance. Can she truly succeed alone? He tells her to trust herself, to be her own sole ally. A knowing smile confirms his belief in her hidden strength. She turns, leaving to rest, the weight of the challenge heavy. Relicia questions her self-assurance, so unlike Lockhart Cadell's unwavering trust. Haunted by past fears, she remembers being afraid of Count Roward's wrath. If not for her mother's belief, she would never have trusted herself. A mysterious figure promises to return, asking for patience and trust. Relisha, however, struggles with self-trust, let alone trusting anyone else. But one thing is certain. Inaction means never changing her fate. She forcefully tells herself to focus, to act now, to overcome. Relisha rushes past Lockhart, who watches her with a knowing smile. Later, under a crescent moon, the grand palace stands illuminated. Inside, maids prepare Princess Meliora as Relisha ponders the contest's rules. Princess Meliora prepares, Relisha ready to guide her through the day's trials. Meliora questions her role, facing a critical diplomatic reception. Relisha reassures her, focusing on welcome over complex technicalities. Meliora worries about her powerful brothers and their potential wrath. Relisha offers a comforting smile, promising everything will be okay. With newfound resolve, Meliora steps into the dazzling unknown future. Later, she dances gracefully with the emissary, Yelroy, under watchful eyes. Her stunning smile hides the immense pressure she constantly endures. But a critical flaw emerges, threatening to unravel Relisha's carefully laid plans. Relisha grips a hidden dagger, questioning her own worth amidst the deception. Whispers ripple through the hall as Relisha stands, a target of judgment. Her heart pounds as gazes shift, signaling a new dangerous arrival. Then, he appears. The second prince, Grayan Tagar, radiating power. Relisha's inner scream echoes, desperately pleading for him to stay away. His footsteps approach, each one a hammer blow against her fragile composure. Hes coming directly for her, and there's no escape from his presence. Suddenly, he speaks her name, Lady Relisha Roward, a chill down her spine. Their eyes meet, a silent acknowledgement of their intertwined, fated encounter. He extends a hand, a dangerous invitation to dance in this treacherous court. With a forced smile, Relisha politely delivers a crushing, icy refusal. Relisha's refusal ignited a terrifying inferno of judgment from the crowd. But Grayan, ever the enigma, offered a surprising, polite apology. Alone, Relisha's true fury erupted, knowing his ulterior motives. He brazenly leaned in, suggesting friendship with a dangerous proposition. She desperately whispered for him to stop, trying to save his image. Relisha's panic escalated as she realized everyone was staring. Enough with the flirting. His relentless charm was suffocating her. He offered a lunch invitation, promising to leave if she accepted. She rejected him again, refusing to betray trust or fall for him. Yet, Grayan only smirked, hinting at exposing her deepest secret. Relisha exploded in fury, squeezing the letter, tired of his relentless teasing. He brazenly declared his intentions, suggesting she call him by his first name. Grayan, ever the provocateur, just smirked, playing with her rising anger. He leaned in, whispering a dangerous proposition, escalating the tension. Relisha, regaining her composure, challenged his threats with a cool gaze. Her past torments flashed, recalling how others tried to break her spirit. Yet, she remembered, they could never truly destroy her resolve. With a renewed fire, she realized she was her own greatest ally. She opened her fan, a defiant smile gracing her lips, ready for anything. Grayan watched, a knowing smirk playing on his face, enjoying her defiance. He extended his hand, expecting a dance, but she flinched away. Relisha tried to dismiss him, claiming others were waiting for him, but he wouldn't back down, reminding her of high society's decorum. Her refusal to dance was a blatant humiliation, he declared, challenging her. She denied it, insisting she genuinely didn't know how to dance. He saw through her, knowing her true intention was to avoid him. He leaned in, demanding a lunch date to make up for the rejected dance. Relisha's composure cracked as she realized his cunning trap. Meliora watched, seething, enraged by Relisha's escalating attention. She vowed to crush Relisha, restoring order to her twisted world. A hand reaches out, interrupting Colin's quiet contemplation with a fan. Prince Grayan, the second prince of Tagar, asks Colleen to dance. Colleen accepts, thinking she's the only woman a prince would reach for. They dance elegantly, Colleen boasting about running into him. Colleen expresses gratitude for the invitation, marking a historic day for her house. She daringly asks the prince to call her by her first name. He agrees, but only if she doesn't presume to call him Grayan. Colleen reveals her father's new venture, an ambitious move up north. Grayan notes her ambition, wondering if it's due to her roots or determination. She pushes further, suggesting her family as the first investor for his steel mill. Colleen's bold suggestions grow, promising immense family wealth under his guidance. She shocks the prince, asking for a name change, betraying her humble roots. Grayan, now furious, condemns her audacity to challenge his royal authority. Misha appears, radiating pure rage, gritting her teeth at the unfolding drama. Relisha, caught off guard, tries to calm the fuming Misha, but it's futile. Misha, with newfound confidence, declares her unexpected arrival at the event. She gleefully announces her freedom from Colleen's torment, finally able to breathe. Misha confronts Relisha, assuming she also saw her as a bully. Relisha shivers, questioning Misha's sudden maturity and bewildering transformation. Misha then criticizes Relisha's dance skills, comparing her to Lockhart Cadell. Misha considers her next move, a sly smile gracing her lips. Grayan, observing, wonders if Imperial attendants must befriend each other. Misha's thoughts turn dark, contemplating compelling Lockhart to dance. But she recalls Lockhart's cold dismissal, leaving her utterly deflated. Relisha groans, sensing Lockhart's manipulative plan unfolding perfectly. Meanwhile, under the stars, Grayan and Lockhart discuss cunning strategies. Grayan laughs, noting Melioras' lady-in-waiting's intense glare earlier. Lockhart smirks, realizing public pursuit is now his only option. Grayan warns of a slap, but Lockhart finds the idea even more appealing. He challenges Lockhart to preserve his honor, despite the cunning tactic. Grayan, the second prince, slyly enjoys Lockhart's cunning. Lockhart's amusement grows, fueled by his audacious schemes. Grayan, though, warns of the consequences of his ruthless ambition. Yet Lockhart only savors his new, darker path, thanks to her. Grayan cautions Lockhart about going too far, despite his power. He reminds Lockhart of the harsh reality of her illegitimate status. Then Grayan shifts, recalling a surprising conversation with Lady Colin. Lockhart pours wine, weighing Housencart's immense support for him. Grayan explains how this investment could sway disappointed nobles and factions. Lockhart flinches, learning Colleen's audacious request to change her name. Lockhart recoils, Colleen's audacious proposal a bitter shock to his system. Grayan, ever observant, questions Lockhart's true feelings, a smirk playing on his lips. A glass of wine hangs in the air, the answer depending on loyalty. Grayan advises caution as an attendant, but as a friend, his words cut deeper. He condemns Colleen's ambition, placing her needs above the country's fate. A chilling vision shows Colleen, her ambition a thorny, dangerous path. Lockhart, needing funds, confesses his struggle, unlike his wealthier brother. Grayan, with a playful jab, offers a solution, his eyes glinting. Lockhart, surprised, learns Grayan's secret, a treasure beyond imagination. Mountains of gold and jewels reveal Grayan's hidden power, a true game-changer. Grayan demands his share of the spoils, his cost for victory immense. Another noble prepares for his date, a bow signifying departure. Grayan, in chibi form, yells playfully. An epic castle in the background. The sun shines brightly on a beautiful outdoor cafe, awaiting guests. Grayan smiles confidently, his mysterious plans unfolding perfectly. Relisha is confused, wondering why she is even here. Grayan reveals he announced her arrival, ensuring prompt service. Relisha whispers, "A war hero shouldn't be publicly known like this." She questions the danger of her title, his hand silencing her. Grayan explains the title Lion is reserved only for the Emperor. Relisha realizes Grayan's true intentions, a public display of affection. Grayan, with a smirk, relishes Relisha's dawning realization. Relisha flinches as Grayan moves closer, the tension palpable. Everyone is staring, their gazes burning holes into Relisha. Relisha snaps back, refusing to be a pawn in his games. Grayan confidently asserts his undefeated record and Relisha's fate. Relisha is stunned, questioning if she truly is his first. Young Grayan, a prodigy, wields a sword with deadly precision. Relisha views dating as a job, a responsibility to be completed. Grayan takes her hand, finding unexpected enjoyment in their dynamic. Relisha questions Lockhart's relentless work ethic despite his immense inheritance. Lockhart, with a sly smirk, declares his ambition as a kidal. Relisha blushes, caught off guard by his intense gaze and words. A servant arrives, presenting a lavish main course, breaking the tension. Lockhart playfully insists on calling her by her first name, Relisha. He teases her about her fluctuating desire for formality, enjoying her reaction. Lockhart recalls the night Relisha first requested to be called Roward. He notes her newfound confidence, a stark contrast to her past self. Relisha is stunned, realizing how much she has truly changed. Lockhart serves her, insisting she try the special sauce before the food gets cold. Relisha is mortified, feeling the murderous glares from other tables. She tries to eat, wishing for death as Lockhart's teasing continues. Lockhart smirks, enjoying her discomfort, urging her to eat. Relisha beams, praising the delicious meal, forgetting her earlier plight. She clarifies her compliment was for the food, not his smugness. Suddenly, Lockhart slides a mysterious blue box across the table. He reveals it's a gift from an auction, a shocking familiar item. It's the stolen emerald ring, a source of her past trauma. Relisha refuses the expensive, painful memory, hands waving frantically. Lockhart asks if she ever wore it, a sly grin on his face. He slides the ring onto her finger, a symbol of past trauma. This ring, a catalyst for so many major events. Meliora, once furious, now trusts her completely because of it. The ring brings nostalgia, but she still must return it. Suddenly, a murderous atmosphere intensifies around them. Is it the ring causing this deadly shift in the air? Lockhart's grin confirms the misunderstanding. A rejected proposal. He dramatically accepts her rejection, vowing to try harder. The gossiping onlookers are captivated by his public declaration. Relicia, mortified, desperately tries to escape the escalating drama. Relicia frets, knowing Meliora might misunderstand everything. Lockhart's presence complicates everything with his playful persistence. Prince Grayan would never tolerate any disrespect towards his sister. The first prince and empress would exploit this conflict. Relicia decides to tell Meliora the ring was for anger management. Lockhart, smirking, accepts her rejection, promising to try again. Relicia watches, mortified, as Lockhart departs in his grand carriage. He stares back, an unsettling glint in his eyes. Meliora, unexpectedly calm, says she understands completely. Relicia is utterly bewildered, desperate for an explanation. Meliora confesses her deep admiration for Lockhart, leaving Relicia speechless. She presses Relicia, asking if she truly finds Lockhart unattractive. Relicia frantically denies attraction, but Meliora sees through her facade. Meliora assumes Lockhart gave the ring for anger management. She reveals a dark past, explaining why she struggles with dancing. Meliora recounts Lockhart's kindness, his family's reputation for fairness. Suddenly, Meliora's expression darkens, a menacing glare in her eyes. She clutches Relicia's hand, revealing her desperate fear of abandonment. Meliora warns Relicia of her immense anger if she were to leave. Relicia, shaken, promises her unwavering loyalty and support. Meliora warns Relicia, making her intentions chillingly clear. Relicia is stunned as Meliora delivers a final, ominous declaration. Meliora points, revealing Relicia is now public enemy number 1. Relicia gasps, the weight of Meliora's words chilling her to the bone. The grand palace gleams under a harsh, unforgiving sun. Suddenly, Relicia finds herself confronted by a familiar, fiery-haired woman. Misha glares, demanding answers from a bewildered Relicia. Misha scoffs, questioning Relicia's very presence in the palace. Relicia flinches, realizing the true danger lurking within these walls. Misha sips tea, a grumpy expression hinting at a long day ahead. Misha fumes, humiliated by Relicia, her illegitimate half-sister, over a man. Relicia is bewildered, hearing sister for the first time. Misha accuses Relicia of seducing Lord Lockhart with dark magic. Relicia flinches, remembering Lockhart's mysterious business visits. Misha reveals Henrietta saw Relicia and Lockhart together in the garden. Misha unleashes a furious curse, wishing Relicia would go bald. Relicia tries to calm Misha, who dramatically laments her tragic youth. Misha demands secrecy about her heartfelt letter to protect Lockhart's reputation. Misha realizes Lockhart never showed interest in any woman, including her. Relicia is stunned, as Misha implies she is somehow different. Misha dismisses Relicia as an illegitimate child, but Relicia pushes back. Misha demands Relicia get up for an urgent, mysterious task. She pulls Relicia, shaming her for not knowing how to dance. Misha rigorously instructs Relicia, who struggles to follow the steps. Relicia awkwardly agrees to memorize the complex dance moves. Misha reveals her coming-of-age party is next week, demanding Relicia dance. Relicia hesitates, fearing Misha's mother and her own bad dancing. Misha then reveals Lockhart will be attending with Relicia, shocking her. Misha schemes, explaining Lockhart's presence guarantees party success and suitors. Relicia realizes Misha is using her, but Misha calls it a gift. Misha's sinister grin reveals she excluded Colin from the invitation list. Relicia flinches as Misha demands she memorize a complicated dance manual. Colleen arrives at the Imperial Palace, stunned to be summoned by Prince Aurel. Aurel, the first prince of Tager, ominously greets the brilliant student. Colleen bows, sensing the weight of the prince's mysterious invitation. Aurel presents a lavish gift box, his intentions shrouded in mystery. He probes Colin about her father's steel mill investment, raising her suspicions. Colin realizes Aurel is after her family's wealth, her mind racing. Aurel's smile turns predatory, hinting at the potential ruin of her father's efforts. Colleen wonders if Aurel knows about her conversation with Prince Grayan, fearing a trap. Aurel warns Colleen of treasures slipping away like sand. Colleen asks how to prevent such loss, feeling trapped. Suddenly, the Empress arrives, her presence commanding. Empress Leora enters, radiating immense power and authority. She dismisses formalities, her gaze fixed on Colleen. Colleen hesitantly reaches for the mysterious gift box. Inside, a magnificent, blood-red necklace gleams ominously. The Empress reveals the necklace was almost hers once. Oral explains it was stolen, then miraculously returned. Leora drapes the necklace on Colleen, a chilling gesture of possession. The Empress's touch, a chilling promise of power for Oral. Colleen is dismissed, her fate now sealed by the Empress's game. The door clicks shut, a finality to the unsettling encounter. Oral criticizes Colleen, but the Empress sees only a useful pawn. Her true intentions remain hidden, a dangerous game unfolds. A carriage glides through the sunlit day, carrying new destinies. Relisha prepares for Misha's coming of age, oblivious to the storm. A sudden concern flickers in Relisha's eyes, a premonition. Lockhart Cadell appears, shocking Relisha with his unexpected presence. He claims their families approve, a declaration that changes everything. Relisha is overwhelmed, a headache pounding from recent revelations. Lockhart calmly explains his loyal report to Princess Meliora. He recounts Meliora's lenient scolding, easing Relicia's worries. Suddenly, Lockhart announces an unexpected stop on their journey. Relisha, exasperated, questions his decision to get flowers. He dismisses her, promising a quick return, leaving her alone. Lockhart imagines himself with a rose, a thoughtful gesture. Relicia, flustered, tries to shake away her conflicting feelings. The carriage door clacks open, surprising Relisha with his speedy return. But the figures at the door wear pirate clothes, chilling her to the bone. Relicia's world shatters as pirates seize her, their intentions unknown. They drag her into a secluded, ominous building under the moonlight. One pirate barks orders, binding Relicia while another stands guard. She struggles against the ropes, her cries silenced by brute force. Relicia realizes she's a pawn in a revenge plot against Lockhart. A blade flashes, held by a pirate who eyes her with malicious intent. The pirate leader taunts her, planning to sell her for a fortune. Suddenly, a door creaks open, revealing an unknown presence. A colossal sword pierces the wooden ceiling, silencing the pirates. Relicia weeps tears of desperate hope, sensing salvation is near. Lord Lockhart appears, bloodied but unwavering, a savior in the chaos. He kneels, asking if she's safe, her legs weak from terror. The dropped rope signifies her freedom as he assures her safety. Relicia flinches as he mentions Misha, remembering the coming-of-age party. He gently commands her to sit back down, knowing she's too shaken. Despite everything, her thoughts drift to Misha, not herself. A moment of shared smiles, a hint of reconciliation between them. She asks how the pirates knew he was there, a subtle flinch from him. Lockhart, with a bloody neck, attempts to explain his mysterious presence. He casually admits to taking the pirate's treasure, leaving her stunned. Relicia is amused, finding Lockhart's astute observations both impressive and annoying. Suddenly, a strange smell fills the air, catching both their attention. Panic rises as the smell intensifies, revealing something burning nearby. The hidden pirates set the place ablaze, trapping them inside as the door locks. Lockhart searches frantically for an escape, a weak spot in the wall. With a thunderous crash, Lockhart smashes through the wall, creating an exit. He clasps her hand, pulling her toward the unknown, demanding they escape. Another pirate ambushes them, but Relicia's sharp eyes spot him first. Lockhart's expression darkens, a dangerous glare appearing in his eyes. With a swift motion, his sword flashes, cutting down the encroaching pirate. The raging blaze threatened to consume everything, spreading dangerously fast. Lockhart dashed into the inferno, battling the flames alone. He fought through the night, the fire finally extinguished under a moonlit sky. Exhausted, they rested, relieved the crisis was averted. Relicia scolded him for his recklessness, his face stained with blood. Lockhart gave her credit, acknowledging her vital help. She smiled, admitting her inability to manage without him. He apologized sincerely, his gaze unwavering. A sudden realization hit him about a past letter. Relicia confessed to writing a mischievous letter, unaware of its impact. He knew her secret, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. She beamed, asking if he finally forgave her. He playfully chastised her, saying she was barely forgiven. Their hands touched, a spark of connection between them. Laughter echoed, shattering the tension of the night. He confessed a secret of his own, a knowing grin. Her face contorted in shock, realizing he knew her true identity. A past mystery unraveled, the highest exam score, an unknown name. She insisted it wasn't her intention to deceive him. He questioned her motives, demanding to know why she hid. She sacrificed her dreams to protect her family's honor. He declared no one had the right to force such a decision. Protecting those she loved was her choice, and she was unashamed. He remembered the day he first met her, his world collapsing. He admitted his jealousy of her, a stark confession. He, the firstborn, had everything, yet felt unfulfilled. He realized he lost to a girl who came from nothing. He touched her hair, murmuring her name, Relisha. His hand caressed her cheek, her face flushing crimson. Their lips met in a passionate, undeniable kiss. His intense gaze, always a source of fear, now held a different meaning. He was the one who saw beyond her status, saving her countless times. Their eyes met, a dangerous spark igniting between them. His touch, his words, demanded more. She hesitated, overwhelmed. Their fingers intertwined, a silent plea to stop, yet unable to resist. He leaned in close, her breath catching, heart pounding wildly. His hand slid down her arm, a trail of fire. Their lips sealed the unspoken sin, a passionate embrace. Her flushed face, his lingering gaze, the air thick with desire. The deed done, a nervous agreement to conceal their secret. Lockhart, bloodied but smirking, fabricated a pirate conflict to cover their tracks. Relisha frets, consumed by guilt over their forbidden kiss. The memory of their passionate embrace, a sin she can't escape. She desperately tries to dismiss their moment as a grave mistake. Lockhart turns away, silently absorbing her words, his expression unreadable. His single, agonizing question cuts through her defenses. It was a mistake? Relisha, feigning cheerfulness, insists it was just post-trauma confusion. Lockhart erupts in a chilling, derisive laugh, her heart sinking. He steps closer, questioning her conclusion, as she falters. His predatory gaze, a wolf's hunger, suggests repeating their mistake. Relisha, grabbed by Lockhart, desperately whispers their moment was inappropriate. Lockhart's enraged shout silences her, his face a mask of pain. He declares their shared passion wasn't a mistake, but completely sincere. Then he pulls away, his hand reaching for something unseen. He promises to wait for her, working to enthrone Prince Grayan. Relisha, flustered, tries to understand his cryptic declaration. Lockhart mutters, questioning what isn't a mistake in this twisted world. He walks away, leaving his coat, as Relisha desperately calls out. A mysterious, ornate coat lies abandoned, hinting at a darker purpose. Suddenly, a new woman greets Grayan, the small son of Tagar. Prince Grayan seethes, calling her a double-dealing snake. Colleen confesses her earlier meeting with the first prince. Grayan feigns appreciation, but his true intentions remain hidden. Colleen reveals the Empress's words about the red-tiered jewel. Grayan questions if she's manipulating him, angered by her actions. He accuses her of hesitation while Prince Oral acted decisively. Colleen boldly proposes making her his secret attendant. She promises to make him crown prince, if he accepts. Grayan's sharp retort cuts through her ambition, pausing her. He declines her offer, leaving Colleen utterly speechless and shocked. Grayan dismisses Colleen's desperate proposal with a mocking laugh. He coldly explains accepting her would only invite Oral's ridicule. Grayan reveals his true secret attendant, someone loyal above all. He smirks, reminding Colleen of an attendant's true worth. Colleen trembles, all her efforts reduced to a baseborn's ambition. Tears stream down her face as she swears revenge on Prince Grayan. Later, Grayan finds Lockhart, bewildered by his bloodied state. Lockhart, stained with blood, laughs off the chaos he caused. Grayan is shocked to learn Lockhart seduced his lady-in-waiting. Lockhart grins, admitting he finds causing trouble too fun to resist. Lockhart, bloodied but smiling, declares a new target for his schemes. Princess Meliora becomes his next mark in this dangerous game. Grayan grits his teeth, his feelings for Relisha complicated. Lockhart casually reveals Colleen's visit to Oral's palace. He questions Grayan's loyalty, but Grayan reaffirms his devotion. The discussion turns to a valuable item, the red tier necklace. Lockhart reveals Colleen sought to become his secret attendant. Grayan refused, already having a more trustworthy confidant. He silently thinks of Relisha, now his unwitting secret attendant. Grayan dismisses Colleen, refusing to marry someone who tests him. Lockhart flinches, bloodied, as a dangerous secret surfaces. Grayan questions if Colleen brought the infamous red tier. A growing unease settles. Does she know their hidden actions? A dark memory reveals the illegal theft of the red tier. The true danger isn't the theft, but the international incident. Yet, the lack of evidence makes her a wild card. Lockhart fears Colleen's information could be used for something else. Grayan suggests caution, but Colleen is anything but cautious. Under a moonlit sky, a scheme begins to unfold. Colleen, with a chilling smirk, prepares to unleash chaos on the palace. Breaking news rocks the empire. Pirates attempted to trade the stolen red tier. They also smuggled other goods, but their plan utterly failed. The most shocking part? Signs pointed to a prestigious family's involvement. A mysterious figure receives a letter from Colleen, declaring her heart. He smirks, realizing the extraordinary gift she's offered. Empress Leora questions Oral. Why did Lockhart pursue the red tier? Oral dismisses it as an old article, the red tier now with choline. Leora despises Colin's betrayal, a public stab in the back. She knows Oral wanted the red tier, and now they must weigh options. His Majesty cannot make an enemy of the powerful First Lion. Empress Leora suggests crushing Lockhart Cadell to one-up Grayan. Oral questions the First Lion's interference. Leora assures him the First Lion keeps feelings out of business. She clasps Oral's hand, vowing revenge if he were harmed. Oral, bewildered, questions who would dare challenge him. Leora warns him never to underestimate destructive human emotions. Oral gulps, promising to heed her advice. Meanwhile, a furious man slams a coat down, yelling about a lost coat. He berates his son, Lockhart, for his carelessness and incompetence. Lockhart fumes, realizing Colleen sought favor with Oral after his rejection. A mysterious package arrives, hinting at a hidden agenda. Oral, now indebted, clutches a cloak, his expression troubled. A stern figure ponders how to navigate the court's treacherous games. He discusses gaining influence with Oral, a dangerous political move. Young Lockhart is abruptly silenced, receiving a harsh reprimand. The man's gaze intensifies, questioning the architect of the trap. Colleen, revealed as the culprit, glows with a menacing aura. The man remarks on Lockhart's lifelong rivalry, a battle for supremacy. Lockhart scoffs, dismissing Colleen's efforts as utterly pathetic. He storms off, leaving his father to consider the next deadly move. A strange rumor circulates in high society, a cause for deep concern. Lockhart questions his father about a mysterious girl he met. His father demands to know their relationship, stirring unease. He presses, is Lockhart serious about her, given his lack of questions? The father states his stake in Lockhart's future offspring. Lockhart denies any plans for children, facing his father's stern gaze. His father warns him not to sully the Cadell name. Relicia frets, pacing nervously in a grand garden. Lockhart appears, startling Relicia, asking why she didn't contact him directly. He leans in, questioning her concern, a smirk playing on his lips. Relicia collapses onto the bench, asking if Prince Oral sent the tip. Lockhart reveals Colleen and Carta betrayed her for the prince's favor. Relicia scoots away, acknowledging their shared enemies. Lockhart proposes a deal, but Relicia immediately refuses him. He smirks, noting their shared secrets make a deal impossible. He offers revenge on Colleen if she stops seducing him. Lockhart glares, calling her reckless for coming after him. She springs up, demanding to know why he felt that way. A flashback ignites, recalling their shared, scandalous past. Relicia blushes, admitting her misunderstanding of his reckless claim. Lockhart questions Relicia, demanding if she'll accept his dangerous deal. He reveals the deal, exposing the absolute truth. Relicia commands an article exposing Grayan, but with a twist. Lockhart is stunned, questioning her audacious new plan. She proposes framing Grayan as a hero, using their information against him. Suddenly, a calculated scheme to discard Colleen unfolds. Relicia smirks, envisioning Colleen's fury and sleepless nights. Lockhart wonders if the public will accept the fabricated military operation. Relicia dismisses it, declaring commoners only care about survival, not noble debates. The public will hail Prince Grayan as a hero for his strategic victory. They spun tales of his heroism, fighting tirelessly for his people. Relicia's smirk widened, asking if it was enough to back off. Lockhart accepted her deal, ending his pretense of seduction. But his obsessive nature meant he'd decide her fate later. Relicia frantically demanded he explain, but he rushed away. Lockhart simply grinned, leaving her in stunned silence. The Grand Palace stood, oblivious to the schemes unfolding within. Relicia, now changed, nervously anticipated her next encounter. Princess Meliora glared, questioning why she was summoned. Relicia smiled, inquiring about Misha Roard's coming-of-age ceremony. Meliora, reading a letter, finds Misha's fury at Relicia's absence. Relicia is stunned by the scathing letter, condemning her. Meliora rages, demanding to know about Relicia's secret departure with Lockhart. Relicia, caught, tries to feign innocence, but Meliora is unconvinced. Meliora warns Relicia of scandalous rumors, fearing her reputation's ruin. Whispers claim Relicia seduced Lockhart to sabotage Misha's celebration. Meliora doubts Relicia's ability to seduce Lockhart, yet struggles with belief. Relicia, tearfully denying the rumors, vows they will never spread again. Meliora declares she cannot keep a controversial maid by her side. However, Leora Tagar, the Empress, prevents Relicia's expulsion from the palace. Meliora, angered, orders Relicia to keep her head down and stay out of sight. Relicia, shaken, barely manages to respond, her world crumbling. The tension shatters as the Grand Palace doors seal her fate. Meliora, alone, calls for her tea party friends, plotting her next move. Meanwhile, Relicia watches a lone warrior train, lost in thought. She looks distraught, her mind consumed by the crushing accusations. The warrior, Sir Lond, trains relentlessly, a blurred force of power. Relicia despairs, lamenting her powerlessness to keep her promise. Suddenly, Sir Lond appears, his gaze piercing, asking if she spoke. He offers comfort, urging Lady Relicia to confide in him. Relicia, suspended, reveals the princess has banished her from sight. A hand grasps hers, urging her to confess the unsettling truth. She recalls a dangerous past, entangled with pirates and hidden schemes. Relicia tries to explain, but the words falter, too dangerous to share. The contest is stalled, yet her anxiety deepens, a sinister premonition. Suddenly, her confidant erupts, furious about the princess's relapse into frivolous tea parties. He demands an explanation for the princess's regressing behavior. Relicia confesses her association with a noble, fearing rumors will spread. The confidant scoffs at her worries, demanding to know how she gained trust. He recounts a fateful imperial picnic, a sabotaged carriage, and betrayal. Years ago, a prince saved a princess from a mysterious attacker. The princess, now Relicia, fumes, questioning the prince's motives. The prince implies a deeper connection, revealing a shared secret. He belittles the princess's loyalty, calling it mere charity. Relicia confronts him about the princess's supposed unforgivable act. The prince sneers, revealing a trivial reason for the conflict. Relicia is disgusted. This petty feud caused immense suffering. The prince declares imperial families are unlike any other. Oral coughs violently, collapsing into a fit of weakness. Amela rushes to Oral, urging him to compose himself. The empress screams for a sedative, fearing for her son's life. Meanwhile, a newspaper heralds Prince Gran as the empire's hero. The empress dismisses public favor, urging Oral to compose himself. But Oral reveals a terrifying truth. Gran didn't act alone. His mother's disbelief shatters as the impossible becomes clear. Oral grits his teeth, calling Gran's actions an act of treason. The tea set crashes as he rages about Gran being hailed as a hero. Amela interrupts, announcing Lady Colleen's request to enter the palace. Oral slams his fist down, demanding Colleen rot on her money. Colleen, outside, is shocked, realizing His Highness's cruel words were for her. Colleen's desperate gambit to align with Prince Oral leads to a shocking betrayal. Her heart flinches as Lord Lockhart greets her, his intentions unclear. Yet, a fierce resolve hardens her gaze. She refuses to surrender now. She reminds him their alliance is public, sealed by her family's sacrifice. Colleen proposes a dangerous game, offering herself as a tool for vengeance. Lockhart's expression shifts, a silent warning in his shadowed eyes. He subtly reminds her of the perilous path she chose, turning on the prince. With a chilling bow, he dismisses her, promising a future encounter at the academy. Colleen collapses, consumed by regret, realizing her fatal miscalculation. But even amidst ruin, her spirit ignites with a fierce determination to survive. Misha explodes in tears, vowing revenge on those who humiliated her. Meanwhile, under the full moon, a grand palace stands silently. Inside, Oral presents a gift to his mother, the Empress. He proudly explains his desire to see her happy reaction. The box reveals a stunning red necklace, sparkling with power. The Empress is overwhelmed, tears of joy streaming down her face. Oral reveals Colleen gave him the necklace, finally realizing it didn't belong to her. He grins, predicting an interesting future as Colleen seeks revenge. Elsewhere, Amela thanks Relicia while scraping wood, hinting at dark secrets. Relicia, suspended from her post, casually continues her work, a new mystery unfolding. Amela, the headmaid, asks about her shocking suspension. Relicia explains it was for inappropriate conduct, leaving Amela stunned. A flashback reveals a passionate kiss, then Relicia's strained smile. Amela suspects Lord Lockhart is involved, questioning their connection. Relicia, maintaining a forced smile, dismisses it as a mere coincidence. She recounts seeing a man grab a woman, thinking him a pervert. Amela is shocked to learn Relicia cursed him out for justice. Relicia's passion for justice impresses Amela, though Relicia is embarrassed. Later, Relicia admits the man was Lockhart, terrifying her. Amela realizes Relicia's unique bond with Lord Lockhart. Relicia ponders why other ladies are mesmerized by Lord Lockhart. Amela insists Relicia's unique reaction makes her special to Lockhart. Relicia remains clueless, questioning Lockhart's true nature. Amela dramatically explains how hearts, like alchemy, act unpredictably. Relicia, still bewildered, struggles to comprehend the implications. Amela departs, leaving Relicia with a new, unsettling thought. Relicia accepts the unsettling truth, feeling a strange connection. Suddenly, a maid from Prince Grayan's palace appears, summoning Relisha. Prince Grayan sits regally, a sword in his hand, a chilling smile. Relisha freezes, dreading the dark fate that now looms before her. Prince Grayan, chillingly calm, welcomes a terrified Relisha to his table. He casually asks about her suspension, revealing a deeper game at play. Relisha's inner fury ignites. Is this prince truly playing with her fate? Grayan dramatically raises his war-forged sword, a symbol of immense power. He reveals Lockhart exposed Relisha as the author, shifting the conversation. The prince implies her writing has pleased even his majesty, a dangerous honor. Grayan, with a calculating gaze, questions the true motives behind her actions. Relisha confesses her actions were merely repaying a hidden, vital debt. A flashback reveals Lockhart's heroic rescue, saving her life in the hunting grounds. Grayan's logic twists, leaving Relisha utterly bewildered by his true intentions. Relisha ponders how loyalty depends on one's social standing. Yet, she realizes loyalty is not the only thing she truly needs. She learned that true devotion means facing danger without reward. While the educated bargain, others risk everything without question. Grayan expresses gratitude, but warns of Meliora's displeasure if she knew. Relisha bows, honored. Yet a chilling question about satisfaction hangs in the air. Grayan's smile holds a sinister edge, asking if Meliora pushed her away. Relisha, flustered, admits regrets always surface after the fact. She strives to do her best, minimizing future remorse. A curious philosophy. Grayan, toying with his sword, questions her loyalty to Meliora. Grayan, wielding his sword, reminds her of her suspension. He then asks when the contest is set to resume. Relisha, surprised, admits she only knows the third contest start date. Grayan dismisses her, concluding their chilling conversation. Relisha trudges away, exhausted from the prince's intense scrutiny. She smiles, relieved to survive another day in the treacherous palace. But her peace shatters as Misha appears, radiating fiery anger. Relisha asks why she's here, apologizing for missing a party. Misha erupts, furious, mocking Relisha's pity for her supposed misery. Relisha's worry turns to relief as Misha boasts of her recital's success. Relisha apologizes, but Misha demands to know why no letter was sent. Misha sips her tea, waiting for a proper explanation. Relisha explains her carriage broke down, stranding her with Lord Lockhart. Misha furiously questions Relisha's whereabouts 2 nights ago. Relisha is stunned as Misha reveals she was seen with Lockhart. Misha whispers tales of Relisha and Lockhart in a dark alley. Witnesses claim they were passionately making out, forcing police intervention. Relisha is utterly shocked, denying the scandalous accusations. She insists she was home, but Misha's glare implies otherwise. Misha reveals countless witnesses saw Relisha and Lockhart in compromising places. Relisha questions if Lockhart's visit hints at a hidden connection between them. Misha gasps, convinced someone is setting a trap for Lockhart. Relisha dismisses it, believing the trap is actually for her. Misha rises, leaving Relisha to ponder the unfolding conspiracy. The door clacks shut, sealing Relisha in her troubled thoughts. Relisha wonders if Lockhart broke his promise and hired an imposter. He wouldn't stoop so low. This scandal hurts them both deeply. The prince Lockhart serves also suffers a blow to his reputation. Only one person benefits from this chaos: the cunning second prince. Relisha realizes she must seek him out, despite her reluctance. Lockhart's appearance startles the prince, questioning his late-night presence. The second prince, Grayan, casually sips wine, observing Lockhart's troubled expression. Grayan preys into Lockhart's thoughts, who admits he's pondering a woman. Grayan suggests the vengeful Colin, irritating Lockhart into an outburst. Lockhart declares he now knows the ideal woman he should marry. Grayan, amused, asks what kind of woman that would be. Lockhart describes a powerful, competent protector. Grayan pictures a female Lockhart. He desires someone who serves with heart, not duty, and never annoys him. Lockhart doubts such a woman exists, dismissing her as an illegitimate child. Grayan finds Relisha amusing. She remains oblivious to her true worth. Grayan smiles, amused by Meliora's unacknowledged self-worth. He senses Lockhart is on edge, unsure what to expect from her. Lockhart admits he's intrigued, finding Relisha prettier than Encarta. Grayan feigns surprise, questioning Lockhart using Relisha's first name. He insists they must be on first-name terms, given their scandal. Lockhart, blushing fiercely, tells Grayan to piss off. Grayan, grinning, agrees to graciously piss off, and dashes away. Lockhart walks through the palace, when a man calls out his name. Director Royman rushes, handing Lockhart a letter from Lady Relisha. Lockhart, surprised, takes the sealed letter, wondering what it contains. Lockhart smirks, reading the mysterious letter he just received from Relicia. The shocking message from Relicia takes him back to a secluded garden. Relicia confronts him, asking why he didn't seek her out sooner. He questions the rumor she mentions, sensing a trap. The rumors claim they were publicly making out, even involving the police. She realizes someone is setting them up, pulling him into a scandal. Relicia frantically warns him that he is also in danger. Lockhart, overwhelmed with guilt, apologizes deeply to her. She assures him it's okay, acknowledging he saved her many times. But now, Prince Oral uses his own tactics against him. He needs a plan. Lockhart silences her worries, claiming he has everything under control. He then asks about her rumored tea with the mysterious Prince Grayan. Relicia, flustered, admits she only watched him polish his deadly sword. Lockhart teases, asking if Grayan thanks her often, shocking Relicia. Yet, she defends Grayan, saying his harshness holds no true malice. Relicia shrugs, doubting she'll ever see the intimidating prince again. Lockhart grins, believing Grayan's assessment of Relicia's worth is accurate, but the thought of seeing Grayan more makes Relicia shudder in fear. Lockhart instructs her to be seen only at public events to quash rumors. Relicia snaps, denying any concern for Lockhart, her face red. Grayan departs, leaving Relicia to her thoughts of his surprising sincerity. She lays in bed, reflecting on the weight of a prince's apology. Grayan, meanwhile, clutches his head, regretting the scandal he caused her. Relicia muses on this rare gratitude. A dream for an illegitimate child. But then, how does Lockhart truly see her, she wonders, heart fluttering. Suddenly, a door bursts open, shattering her peaceful contemplation. Amela, the headmaid, rushes in, calling Relicia's name frantically. Relicia is confused. Amela had told her to stay hidden. She asks what's happening, eyes wide with sudden worry. Amela reveals Lockhart faces punishment for damaging noble dignity. Relicia is utterly stunned by the news, her world shaking. A war hero, reduced to ridicule. The assembly cries for justice. Viscount Hort demands the harshest punishment to set an example. Meanwhile, at the palace, a new, insidious plot unfolds. The sickly Princess Meliora receives a visitor with a hidden agenda. Viscount Hort presents a document, a gift from a conniving rival. Meliora, surprised, learns of Colleen and Cart's latest move. Lockhart's public humiliation is now a political weapon against him. Hort promises the princess the entire contest if she acts. Meliora ponders the implications, a dangerous game now in play. Prince Oral demands an explanation for the public announcement. The aide reveals Colin's offer to manipulate the House of Peers. He desperately needs Prince Oral's support after Count Roard's intervention. Meliora agrees, seeing an opportunity to eliminate her rivals. She warns him to report everything, but accepts his loyalty. Meanwhile, Colleen gloats over Lockhart Cadell's impending downfall. She boasts of her power to manipulate with her family's wealth. Clutching a document, she vows to never be tossed aside. The document burns, a symbol of her ruthless ambition. Oral sits enthroned, his power absolute, as others bow before him. Oral asserts his father's vast power, hinting at his own strength. He vows to avoid past mistakes, clutching a critical document. But why must he witness such a betrayal? The paper asks. Two attendants face dismissal, their futures hanging by a thread. He struggles with the harsh reality, questioning the only path forward. Grayan declares he cannot tolerate such disgrace before the Emperor. Oral proposes a shocking marriage to resolve the scandal. He frames the false rumors as a blossoming love affair. Grayan agrees, demanding Relicia step down from her current role. Oral laments Lockhart's plight, forever judged by his wife's roots. Grayan assures the Emperor Relicia will quell criticisms, asking for trust. The Emperor expresses amazement at Count Roard's confidence. Oral proposes a formal apology and marriage announcement to the House of Peers. The Emperor, agitated, dismisses them, wishing to be alone. Grayan and Oral depart, their expressions unreadable. Grayan ponders the Count's suggestion, deeming it the best solution. A carriage moves through the city as rumors are called malicious fabrications. Inside, Oral warns of being kicked out and his brother dominating the throne. He asks if this outcome benefits them or their children. He asserts they are allies protecting the Empire's power balance. The Empress schemes, declaring only her faction will remain. Oral questions an unseen proposal, his face etched with worry. Count Roard shockingly proposes marriage between their children. He insists they save their children from scandal, protecting Lockhart. The Count understands reluctance for his illegitimate daughter. He argues Lockhart's position will soon be restored anyway. Oral's machinations could shatter everything Lockhart has built. His calm delivery of terrifying prospects chills the Count. Count Roard fiercely opposes the forced marriage, refusing coercion. A carriage departs, sealing a waste of time and a harsh goodbye. Count Roard grapples with a terrible secret, clutching his head in despair. He delivers the shocking news. Their children are now family, sealed by an apology. The children arrive, oblivious to the storm brewing around them. Relisha's defiance flares as the Count is consumed by a dark rage. His fury erupts, lamenting her poor lineage despite her exceptional qualities. A formal apology has been issued, binding Relisha and Lockhart. The Duke apologizes, but Count Roard hints at a deeper, more sinister plot. Lockhart questions the unsettling implications, his expression filled with confusion. The Duke grimly announces a marriage has been decided between them. Relisha and Lockhart are utterly stunned by the shocking declaration. The Duke's words echo, a marriage declared, binding Relisha and Lockhart. Count Roard, with a sinister smile, confirms the shocking decree. Relisha's world shatters. She refuses to accept this cruel fate. Lord Lockhart, equally stunned, can offer no immediate solace. She desperately pleads with Lockhart, demanding he stop this madness. Tears stream as Relisha is ordered to pack, her future stolen. Meanwhile, Prince Grayan observes Lockhart, deep in a strategic conversation. Lockhart remains silent, his expression unreadable, a storm brewing within. Grayan presses him, questioning his silence, sensing a deeper game. A new apology, a cryptic book, the political machinations deepen. Prince Grayan breathes a sigh of relief as the incident is disregarded. He acknowledges Lockhart's aid, never expecting such trouble from Colleen. Grayan apologizes for his pushiness, promising to keep his word. Oral demands his crown, revealing Relisha's sudden resignation and departure. Grayan fears Relisha's grudge, summoning C to explain his actions. A younger Grayan promises a future visit, a cryptic together echoing. Oral declares the two lions have taken drastic measures. Grayan's world shatters. "I'm getting married, Your Highness." The shocking news reverberates through the grand castle. Relisha clutches her hair, overwhelmed by the devastating turn of events. A desperate soul screams, "How dare you," in utter disbelief. The headmaid clings, proclaiming, "You're mine, Relisha." With a fleeting glance, Relisha ignores the declaration. The headmaid bows, bidding a chilling farewell, "Lady Relisha." Relisha collapses, held by a maid, hearing her own name shrieked. The grand doors close, sealing her fate in a blinding flash of light. She resigns, but the headmaid reveals a shocking marriage. Congratulations are offered, but Relisha senses something is wrong. A thunderous Mrs. Keidel shatters her reality. Relisha is utterly bewildered, her mind reeling from the title. Relisha is stunned, hearing the bewildering address of Mrs. Keidel. Panic consumes her, trapped in an unfamiliar estate with no escape. A looming shadow approaches, signaling an ominous presence. Relisha is startled by a polite but unsettling knock. Olga, the headmaid of the Keidel estate, introduces herself with unsettling warmth. She reveals Relisha will share a room with Lord Lockhart until the wedding. Relisha's mind reels, struggling to comprehend the bizarre wedding arrangements. The headmaid welcomes her as the new lady of the house. Relisha clutches her dress, sensing the maid knows more than she lets on. The headmaid calmly reveals Relisha's true identity, shattering her last hope. The headmaid reveals she knows everything, even the recent scandal. Relisha, shaken, insists it's not the maid's concern. But the maid reveals she knows Relisha is an illegitimate daughter. The headmaid pledges loyal service, a chilling reassurance. Relisha's mind races, trapped and desperate for an escape. Suddenly, Lockhart appears, calmly stating the situation is out of their hands. Tears stream down Relisha's face. Her world crumbles. She reaches out, a desperate plea for help. Relisha clings to Lockhart, demanding answers, a way out. She begs him for a plan, but Lockhart remains silent. Relisha's world shatters. She faces a forced marriage. Lockhart reveals their fathers arranged it, with the Emperor's ironclad decree. This isn't just a marriage, it's an inescapable imperial decision. Even divorce would require the Emperor's impossible permission. Relisha questions Lockhart's true intentions amidst this crisis. He remains silent, but her desperation sparks a new resolve. She fears ostracism and banishment, but her father's heart weighs heavily. Suddenly, she grabs Lockhart's arm, a daring plan forming. Relisha offers assistance to Prince Grayan to ascend the throne. Their freedom hinges on a desperate gamble, a new emperor's mercy. Relisha desperately urges Lockhart to leave, haunted by her past. She refuses to be an unwanted family member, a burden to anyone. Tears stream down her face, reliving a life of being an unwelcome guest. Lockhart listens, a flicker of understanding in his eyes as she speaks. He grits his teeth, a silent struggle within as her words resonate. Relisha slams the door, retreating into a private despair. She slumps to the floor, the weight of her fate crushing her spirit. Tears fall onto her hands, mirroring the anguish in her heart. She remembers a past self, urging escape from a cruel family. Relicia wanted to fly, to finally have a chance at freedom. Relicia realizes Prince Oral is the true villain in this twisted game. Lockhart, bound by duty, must place Prince Grayan on the throne. She feels like a burden, fearing his resentment for saving her. Relicia questions how she can ever face him again after this. What is she supposed to do in this impossible situation? Meanwhile, Lockhart grapples with the sudden, shocking marriage proposal. He acknowledges the abruptness, but a strange excitement stirs within him. Others express concern, questioning his feelings about the union. Relicia, once again, feels like an unwelcome guest in her own life. Lockhart knows his inaction would allow Oral to seize the crown. Grayan fears for his and Princess Meliora's safety, knowing they are in grave danger. Lockhart wonders what he should do as the sun sets on his troubled thoughts. 1 week later, Lockhart and Relicia are finally getting married. Lockhart stands ready at the altar, looking back for his bride. Has Relicia had enough time to organize her thoughts before this fateful day? She apologizes to Count Roward, admitting she couldn't fly free. He looks at her, his expression unreadable, as she confesses her feelings. "Let's go to the altar," he says, taking her hand as they walk forward. The priest pronounces them husband and wife under the bright sky. The groom is told to kiss the bride, but Relicia's gaze is troubled. He notices her discomfort, a tension hanging heavy in the air. A tender kiss to her cheek, but her eyes betray deep unease. The grand wedding reception unfolds, oblivious to her inner turmoil. The guests mock the groom's reserved kiss, their laughter echoing. An older noble makes a vulgar joke about his wedding night. Relicia observes the crowd, realizing this is her new reality. 2 noble women gossip, judging her as a vulgar boozehound. Relicia's expression hardens, hearing them insult her and her new family. The Countess looks on, a sinister smile hidden behind her fan. Relicia fumes inwardly, insulted at her own wedding reception. Relicia realizes the vassals will now openly detest the new lady of the house. She thought moving out would free her from the Countess's sinister influence. Suddenly, a noblewoman snatches a bottle of wine from a maid. Relicia, enraged, chugs the entire bottle in a defiant act. She slams the empty bottle onto the table, shocking everyone present. Relicia's smile masks a deadly promise. She cannot wait for the Countess to die. The Countess, furious, springs to her feet, demanding Relicia's attention. Relicia defiantly stomps away, ignoring the Countess's furious calls. The grand doors creak open, revealing an unexpected arrival. The headmaid, and a noble return, having been pestered by the vassals. Vassals pressure Lockhart on his wedding night, but his thoughts drift to Relicia. The headmaid reveals Relicia, feeling tipsy, was escorted to her room. Lockhart enters the opulent bedroom, a sense of unease filling the air. He finds Relicia already asleep, a complex situation unfolding. He gently strokes her face, confessing his longing for her. Lockhart questions why she doesn't want him, his heart heavy with unanswered feelings. Relicia stirs awake, her eyes fluttering open in confusion. He springs back, realizing she is awake, her drunken state now a dilemma. She embraces him tightly, declaring his name through her drunken haze. Relicia confesses her oopsie, leaving Lockhart utterly bewildered by her antics. Relicia drunkenly recounts a nasty encounter with Baroness Hayman. She was bad-mouthed, then lost her temper, glaring at the ladies. Lockhart's expression shifts to shock as she reveals her desperate solution. She downed an entire bottle of wine, a truly shocking confession. Relicia's smile holds a hint of pain as she remembers the insults. Lockhart grits his teeth, simmering with barely contained fury. He gently strokes her hair, telling her she should have cursed them out. Relicia drifts off to sleep, tears silently escaping her closed eyes. Lockhart declares she should never hold back, not the Relicia he knows. His eyes burn with protective rage, demanding respect for his wife. Lockhart's fury burns as he overhears cruel whispers about his wedding night. A sneering noble mocks him, questioning his prowess and honor. Lockhart snatches the drink, his rage now barely contained. His eyes blaze with dark power, challenging the Baron to a duel. The opulent palace stands serene as a new day dawns. Relicia awakens with a pounding headache, confused and disoriented. She cries out in despair, realizing she remembers nothing from her wedding night. A knock at the door announces Olga, bringing a moment of calm. Olga, the maid, offers a special tea to ease Relicia's hangover. Relicia smiles softly, recognizing the familiar, comforting scent of Garelin. Amela, the headmaid, discusses her knowledge of herbs with Relicia. Relicia frets about her behavior from the previous night. Amela reassures her, calming Relicia's anxieties. Relicia asks about Lockhart, who went to train early. Relicia is stunned, wondering if he is even human. She learns Lockhart dislocated the Baron's shoulder in a spar. Amela asks about Relitia's prior encounter with the Baron's wife. Relitia trembles, realizing she might have caused Lockhart's aggressive spar. Lockhart answered Prince Grayen's summons at the Imperial Palace. Relitia muses on the stark contrast of activity compared to her old home. The head maid explains the strict routines of House Kydel. Relitia smiles, feeling reassured about adjusting to her new home. Olga returns her smile, a silent understanding passing between them. Relitia asks for tasks to familiarize herself before meeting the Duke. The maid agrees, but reveals something critical Relitia needs to know. The attendants are watching, so Relitia and Lockhart must share a bedroom. Relitia frantically recalls Lockhart's supposed drunken mistake last night. The grand door closes, sealing Relitia's fate. She realizes Lockhart doesn't care, having slept in separate rooms. The imposing Kydel mansion stands, a silent witness to her despair. The headmaid commands, "All right, you may follow me now." Colin, with fierce determination, enters the Imperial Palace, ready to seize destiny. Her footsteps echo. She knows this place was always meant for her. She muses on Prince Grayen's unknown new attendant, a chilling premonition. Suddenly, a knock. "Your Highness, it's Amela. I've brought your new attendant." Colin shudders, gasping. That's... Princess Meliora glares, her presence demanding silent fear. Meliora stands, questioning why Colin is here. The princess advances, each step a declaration of war. A deafening slap across Colin's face shatters the silence. Princess Meliora's glare pierced Colin, demanding she move her hand. Colin flinched, remembering the slaps and the humiliation. She collapsed, Meliora's words twisting the knife of her betrayal. Meliora's eyes blazed, exposing Colin's foolish assumption of her weakness. The princess declared she remembered every single one of Colin's transgressions. A Tagar never forgets a wrong, a chilling promise of retribution. Meliora dropped an insignia, declaring Colin her new lady-in-waiting. But a probationary period began, with dire warnings against disobedience. Colin protested, but Meliora summoned Amela, her fate sealed. Amela seized Colin, leading her away as the maid watched, nervous. Meliora, with a chilling smile, questioned the status of the wedding present. Amela confirmed it would take a few more days, trying to appease her. The princess, impatient, demanded to inspect it herself before Relitia received it. But her smile vanished, pondering the fate of her new lady-in-waiting. Colin stood trembling, horrified by the desolate room she was forced into. This was a lady-in-waiting's room? A windowless, forgotten space of despair. Amela rushed her, demanding she greet Her Majesty immediately, despite her state. Colin refused, her voice cracking, causing Amela to flinch in surprise. She couldn't present herself to the Empress after being so brutally assaulted. A sharp slap echoed, sealing Colin's fate under the ruthless princess. Amela Collison silences Colin, crushing her spirit with a brutal verbal assault. Colin's defiance crumbles, her resolve shattered under the maid's harsh words. Amela looms over Colin, reminding her of her place and her lowly status. Colin is a mere servant, and no special treatment will ever be granted. Humbled and shocked, Colin struggles to comprehend her new, grim reality. Her hand clenches, a silent testament to the fury bubbling beneath the surface. Colin follows Amela, her spirit broken, into the oppressive palace corridors. Under the cold moonlight, a new confrontation brews within the Tagar Palace. Colin confronts a man, demanding answers for her sudden, terrifying demotion. Colin, now raging, demands to know what happened to her today. She confronts the man, asking about the Empress's words. Her gift of 10 million gold was met with absolute silence. The man snaps, accusing her of failing to earn her keep. He shoves her back. Furious she dares to speak to him. He slams her against the wall, reminding her of the risks. Colin swats his hand away, yelling he broke their bargain. He grabs her, reminding her of his massive investments in her. He berates her, questioning her understanding of their ruthless world. Colin demands to see Prince Aurel, but her handler reminds her of her place. She flinches, realizing the gravity of her defiance against his power. He reveals he only made her an attendant, not for her ambition. His hand grasps her arm, her entire body trembling in fear. He harshly tells her to seize an opportunity, even if illegitimate. Colin snaps back, enraged at being compared to an inferior. He coldly states that only performance will earn Prince Aurel's favor. She stands defeated, reflecting on the harsh truth of her situation. Meanwhile, Relicia reads peacefully, her world far removed from such struggles. A cunning smile hides a man's true intentions as he asks about her day. She elegantly greets him, wishing he had been there for her morning duties. He apologizes, summoned early by Prince Grayen, regretting his absence. The scene shifts as he recounts his tense, duty-filled conversation with his father. She questions his somber mood. Suspecting his father's disapproval weighs heavily. His eyes twitch, a chilling revelation about why his father's approval truly frightens him. She smiles, pondering who would heed her orders as the lady of the house. He gently touches her hair, telling her she's clueless about truly important matters. A sudden flinch, and a dark thought reveals his true, manipulative intent. His intense gaze pierces her, questioning her shock over their arranged marriage. She dismisses marriage as a mere plan, not something to be expected. He wonders who else she would marry, if not him, given her disinterest. With a radiant smile, she reveals a hidden connection to her mother. A tender memory unfolds. Her mother and the Count, deeply in love. Her mother, cloaked in sacrifice, left to secure his future, not hinder it. A chibi Relisha appears, dramatically declaring the painful outcome. She smirks, noting his sarcasm about her very existence. His gentle touch on her hair jolts her, a silent warning of true power. His intense gaze pierces her as he declares the truth of their bond. A single touch sends shivers down her spine, a silent, powerful claim. She attempts to dismiss his words, but his grip tightens, asserting dominance. He smirks, revealing his true strength and the dislocated shoulder of a captain. Her gasp echoes his casual admission of near brutality, a shocking display. He asserts dominance, his vassal, his wife, deserving of respect. She shudders, his words echoing the terrifying implications of their union. Their hands clasp, a forced public display of their legal, unbreakable ties. Her reputation now hinges on his, a perilous game of power and perception. Her status as Lady of House Cadell demands she never bows her head. His face flinches as she mentions divorce, a word he clearly despises. She questions his disgust, denying repulsion despite their tense dynamic. He declares he doesn't want a divorce, demanding she never mention it again. Her eyes widen in surprise as his hand reaches for her face. He leans in, stealing a kiss, silencing her with unexpected passion. His body trembles, revealing a hidden intensity beneath his calm exterior. Their lips meet again, a breathless moment sealing their complicated bond. Their contract is sealed now, a powerful kiss binding their fates together. Lockhart departs for a meeting, leaving Relisha to an unsettling revelation. He casually mentions Prince Oral appointed Colleen as Miliora's new lady-in-waiting. Relisha is stunned. Miliora punished Colleen and placed her on probation. A chilling memory reminds Relicia that Tagar royalty never forgets a slight. Lockhart then reveals Princess Miliora sent them a joint invitation. He winks, emphasizing their married status, further confusing Relisha. She blushes, unable to fully comprehend his sudden change in demeanor. Relisha wonders why he acts this way after refusing her on their wedding night. His actions make her question if he truly doesn't want a divorce. A delicate headband is placed upon flowing silver hair, a moment of fleeting beauty. Princess Miliora beams, admiring herself, demanding attention for her perfect new look. She flaunts her expensive new jewels to her maid, delighting in her appearance. The maid recalls a past favor for Colin, a detail that now holds hidden meaning. Miliora reveals the gift was a bribe to treat Colin better, a sinister twist. The beautiful headband is cruelly crushed underfoot, shattering its delicate charm. Miliora's face twists in rage, demanding a beating for the offending lady-in-waiting. The magnificent imperial palace stands, a beacon of power and unspoken threats. A summons arrives from Princess Miliora, an invitation to the imperial palace itself. Relisha frets over Lockhart's strange diligence, his relentless teasing a constant torment. Relicia, deep in thought, hears a knock, tea arriving. But the head maid, Amela, delivers it, not the usual servant. A simple exchange of a cup, yet the air crackles with unspoken tension. Relicia sips, a strange hostility emanating from the maid. The tea tastes bitter, a clear sign of disrespect. She coughs, realizing this is the start of an insidious harassment campaign. Relicia remembers Lockhart's words, "Never back down." His spectral presence reminds her to stand firm, never bow her head. She asks Amela, "Did you make this tea?" Relicia then demands a locked box, leaving the maid stunned. Relicia's glare slices through the maid, demanding answers to her disrespect. The maid flinches, unable to defy the princess's cold authority. Relicia's hand slams a teacup onto the ornate box. She proclaims her unwavering resolve. No one will walk over her. A new challenger appears, but Relicia remains steadfast in her resolve. He approaches, a predatory smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly, he bumps into her, a calculated act of aggression. He calls her an illegitimate child, his words dripping with venom. Relicia grits her teeth, her anger reaching its boiling point. She unleashes a furious roar, ready to make him regret his words. Relicia unleashes a torrent of rage, silencing the arrogant noble. Her cold gaze dismisses him as a weak ass. She arrives at the palace, a new chapter beginning. Princess Meliora, a former lady-in-waiting, greets her with a challenge. Relisha blushes, realizing Meliora's playful taunt. Meliora invites her to sit, the tension momentarily easing. Relisha's heels click, announcing her entry into a new life. Meliora questions her about the wedding night, stirring forgotten memories. Relisha admits to being completely knocked out from drinking. Meliora laughs, her playful nature returning as they settle in. Relisha expresses guilt for leaving Meliora as a lady-in-waiting. Meliora dismisses her apology, insisting she doesn't feel guilty. A silent tension builds as Meliora grinds her teeth. Relisha, flinching, apologizes again, causing Meliora to demand clarification. Meliora blushes, her anger barely concealed beneath her playful facade. She shouts her apologies for past frames and constant complaints. Suddenly, Meliora pulls Relisha into a tight, unexpected hug. Relisha says she's put the past behind her, wishing Meliora happiness. Relisha struggles, gasping that she's being suffocated. Meliora immediately apologizes, her playful demeanor returning. Meliora probes Relisha about her husband's arrival, a playful glint in her eyes. She playfully teases Relisha for using formal address, demanding my husband. Just then, a servant announces Lockhart Cadell's arrival, exciting Meliora. Lockhart arrives, radiating confidence, as Meliora praises his post-marriage handsomeness. Meliora then playfully shoves Relisha towards her husband, urging them closer. Lockhart, ever the romantic, declares his unwavering devotion to his wife. Meliora watches their affectionate display, commenting on Lockhart's doting nature. Suddenly, Meliora presents a beautifully wrapped wedding gift to the couple. Relisha's eyes widen in shock as she opens the mysterious present. It's baby clothes, a traditional imperial gift, hinting at a new future. Relisha, flustered, accepts the gift alongside her doting husband. Meliora then questions the attendance of a new lady-in-waiting. She complains about the woman's arrogance, asking Lockhart if she was always like this. Lockhart, ever the devoted husband, declares his knowledge is only of his wife. Meliora dismisses them, but not without demanding frequent visits from Relisha. Lockhart reinforces the demand, emphasizing Meliora's helpful advice. Relisha feels overwhelmed by the constant, public displays of affection. She internally laments having to witness their doting every single visit. Later, Relisha encounters a familiar man in a serene garden. He greets her with a knowing smile. Long time no see. Relisha apologizes for not inviting Grayan to her wedding, citing circumstances. Grayan playfully notes she is the first not to congratulate him. He understands her difficult position, offering a sympathetic ear. Grayan warns that those with power are like wolves, unwelcoming to newcomers. Relisha acknowledges his wisdom, a subtle smile playing on her lips. She confidently declares she will manage despite the challenges ahead. He bids her good luck, his gaze lingering as she departs. Later, Relisha and a new companion discuss a powerful night. They decide to seek out Prince Grayan, their path now clear. Meanwhile, the first Prince of Tagar sips tea, completely unaware. Relisha and Lockhart arrive, she flinches, but the welcome is warm. Prince Grayan greets them, suggesting they drop all formalities now. Grayan declares them practically family, a shocking revelation. Relisha internally struggles with the word couple, unable to process it. Grayan expects many visits to the palace, deepening the mystery. Lockhart dismisses Grayan, and the true power play begins. As they walk, Relisha expresses her draining nervousness around Grayan. Lockhart asks if she was always this timid with the second prince. Relisha wonders what Grayan wants, claiming he has no reason to summon her. Lockhart teases her, suggesting Grayan is actually afraid of her. Lockhart insists Grayan regrets dismissing her, a critical miscalculation. Relisha questions this, but Lockhart reassures her with fierce confidence. He promises she won't face Grayan again, taking matters into his own hands. Relisha's chibi form expresses doubt, questioning if she can truly trust him. Lockhart, in a chibi form, demands more faith from his wife. Relisha recalls an earlier incident with extreme concern. She clenches her fist, regretting her actions and worrying about her image. Lockhart defends her, but Relisha fears being a burden. He frowns, questioning how she could ever be a troublemaker to him. Lockhart storms off, leaving a flustered Relisha to chase after him. A gilded carriage arrives at the opulent palace, signaling a new drama. Amela greets Relisha, sensing immediate tension in the air. Lockhart questions Amela about an unexpected gathering of vassals. Amela hesitates, clearly distressed by the unfolding situation. A furious vassal confronts Lockhart about House Cadell's reputation. He passionately defends the late Duchess, criticizing current controversies. Lockhart fires back, exposing the vassal's insults toward Relisha. Relisha recalls a chilling warning. Men who wield swords are wolves. She clutches her chest, overwhelmed by the escalating conflict. Lockhart offers a reassuring smile, asking if she trusts him. Relisha grits her teeth, recognizing this isn't how things should be. She stands firm, resolved to face the conflict head-on. Confronting Sir Derrickson, her voice rings with quiet authority. She accuses him of insulting her, questioning his cowardice. Derrickson unleashes a venomous attack, questioning her marriage status. Relisha's eyes widen, shocked by the audacity of his words. A dangerous smile spreads across her face, thanking him for crossing the line. She fiercely demands to know if he spies on her bedroom. Lockhart appears, silencing the vassal for threatening his wife. Relisha declares her illegitimate birth never led to such disgrace. He dared to question her legitimacy, but Relisha wasn't backing down. She commanded him to continue, challenging his insolence with furious eyes. The crowd murmured, wondering how House Kydell would punish such an insult. Relisha reminded him the Duke himself blessed her marriage to Lockhart. Her authority challenged, she questioned his loyalty to House Kydell. Lockhart stepped forward, declaring his wife had done nothing wrong. His chilling glare promised retribution for any further objections. The vassal bowed, admitting his grave mistake, fear in his eyes. Lockhart redirected his apology, demanding it be given to his wife. Relisha shrewd, granting forgiveness with a smirk, a true master of the situation. Lockhart extended his hand, a silent invitation to escape the tense atmosphere. He offered a charming smile, asking if she was ready to leave the chaotic gathering. Relisha's lips curved into a nervous yet delighted smile, accepting his unspoken proposal. Their hands intertwined, a powerful symbol of their unity, as they walked away. She confessed her lingering anxiety, wondering if everything would truly be all right. Before she could finish, Lockhart silenced her with a sudden, passionate kiss. He swept her into a deeper embrace, the kiss intensifying amidst the opulent library. Relisha gasped for air, demanding why he would kiss her now, amidst such turmoil. Lockhart, unbothered, simply asked if she wasn't happy, a sly smirk playing. He complimented her bravery, confessing her defiance made him incredibly excited. Relisha frets about vassals looking down on Lockhart for choosing her. Lockhart assures her, saying that such disrespect won't happen. He reveals his loyalty was earned, not given, through brutal trials. Relisha is surprised, realizing the depth of his past struggles. She worries about the Duke's reaction to their sudden union. Lockhart playfully suggests a grandchild will solve everything. Relisha is mortified, calling him a pervert for his bold suggestion. He smirks, reminding her they are now husband and wife. He teases her about their unconsummated marriage, causing gossip. Suddenly, a touch startles him, the tension thick in the air. Lockhart's sudden movement catches Relisha off guard, pulling her close. He teasingly asks if she intends to hog the entire blanket. They lay rigid, performing for unseen eyes, a tense silence. Relisha's heart pounds, sharing a bed with the mysterious Lord Lockhart. The Grand Palace stands silent under a sky of falling petals. Relisha sleeps alone, the vast bed emphasizing her isolation. A door creaks open, revealing a shadowy figure creeping silently. A hand reaches for a locked, ornate chest, a hidden secret. Amela and Taria gasp, caught in the act of trying to steal. Relisha sits up, demanding to know why they tried to steal. Caught red-handed, the maids feign innocence, claiming they were just cleaning. Relisha scoffs, a key materializing as she sees through their blatant lies. She tosses the key, commanding the trembling maid to open the forbidden chest. A vile, murky tea is revealed, emitting noxious fumes from within. Relisha's headmaid demands to know who brewed such a disgusting concoction. The maid collapses, confessing she used spoiled leaves, implicating another maid. The headmaid silences her, realizing a deeper conspiracy is at play. Relisha watches, a chilling smile playing on her lips, observing their panic. The headmaid offers a cruel choice: drink the tea or face public humiliation. With trembling hands, the maid lifts the cup, forced to consume the foul brew. The maid collapses, clutching her stomach in agony from the poisoned tea. Relisha watches, a chilling smile playing on her lips, as the maid suffers. She summons her trusted headmaid, Olga, with a mysterious request. Relisha orders herbs, claiming two maids will soon have serious stomach aches. Olga, sensing a deeper plot, questions the true nature of the situation. Relisha explains the maids' hatred, implying they deserve their impending fate. Olga, Lord Lockhart's former nanny, expresses unwavering faith in his choices. She envisions Relisha's happy marriage, just like Lockhart's parents. Relisha smiles, but her heart aches, knowing she wasn't his true choice. She reveals the maid's plot. Their stomachache is now a fitting punishment. The headmaid refuses, sparking Relicia's confusion and a deeper mystery. Suddenly, the headmaid erupts in a fury, enraged by the maid's audacity. Relicia observes, realizing this sternness is simply how things operate here. She contemplates the house's immense pride and Lockhart's perplexing upbringing. In another room, Lockhart faces his father's stern gaze and concerns. His father glares, demanding to know how Relicia caused such a tempest. Lockhart's father questions his son's inaction during Relicia's insults. Lockhart hesitates, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. He was secretly rooting for her, much to his father's chagrin. The father reflects, realizing Lockhart's psycho nickname might be accurate. Lockhart confesses his past audacious acts, done for a mysterious Prince Grayan. He even scaled walls to steal a legendary artifact, revealing his dangerous side. His father deemed these unseemly acts for a noble heir. Yet, Lockhart was never condemned, his honor more solid than reputation. But Relicia faces criticism for merely existing as an illegitimate child. Lockhart declares her insults are nothing compared to his own transgressions. His father asks about Relicia, the topic shifting to her future. Lockhart corrects him, calling her Relicia Cadell, shocking his father. The father glares, demanding Lockhart bring Relicia to him immediately. Relicia's heart pounds. The moment of truth has finally arrived. Relicia faces her father, fearing consequences for her recent actions. He demands she sit, her anxiety clearly visible on her face. Her father then accuses her of cursing his knights, making her flinch. Relicia bows her head, desperately apologizing to her father. Lockhart suddenly intervenes, asserting a Cadell woman does not bow. Her father glares, questioning Lockhart's pride in his actions. He spins around, demanding to know if Lockhart admitted misbehavior. Relicia clenches her dress, confessing her unacceptable behavior. Her father probes further, asking why she has no excuses. Lockhart reveals the fight was never fair, shocking his father. Relicia reveals a hidden past, a moment of unexpected defiance. Her father stands, a silent judgment hanging heavy in the air. He challenges her, pushing Relicia to reveal her true intentions. A flashback to a younger Relicia, learning to assert herself. Her father turns away, disgusted by her unconventional choice. Relicia boldly declares her actions were deliberate, shocking them both. Lockhart listens intently as Relicia explains her reasoning. She refuses to be a damsel, becoming the villain for her own sake. Her father is left speechless, confronted by her fierce independence. A single name, Relicia, echoes in the sudden, powerful silence. Suddenly, a stack of daunting ledgers appears before Relicia. Lockhart coldly declares Relicia is now in charge of the household. Relicia, overwhelmed, vows to do her very best despite the shock. The pile of books lands with a heavy, inescapable thud. Relicia realizes the immense burden placed upon her shoulders. She questions if a fake daughter-in-law should handle such crucial documents. Lockhart, sensing her doubt, slyly asks if she said something. He adds managing the knight's finances to her impossible task. Relicia is stunned, realizing the full scope of her new responsibilities. Overwhelmed, she doubts her ability to manage everything alone. Lockhart embraces Relicia, her face a mask of utter shock and confusion. He praises her capabilities, but Relicia desperately pleads for him to release her. Lockhart refuses, his smile unwavering, leaving Relicia flustered. Relicia ponders the immense workload, realizing her true burden. Even keeping subordinates in line is a demanding task for the noble house. She seeks sympathy from Lockhart, who grants it with a knowing gaze. Relicia recalls her father's words, her expression troubled and overwhelmed. Her father once wished she could become Tagar's first female knight. Relicia dismisses the idea, declaring she is not cut out for such a role. With a determined smile, she departs, leaving Lockhart curious about her intentions. The headmaid reports all preparations are complete, even as others suffer. Relicia is startled by the maid's intense loyalty and fiery demeanor. The maid bows respectfully, her task complete, and exits the room. Relicia, surrounded by herbs, feels a rare sense of peace and optimism. She credits Lord Lockhart for her smooth start, avoiding past dangers. Yet, she reminds herself not to grow too attached. Divorce is inevitable. Lockhart watches Relicia from afar, his intentions a silent mystery. He recalls their past encounters, his feelings for her undeniable. He longed to be with her, a desire burning beneath the starlit sky. Their kiss sealed a promise, a hope that her guarded heart would finally open. But this forced marriage, a cruel twist of fate, leaves her wounded once more. Meanwhile, a man questions the Duke's trust in his fake daughter-in-law. He frowns, recalling her words, sensing a deeper, hidden pain within her. She once forgave those who harmed her, a resilience born of past suffering. Why then must she now betray her very self, her true desires? Far away, Under a starry night, Prince Grayen's palace stands in silent grandeur. Suddenly, Lockhart arrives, met with Grayen's impatient demand for an explanation. Lockhart, still on vacation, is asked about a shocking diplomatic suggestion. Grayen reveals the emissary's true proposal, clutching a trembling letter. Meliora trembles, realizing the devastating implications for her own future. A merchant ship's wreckage began a chain of devastating events. Ambassadors arrived, led by the Chancellor's son, with ulterior motives. He stands before the throne, demanding a new alliance. The Emperor, with Meliora by his side, questions this sudden shift. The Empire gains nothing from Agael. Smilan's wealth promises prosperity. True peace, the ambassador argues, comes from merging royal bloodlines. He proposes Princess Meliora marry Smilan's full-grown prince. Grayen, utterly shocked, recoils from this unexpected pronouncement. A soft touch, a silent agreement, sealing Meliora's fate. She nods, a forced acceptance of the devastating proposal. Grayen knew Agael's true intentions, despite their show of amity. They planned to conquer Smilan, threatening the Empire's sea routes. Agael was no match now, but their strength could escalate quickly. The first prince of Smilan, Luel, then made a grand entrance. He paid respects to the Empire's radiant beauty. Meliora, smiling, whispered to Amela, asking for Relicia. Suddenly, a hand burst through the doors. Colleen had arrived. Colin, Meliora's lady-in-waiting, introduced herself as an assistant. Amela reprimanded Meliora for meeting an emissary alone. Meliora, desperate, clutched a pendant, her face etched in fury. Whispers fill the room as Meliora and Grayen receive an emissary. Colleen, her attendant, diligently interprets the emissary's praises. Meliora smiles sweetly, knowing this tea is much admired. She asks Colleen to convey her happiness in offering the tea. Suddenly, the teacup slips, spilling hot liquid everywhere. Colleen gasps in pain as the tea scalds her dress. Meliora, with a chilling smirk, dismisses Colleen for her clumsiness. She then feigns embarrassment, hoping the prince won't notice. Grayen observes, commenting on Prince Phelan's graciousness. Meliora expresses gratitude, manipulating the situation with cunning words. Meliora, with a sinister smile, questions the emissary's unwavering certainty. The emissary kindly requests a little more faith in his words. Tagar, of course, holds great respect and trust for Smilan. A sudden knock announces Lady Relicia Cadel's arrival. Relicia enters, gracefully extending her blessings, introducing herself as Lady Relicia Cadel. The man questions her, recognizing the powerful name Cadel. He notes her unusual greeting. No one else has used it before. Relicia bows respectfully, introducing herself again as Emissary Luel. Meliora, feigning a sudden headache, collapses dramatically in her chair. Relicia smoothly suggests they continue their conversation at tomorrow's lunch. The doors dramatically open, revealing a tense atmosphere. Meliora, distraught, believes the scary emissary will ruin everything. Relicia, amused, notes Meliora's exaggerated fear of the emissary. Meliora questions Relicia's judgment, finding the emissary cute. Meliora dramatically cries, blaming the Empress for her woes. Suddenly, a hand reaches out, a comforting touch in the silence. Relicia shares her own past struggles, trying to console Meliora. Meliora pushes Relicia away, enraged by her seemingly perfect marriage. Relicia gently clasps Meliora's hand, offering a picnic and rest. Meliora rants about Encante, further complicating the precarious situation. Meliora seethed, believing Relicia merely sought connections for her father's gain. Relicia pressed, questioning Meliora about her lady-in-waiting for tomorrow's picnic. Meliora exploded, accusing Relicia of being a spy for Prince Oral. She revealed clandestine meetings, hinting at a deeper, dangerous conspiracy. Relicia feigned indifference, asking why she should even take Meliora along. Then, Relicia demanded Meliora stay at the palace, completely emptying her room. Meliora recoiled, reminding Relicia she was married, but Relicia began to cry. Meliora relented, promising to stay and attend the picnic, fearing Relicia's tears. A chilling premonition of Lockhart's rage filled Meliora's mind. Later, Meliora slumped onto the bed, trapped in Relicia's cunning web. Relicia muses on the room's unchanged state, and the many lives she impacted here. Images flicker, showing past encounters with Lockhart, always offering cryptic hints. Suddenly, Lockhart crashes through the window, shocking Relicia with his dramatic entrance. Relicia, flustered, questions why he wouldn't use the door for his wife. Lockhart asserts their married status, his eyes fixed on her. Relicia reiterates he could have used the door, confused by his actions. He blames Prince Grayen, claiming it was merely a force of habit. Lockhart then questions Relicia about her meeting with Luel, sitting beside her. Relicia describes Luel as charming, outgoing, and a strong negotiator. Lockhart glares, demanding to know why she never called him charming. Relicia, already married to him, questioned his dramatic possessiveness. Lockhart, oblivious, casually mentioned his intent to stay the night. Relicia, visibly frustrated, scolded him for his inconsiderate behavior. He began to undress, shocking Relicia with his brazen actions. He declared they should go to bed, ignoring her protests. With a terrifying glare, he questioned if he couldn't sleep with his wife. Relicia groaned internally, realizing marriage was indeed not for the weak. Meanwhile, a new morning brought a grand palace and a new face. Relicia and Luel shared tea, discussing Princess Meliora's well-being. Meliora, appearing troubled, remained silent, a mystery in her eyes. Relicia is caught off guard by Meliora's sudden question. Meliora reveals her excitement, barely sleeping before the picnic. Grayan expresses his honor, as Meliora praises his exquisite garden. The conversation shifts to Prince Phelan of Smilin, a distant royal. Relicia inquires about Prince Phelan's culinary preferences, sensing a hidden agenda. Grayan describes Phelan's love for bear meat and grand feasts. Meliora casually asks about Phelan's preference for fish, hinting at something deeper. She excuses herself for a walk, leaving Relicia with a knowing glance. Relicia agrees to keep Grayan company, a subtle tension in the air. Grayan politely declines more tea, the conversation now focused on Smilin. Grayan, caught off guard, realizes Relicia was asking him. A hand offers sandwiches, a silent interruption to the tension. Relicia is accused of being a liar, despite winning hearts. She recalls struggling to say her name when they first met. Relicia clarifies, her married name was simply new to her. Grayan, unconvinced, asks for her honest opinion on Meliora's character. He notes Relicia's unwavering loyalty, even as a former lady-in-waiting. She explains it's not loyalty, but an enduring affection for Meliora. Relicia hopes Prince Phelan will see Meliora's kindness too. Grayan notes Meliora's current lady-in-waiting, Colleen Encarte, is self-serving. In Smilin, disrespect to superiors means being thrown into the ocean. Relicia is startled by the prince's sudden, probing questions. Meliora clings to Prince Oral, feigning distress and demanding attention. Grayan praises Meliora's musical voice, planning to tell Prince Phelan. He hopes Princess Meliora overcomes challenges in a foreign marriage. Relicia is exasperated, her past marriage experience now a public topic. Grayan leans in, curious about her experience marrying a stranger. She adamantly states she married no stranger, but a respected individual. He notes her story differs, hinting at a complicated past. Grayan grins, sensing a deeper, unrevealed truth about her marriage. Grayan confesses jealousy, startling Relicia with his intensity. He philosophizes on fear, love, and a woman's respect for a true man. A flashback reveals a possessive Lockhart, claiming Relicia's respect for him. Back in the present, Grayan presses Relicia for answers about her marriage. Relicia blushes, finding his interpretation of her marriage strange. She redirects, urging him to consult Princess Meliora about her marriage. Relicia suggests Meliora's happiness depends on their own efforts. Suddenly, Meliora rushes in, boasting about crossing stepping stones. She feigns fear, contrasting it with the brave Smilanians. Grayan, intrigued, promises to ask about her marital goals another time. Princess Meliora approaches, her steps deliberate and elegant. Relicia questions Meliora about the Prince of Smilin. Relicia is taken aback by Meliora's unexpected response. Meliora reveals her arranged marriage is merely a political agreement. Grayan observes Meliora, sensing her hidden intentions. Meliora, suddenly weary, suggests they return. Relicia follows, leaving the unsettling conversation behind. Under the moonlight, a carriage carries them away. Oral sits silently beside Relicia, the journey somber. Meliora reflects on her despondency, worried about tomorrow's tea party. Oral wonders how much his alleged soulmate truly understands. Relicia reflects on her status, an illegitimate child helping manage ledgers. She thinks a more equal partner would benefit Lockhart far more. Lockhart questions Relicia's silence, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. She admits to pondering the day's events, piquing his curiosity. Meliora walked with Sir Lond, a shocking disregard for the tea party. Relicia observes, knowing Meliora found comfort with him, not the emissary. Lockhart recounts Meliora's carriage accident and Sir Lond's brave rescue. The accident was a cruel setup by Prince Oral, but Lond defied it. He saved Meliora, heedless of his own wounds, a true hero emerging. Lockhart admits Meliora relies more on Sir Lond, a surprising trust. He reveals Relicia changed everything, fixing Meliora's strained relationships. Before, Meliora pushed everyone away, consumed by deep self-loathing. But Relicia entered her life, teaching her to finally embrace self-love. Lockhart warns against too much reliance, fearing Meliora's clinginess. Then, Lockhart shifts, asking about Relicia's day at the academy. Relicia is stunned. Lockhart has never shown interest in her life before. She recounts a normal day, peers, classes, nothing out of the ordinary. Misha seems much better, a relief for everyone involved. But Lady Colin was absent, threatening her academic future and graduation. Relicia sighs, lamenting the absence of Lady Colline, fearing for her future. Lockhart scoffs at Relicia's concern, finding it bewildering. Relicia announces another tea party at the palace, crossing her arms. Lockhart mutters his disapproval, his expression darkening with possessiveness. He asks, incredulously, if her first job after marriage is hanging out with another man. Meanwhile, at the majestic palace, a casual tea party unfolds. The gathering proceeds surprisingly smoothly, defying expectations. Meliora sips tea, not bothering with a forced smile, revealing her inner turmoil. She admits exhaustion, suggesting the tea party conclude early. Sir Luel readily agrees, prioritizing her health above all else. Relicia is shocked when asked to personally guide a visiting noble. She tries to refuse, claiming her status as a guest limits her movement. But Princess Meliora's subtle command leaves Relicia no choice. Now, Relicia leads Sir Luel through the palace's stunning gardens. He compliments the beauty, yet his true intentions seem to linger. Relicia confronts him, revealing his questions are a mere pretense. She demands to know if his interest is Meliora or the throne itself. Relicia insists on a personal letter from Prince Phelan for any help. Sir Luel smiles, questioning her assumption about his motives. Relicia coolly states his interest in her husband made it clear. He laughs, revealing his true intentions were never for her husband. Sir Luel confesses he's only interested in her. Relicia is shocked, realizing his deception was a calculated move. He suggests a place where she'd be treated with respect. He whispers of a haven where she can protect those she loves. Relicia flinches, recognizing the dangerous allure of his words. He invites her to Smilin, promising acceptance and belonging. She stares, processing his audacious proposition, a new path opening. Relicia stomps her foot, demanding he address her correctly. He describes Smilin, a vibrant city connected to the entire world. He offered unimaginable freedom, a new world beyond her grasp. Whispers of a grand contest spread, with all eyes on her. Yet, Relicia declared her husband's unwavering presence, even in sleep. Then, a cruel question about her past shattered her composure. He mocked her loyalty, questioning her husband's very name and lineage. He promised a future unburdened by Tagar's harsh realities. Relicia clutched her dress, questioning his true motives and desires. He whispered a chilling prophecy, Aurel's inevitable triumph. As he departed, Relicia stood, her future now irrevocably altered. Then, a sudden downpour mirrored the storm brewing within her. Relicia's quiet moment shatters as Sir Luel's cruel words echo. He questions her husband's name, threatening her child's legitimacy. She clenches her fist, declaring their divorce, yet his words sting. Luel's truth reveals her hidden fears and inevitable fate. Her status as an illegitimate child defines her entire existence. If Aurel wins, Lockhart will be ruined by an illegitimate child. Relicia, once unshakable, now feels the weight of her vulnerability. Slumping, she realizes respect cannot erase her predetermined fate. Tears stream as she struggles, dragging Lockhart into her despair. Muttering her fear, Relicia retreats, the burden crushing her spirit. A lone figure steps away, leaving her in the grand hall. Suddenly, he appears, his gaze intense, startling her. He grabs her hand, a firm, unexpected grip. Pulling her along, he ignores her protest, his steps resolute. His face darkens, demanding she come with him, no questions. She collapses onto the bed, trapped by his sudden aggression. He looms over her, his shadow enveloping her vulnerable form. She recoils, protesting his actions, her mood shattered. He touches her face, a desperate plea for answers in his eyes. His own discomfort surfaces, confessing the strange, unsettling situation. He claims she's acting strange, dismissing her protests entirely. Then he leans in close, confessing his deepest desires. Tears well in her eyes as the unspoken tension fills the air. She quietly asks what he truly wants from her. He answers with a chilling demand. He wants everything. A desperate clutch of hands. She whispers a defiant yes. Yet, he counters, claiming she has nothing to offer him. He knew she would resist, calling her cruel for her refusal. Suddenly, he silences her with a shocking, passionate kiss. Their lips meet, sealing a moment of overwhelming emotion. He demands to know how she explains their undeniable connection. She tries to push him away, reminding him of countless other women. He leans in, questioning her dismissal, his words cutting deep. Tears stream down her face, the weight of his words unbearable. His jaw clenches, a silent struggle behind his composed exterior. He sits beside her, uttering a single, desperate "damn it." She wonders if she can leave, divorce taking too long, sensing his stress. He offers to forget the night, to act as if nothing happened. She asks why, confused by his sudden change of heart. He reveals it is because she dared to cry in front of him. She can't make up her mind, calling her own indecision stupid. Luel was certain that Prince Oral would ascend the throne. He flinches, a ripple of unease crossing his face. She recounts Luel's words, the Empire watching the contest. A deep suspicion begins to form in her mind. Did Luel try to tempt her to Princess Milia's side? She hesitates, fearing his anger at the truth. His sinister smile sends shivers down her spine. He vows to kindly advise Luel to return with the princess. If not, he'll send him back in a coffin. Relicia's inner turmoil rages, contemplating drastic measures. Suddenly, a desperate kiss silences her rising fear. She frantically pushes him away, begging him to calm down. He demands she avoids Luel, a dangerous, possessive command. Reluctantly, she agrees, a deep sigh escaping her lips. He insists she relax, inviting her to lie beside him. Her cheeks flush as his words sink in. She springs up, refusing his possessive demands. Relicia rushes out, leaving a stunned Lockhart behind. He clutches his head, bewildered by her sudden departure.